Hello, everyone. My name is Apostate Aladdin. The purpose of today's live stream is to invite believers to call in and correct my understanding or correct my position. My position being that eternal hell is unfair. And we could talk a lot more about that if you would like to participate. The link is in the live chat, it's pinned in the top of the live chat. Uh, you can call in if you're a Muslim, Christian, or anyone else who believes in the concept of an eternal hell, or just would like to argue for that concept being sensible and fair. So, yeah, we can get into all of that with each caller. And before we begin, I'm trying this new thing where I'm going to try to read you a joke, a dad joke, every time before we start a stream, unless the topic is way too serious for that kind of thing. And let's start. What's today's joke? Yeah. Have you heard of the two guys who stole a calendar? Well, they got caught and they got 6 months each. But it's hard to do jokes without an audience. Here's a bonus one because it's the first time I'm doing this. How does Moses make tea? He brews it. Get it? Yeah. So we're waiting for the queue to fill up. If anyone would like to join, link is in the live chat. It's pinned to the live chat. And I guess in the meantime, we could have a discussion with the audience in the live chat. If you have anything you want to say or ask, now is the time. Zagros is saying maybe ask for definitions of words too. Yes, of course. So there's going to be a point where it's going to be hard to define what we mean by certain words, but we should always try to clarify in the beginning of the discussion. So yeah, thanks Music Guy for being here. Music Guy's reminding you, everybody, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell for notification. Okay, I haven't said very much about this because I haven't really followed up on it, to be honest. All I know is that Andrew Tate has possibly joined Islam, or he might have said something to that effect. I think it'll be interesting. I think it's amusing. And I tend to think of that character and that whole, I don't know, everything surrounding him as just amusing and not to be taken seriously. But of course, there are serious repercussions of people who do listen to Andrew Tate and think that he has some sort of overarching point here and that he's actually right when you think about it. Now, it can be dangerous when you fall into that trap, but you can't deny it's going to be amusing to see what happens there. Yeah. Kryptonite Flame says, a befitting name, by the way. Looking forward to this. Eternal hell is one thing I just can't reconcile. Eternal hell is one of those things that drove me to doubt, not necessarily my fear of eternal hell for myself, but the concept itself. Obviously, there was that fear, but it's thinking about the concept of eternal hell. And I know that I've heard some of the ways that believers of Islam or Christianity would say that the concept of eternal hell is fair, but I don't want to, list them right now. I would like to hear them from the callers instead. So we have one caller. Please give me a brief introduction in the private chat, and then I will be adding you. So this question, let me see if I can answer that. Kat says, sometimes I want to talk to Muslims and I need to give them sources. What are some good non-liberal biased sources about Islam to use as sources about Islam? It really depends on what you're talking about. I mean, my ultimate source is the Quran, and it gets really more murky when you're asking which translation of the Quran. To be honest, I'm not sure, because I usually go for the tafsir that are in Arabic, the exegesis in Arabic, and then I look at the English translations. I'm not even sure which one of them adheres to the correct Arabic meaning more often than the other. I usually don't trust them at all. So it's hard for me to give you a certain source. It really depends on what it is that you're discussing. So I don't know, or I don't really consult any lists of talking points or something like that. It's just all things that I've come across in Islam. So the Quran is always there, the Hadith is always there. So I'm sorry, I don't have a particular list of sources or anything like that. Okay, so still haven't heard anything from the next caller, Proud Muslim, but I think I understand that they are a proud Muslim. So, if you're ready, I am going to add you in three, two, one. Hey, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you?
I am good. Thanks for asking.
So I just first of all, before I start, I've read the the title of this stream.
Hmm.
Okay, and it's a quite interesting topic or title. Okay, but before I start, actually I wrote it in the private chat that I have, or I'm interested in asking a couple questions. Okay, and those questions are related to you personally. I hope that you don't mind because I just want to
Sure.
understand the background that you came from. And according to what I have seen, I mean, I've just noticed you like recently, like perhaps like a day or two ago.
Okay.
So I just scrolled down, checked your videos and everything, and I'm just confused. That's why I just need to ask you a couple questions in order just to understand your background, and then we can just talk more about the topic that you want to ask about or that you want to hear some answers.
Sounds good.
So yeah, so now starting off, I would just like to say that Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah, Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Uh,
Can you explain
so
what that means to the audience? Those
sure
who don't
thing.
speak Arabic, yeah.
Yeah. So what I said is all praise to Allah the Almighty, and peace and blessing upon the Prophet والسلام, and his wives, and his house, and his companions as well. So this is the introduction, and so the first question that I have for you is: are you an Arab?
Yes.
And you were Muslim, but
Yes.
then you have, I would say, left you have left Islam to become an atheist, I assume.
Sort of. Well, depends on what you mean by atheist, but it's not leaving Islam to become an atheist. It's more like not believing in Islam anymore and not
Mm,
believing in these concepts of man-made gods, which seem to be all the gods that we know of, are we know of through other men or humans. So I don't
mm,
believe any of them are true, and I don't make assertions about that God or a creator or some bigger power couldn't exist. But all the claims from these religions are not true.
okay, so when did you come to that conclusion?
Um, well, coming to terms with it was a few years ago. Like I had a lot of
Hmm.
the questions that would lead to that conclusion, but I was always kind of hesitant to accept that the answer is actually that the simplest answer is basically this doesn't make sense because it is not true. So yeah, it's been a few years.
It's been a few years. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that will lead me to the next question, uh, which is: what is your educational background?
So I can't give out too much information, but
Uh-huh. I totally
basically,
understand.
yeah, university education.
Mhm.
Yeah.
University education.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, so I mean, if you would ask me the same question, okay, I mean, am I Muslim just because I was born in a family and this family is a Muslim family and I just got it from them, okay, then I would tell you no, this is absolutely wrong, okay, because simply right now I'm a Muslim because I am totally convinced that Islam is the right religion, okay.
Hmm.
So there's a difference between, because there's a lot of people who think that, okay, if you are born into a family, for instance, it's let's say a Christian family, Muslim family, Jewish family, that means that necessarily you're gonna become like them. Okay. Now I'm not gonna question or go to the topic of practicing or not. Okay, because there's a lot of Muslims out there. Okay, that they say that they are Muslims, but in actuality they don't practicing. But that doesn't take them out from Islam. Okay, because Islam, of course, there are sinners, okay, okay, but unless if you do something really big, okay, something that all the scholars and that has been proven in Quran or in Sunnah that it is one of the great sins, okay, actually, in fact, there are seven of them, then yes, then you will be taken out or you will be expelled, okay, unless if you repent, of course, and repenting has its own conditions, okay. But yeah, so the question is, the thing that I just want to understand, I mean, you're an Arabic speaker, okay, I mean, why did you come to that conclusion, okay?
Um, it's hard to give you one reason, but growing up, I've always had questions about everything, but including Islam. And I would ask those questions to my family members. I would ask them to the sheikh who was teaching the Quran.
Mm-hmm,
Um, and the answers were, they would often end up in the answer of Allahu A'lam, God knows best, and there are things we cannot know, and things of that nature, which was acceptable to me as a child growing up and knowing that there's a lot in the world that I don't understand. And still, there's a lot in the world that I don't understand, and I will die that way, of course. But eventually, the answers weren't making sense anymore. That some of these issues, like today's issue, were too big for me to just put aside and kind of just accept that it's a paradox or it doesn't make sense or it seems nonsensical, but God is going to make it make sense, or it makes sense to God, but not us because we're so unwise compared to God. And then I realized that all of these contradictions and issues and things that cannot be explained can easily be explained with the very simple explanation that this is not a perfect religion because it is not from God.
mm-hmm. All right, okay, I see. Well, I mean, okay, well, I wouldn't say that this is something new because I've seen a lot of people from an Arabic background, Muslim families, okay, from the Arab world or Arab nations, okay, getting to the same status or the same situation that you are in right now, living Islam. Okay, this is not surprising actually, and I'm not here just to convince you about that Islam is true because you said it yourself that you have done a lot of research. You've been asking a lot around. Okay, and you are getting the same answers. So I will just quote that and say that you don't have the intention of, or I would say, let me rephrase it, you don't want to know the truth, you're not seeking the truth, so
And you
you
make that
you have
assertion based
formed
on what?
based on your words, okay, you left Islam, okay,
Hmm.
yeah, okay, you are just discussing controversial topics like internal hell in Christianity or Islam. Okay,
Why is
so
that
okay,
topic controversial?
well, it is controversial because when you are questioning people beliefs, okay, it's something that in most cases it will not end up very smooth, okay,
How do you
because
say that? Have you seen these streams? They go very smoothly usually.
well, not always, even if they look like to, okay, but deep down inside, okay, when someone believes about something, okay, yeah, of course, people with knowledge would absolutely have no problem with it. I mean, they would just talk, okay, they would just argue, okay, they will provide evidence and all of that. But of course, for those people, what does matter is the fact that if the other side is seeking truth, okay. So for me, what I have understood from what you're doing, okay, it's just bringing things, okay, onto the on table, okay, and just to talk. And I don't want to get into your attention, but this is what appears to me, okay, that it's just about showing off, maybe perhaps getting likes, views, etc., and that's it, okay. But
Well, can I
I
ask you something? I mean, all
Yes,
of this is not really on topic, but since we don't have a lot of callers still waiting, I don't mind answering these questions. How how much time have you spent listening to these live streams?
not too much. hmm
So
I would
how
say
do you know how they go, and not just my intentions, but what the outcome is if you haven't even
you're
seen?
talking about
Yeah.
you're talking about your streams, correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
Mm.
in live streams like today's or Why Do You Believe, like a few days ago, I have one of those. Um,
Well, I watched that. Okay, the Why Do You Believe stream. Okay,
how much
and
of it did you watch? I'm curious.
sorry,
How much of it did you watch?
all of it.
Okay. And you thought that I was showing off, basically showing off. So what was show offy about how I handled that live stream?
I wouldn't say it's show off. Okay, it's just like bringing topics. Okay, that are sensitive. Okay, because when you talk about Muslims, or let's say Muslims nation or Christian nation. Okay,
There is no
we're talking
Muslim or
about.
Christian nation. I'm talking about
Sorry.
Islam, right?
Okay, but I'm just saying that, okay, when you brought up either of both, okay, like either Christians or Muslims, we're talking about a huge number of people, okay, of
Right.
followers, okay. So basically, this will trigger a lot of attention.
Wait,
Very simple.
does that mean that the bigger a religion is, or the bigger an issue is, the less we should talk about it because it might get controversial or something?
Okay, allow me to tell you this, Aladdin.
Hmm.
Okay, just to answer that. Okay, like I told you, I'm not here just to tell you or to discuss with you in order to invite you, because I believe people like you exists in the time of the Prophet. Okay, and the Prophet
Yeah, and most of
ﷺ,
them were killed, or
exactly.
yeah.
So, and they were responded to. Okay, and they
No, no,
have
most of
been
them were killed, not just responded to, but yeah.
okay. Well, say whatever you like. Okay,
Hmm.
okay, but I'm just saying that our scholars, and even in the time of the Prophet, they responded to. There been books has been written, okay, in order to respond about all of these, arguments, okay. So basically, what you are bringing into the table is not something new. But allow me just to ask you this question.
Wait, but before we get to that,
Yeah.
you can have your judgment or prejudgment about what is going on here, and I'm fine with that.
hmm
My I'm letting this going on because I'm very curious. But if I were to stick to the oops, one of my cats did something. If I were to stick to the topic of the stream, I would tell you that we should be talking about the topic of the stream, and um, this is all not really like what you said, for example, that this is not new and scholars have written books, but I'm here to understand what people believe. So you're one of those people who could be telling me the Reader's Digest version of what those scholars said or what you hold is true. Um, but I'm curious, what else did you want to say?
Well, yes. What I want to say is, like I told you before. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Yeah,
Hello.
I can hear you. Yeah, can
Oh,
you hear me? Yeah, I'm still here.
yes. Okay, I think I lost you for a second. Either way, so yes, what I'm trying to say is that just give me a sec to brought that up. Okay, no
Note
worries.
that I haven't yet argued against what you're saying. I'm just, I
And
want you to
yes,
finish the thoughts to their conclusion.
yes, well, the thing is that I was trying to say something, but when you just I wouldn't say interrupt, but when you talked, okay, I just lost it. Either way, no worries. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that
Well, I'll try to remind you, you're talking about how this is not new and this is for possibly likes or attention or something like that. And
yes, yes,
yeah,
about the whole thing that you are doing, or
glad we're back on track. Yeah.
yeah, other people are doing actually.
Hmm.
Okay, like I told you, it exists from the time of the Prophet, so it is not something new. Okay, and scholars, the Prophet, everybody responded. Okay, so even the Quran says, "ومن فمن اهتدى فإنما يهتدي لنفسه ومن ضل فإنما عليها."
Hmm.
Okay, so even God, even Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, okay, actually said that in a clear statement. Okay, this is
The
a
thing is,
truth.
as an outsider, like if someone quoted this verse to you, then outsider would note how this doesn't really do anything. Like it's only amazing to a Muslim. فَمَنِ اهْتَدَى فَلِنَفْسِهِ. Okay, him who wants to be, who gets guided is for himself. What does that do to address, for example, the topic or the fact that the topic is controversial and problematic? It's only evident and clear if you're a Muslim. Like it seems like it's self-serving almost. So, like okay, let me push back for a moment.
Hmm.
Since you haven't actually seen, um, and I don't blame you if you only came across my content a couple of days ago, you wouldn't have time to watch what I'm doing or engage with it. Um, I think you're making a lot of presumptions, and I get where you're coming from. I get why you would think that, but a lot of it is just almost a knee jerk reaction to criticism. It's this idea that we've seen this before and their motive is this and that, and it's for likes. And if I wanted likes, I would have just continued working on my tilawa and just kept reading Quran on live stream. The amount of clapping and likes and donations I would get trumps anything that I could ever get as an ex Muslim. So this isn't about, chasing clout, as they say. Um, there's a lot more productive that goes on here, but you did say something that I do think is noteworthy. You said that I'm not here to find the truth, right? And that I already basically I'm showing off because I already have my conclusion. In a sense, there are some topics that I'm almost certain that my conclusion is not going to change on. Like for example, I'm probably not going to leave today's live stream thinking that eternal hell is fair, probably, but this is a chance for people who disagree with me to come out on the same platform and tell me exactly why they disagree with me so that they can't point the finger and later say, look, he's been speaking misinformation and not even letting someone say something. So this is a chance for them to do that. And I have better realizations when I talk to them. Maybe I could be wrong about something. So yeah, that's the point of these live streams. But I'm curious, what do you think about today's topic then?
Well, okay, so I'm just gonna say something really quick before I just jump into the topic. It's not gonna take time, okay, in order not to make the others wait, okay, unless if you give me time.
Well, as of right now, I think we have one other believer who's a caller. I see Robert. Um, Robert, I might get to your call later, but I want to talk to Otangelo. Can you please give me a brief intro in the private chat? Anyway, yeah, please continue.
All right. So yeah. So what I'm trying to say that regarding your case, before I just address the topic, okay.
Yes, my
Regarding
case.
your case, okay,
Hmm.
people like who coming from a Muslim background, and not sorry, not this one. What I meant is people who are seeking truth, okay, and they were like atheists or let's say Christians, but we know the status or the state of Christianity today. Okay, people are like dumping it. Okay, nobody believes in Christianity anymore because Christianity doesn't stand for anything. Okay, as we clearly say,
I don't think that's on topic, and I'm sure a lot of Christians would disagree. But anyway, your point being,
yeah, my point being is that so basically if they were saying if they were like constantly looking for the truth, okay, and when
wait,
they
who's they? Like, are we talking
okay,
about me or Christians?
I'm talking about
Are
a
we in the same
lot of
group?
individuals, okay, including I saw the video about from I saw a video for you talking about Yusuf Estes, the great scholar he's in America, you
Right,
know.
the video where he made a very weird,
Yeah,
insensitive
when
joke, but
you
yeah,
when you,
yeah.
when you essentially mocked him, okay. Either
For
way,
making a very sexist and horrific joke, yes, I did.
well, in your point of view, but I don't think that it is.
Oh,
Either way,
we can get a woman to tell us what she thinks of that. But anyway, yeah.
well, I think you're being prejudgmental. But either way, uh, so what I'm trying to say is that those people, their stories out there in the YouTube, okay, you can watch. Okay, and right now they become a permanent individuals who are preaching for Islam. Okay, including doctors, a lot of figures. Okay,
Yeah,
and
but
they were
are they
like,
on this live stream to tell me about eternal hell, or are you?
okay, all right. So now, okay, now I'm gonna move. So I just want to say that, okay, and now I'm just gonna move to
No,
the
because
intern.
that's just an appeal to authority or popularity to say there are many brilliant people who ended up converting or now preach Islam. Okay, and how does that, pertain to any of these topics? I do criticize what they say about certain topics. There are many sheikhs that I dissected their lectures. So I'm curious to talk to the everyday person as well. So instead of, referring each other to videos to watch, you can tell me what you think.
Okay, well, I'm just addressing the fact or the point of seeking truth. Okay, most of the people who really wants to know the truth and they wanted to be guided. Okay, they if they were like atheists, they become Muslims. Okay, and if they were like Christians, they would become Muslims. Okay, if Islam is what you are trying to tell and say that according to your experience, to your life, doesn't make any sense, well, in the same context, okay, it wouldn't make any sense for those people who have been in the field of science for their entire life. Okay, I actually look.
To convert to
I'm
Islam,
terribly.
well,
I'm
what
terribly
do
sorry.
wait, sorry. I have to say this. So do the examples of brilliant people leaving Islam make Islam less true?
Sorry, come
Eh,
again.
when a brilliant scholar of Islam and scientist and thinker leaves Islam, does that make Islam less true?
No, it doesn't.
So when a brilliant scholar and philosopher and scientist joins Islam, does that make Islam more true?
Well, okay. Well, the thing is, when
Yes or no?
well, it's no actually. Okay, but
So
what
are
I'm
we talking about how brilliant the people are who converted?
okay, the point that I'm trying to make, when, okay, you told me that your educational background, okay, is just university and you've been looking and
Just
now
university, yes.
yes, and I don't know how many years you spent, okay, I don't know actually how old are you, okay,
Hmm.
but I'm just talking about people who have spent their entire life in the field of science, okay. Now, if they were like critical thinkers, okay, and they would come to the same conclusion that you have come. I mean, they would just stay away from Islam. They would just say
No,
that
people
those.
have people have biases, and it doesn't necessarily mean because someone has studied a lot that they will be impartial and critical in every aspect of their life. I mean, there are very intelligent people who are Christian. Does that make Christianity more true?
Well,
I mean,
nothing.
if they're that
Not
critical and intelligent, they would know that the true religion is the one that they land on, which happens to be Christianity or atheism, no religion. Does that give any of those positions more credibility?
well. Yes and no. Okay. Yes and no.
It's either
Okay.
or.
No, it's yes and no. How would I say yes? Is because I am just you know putting their cases on your case. Okay, you just came out, okay, saying that after uh, critical thinking, after years of getting the same answers from imams, mashayikh, that Allah knows best, Allahu A'lam, okay. So all these nonsensical things that you have described, okay, doesn't fit anywhere in your life. Therefore, you have come to the conclusion, okay, I will just reject it, okay.
No, there's no rejection here. I will, and it's not about fitting in my life. I hear a lot of subtle words that I hear a lot in religious discourse. It's not that this doesn't fit me or I'm too lazy to pray, therefore I'm rejecting the truth. It's this doesn't add up to the truth and all the answers don't make sense. Therefore, I'm accepting the conclusion that it is not the truth.
All right, okay. I'm not just. I'm not gonna talk about that even more. Okay, let's move on to the
Hmm.
topic, if you will. Okay.
Sure.
All right. So I just made my point about the previous thing. So moving on to the
You've attempted to make a point, but yes.
well, I think I made it either way. So moving
Hey,
on to
whatever helps
the
you sleep at night. So the topic, yes, today
you
is
too, buddy. You too, buddy.
eternal. Yeah, no, we're not buddies, but eternal hell. You think it is fair? please do explain how it can be fair.
Yes, it is actually.
Sure.
And why I'm saying it is, it's based on what it is written in my Quran, in my holy book. Allah says in Surah Al-Anbiya, uh, let me just pull out the
Wait, before
verse.
you quote it, you're saying it's true because it's in your book, right? But
Mhm.
can you give us reasons again as outsiders, especially people watching who aren't Muslim, unless the verse is gonna prove it, then the verse is pointless. If the verse is just asserting it, then it is very pointless. So is the
Okay,
verse gonna
so
prove that there is an
mhm.
eternal hell?
Okay, so okay, since you are talking as an outsider, okay,
Hmm.
allow me just to, because normally I wouldn't say, I wouldn't, because religion or Islam is in every aspect of our life. Okay, we cannot just simply ignore it because we are practicing. Okay, so we are explaining things from Islam perspective. This is what we've been taught. Okay, and this is
Hmm.
what we have been relieved with. Okay, so as an outsider, allow me just to make this argument now. There's a lot of figures appeared in this world, okay, who have done atrocities, killed millions of people, okay, innocent people, all right, and they have died. Those figures, okay. I'm not
Hmm.
just gonna mention the names, and I think you have yeah, maybe you have
Sure. Yeah. Everyone always names one or the other, but yeah, the
exactly,
people who killed the
exactly. And no,
millions. Yeah.
they killed innocent people, all right,
Hmm.
innocent people that they haven't done anything, okay, other than being in the wrong time, wrong place, let's say, okay.
Hmm.
And they just nobody put those people into justice,
Hmm.
okay. So common sense would say that those people just died, okay, randomly, okay. And no, there will be no, like, another life where those people who've done these atrocities will be held accountable for what they have done.
As far as we know, yeah.
So this is not fair.
Yeah.
This is not fair.
I am with you
Okay.
so far. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So the concept of a judgment day, the concept of reward and punishment, okay, is absolutely 100% common sense. Because, for
No, wait,
instance,
hold up. And I just want to save you some time. So you're assuming that life has to be fair, therefore heaven and hell is going to make it fair. But who said that life is fair?
life isn't fair.
Or like in total with the afterlife, with everything, who says that it has to be fair? That there has to be an afterlife to punish those who killed millions and so on.
Well, okay, like I said, I just put this, okay, as an outsider. Now I have to get back to my scripture, okay, to my book,
No, no,
okay.
but before we do that, and that's something that you made a good point. You said Islam is in every aspect of your life, right?
Yes,
And
exactly.
but here's the problem with me. I couldn't just see it as an insider with Islam, stopping my every critical thought. From an outsider's point of view, if you were to invite someone to Islam and explain to them these concepts, right, how would you explain them? And this is what this conversation is about.
Okay.
So when you're saying that like it's unfair, and this is a very edge case that always apologetics always end up talking about the Hitlers of the world, when hell is not just for the Hitlers of the world. It's for someone who is not a Muslim and knows Islam exists and says, no, I think my polytheism makes more sense or whatever. So let's talk about that. So you're saying it's unfair if a bad person dies and he doesn't get punished. So who says, or not who says, under what principle are we presuming that life is has to be made fair?
Under Islamic scriptures,
Right,
okay,
but we're
under,
talking from an outsider's perspective. So you're going to say Allah says that life is fair and like the afterlife is going to make things fair.
yes,
Okay, but you're basically falling back on Islam is true, therefore so and so.
and that's what I've said in the beginning. Islam is in every aspect of our life, okay. So telling you that from an outsider, okay, that who says that, well, I think definitions by time changes. Okay, what was allowed in a country, what was not allowed in an A country 60 years ago. Okay, now it's
No, we don't
allowed.
have to talk about specific laws and stuff. We'll talk about the Islamic hell. Who goes to hell in Islam? You can't. I know you can't say this person or that person, but can you give me some of the criteria that would disqualify someone
Yes,
from heaven?
yes. According to Quran, okay, إن الدين عند الله هو الإسلام. Okay, فمن ابتغى غير الإسلام دينا فلن يقبل منه. So what Allah says in the Quran, the religion, okay, of God is Islam. Whoever
Mhm.
seeks any other religion, it won't be accepted from him. In fact, Islam is teaching us that we have actually, it's not something optional. It is something mandatory to believe in the message of Jesus, Isa alayhi
So,
salam, in
so
the message of
basically,
Moses.
if you don't follow Islam, you deserve eternal torture.
Well, okay. Well, the thing is, there
Yes or
is
no?
well, there is some conditions. It's not a like a yes or no. Okay.
Okay, let's eliminate the typical example of someone who's never heard of Islam and all that stuff. No, you've heard of Islam and you don't follow Islam. You deserve eternal hell.
Okay.
Correct?
Well, there is a question needs to be asked here. Have you actually, when someone told you about Islam, did he explain it thoroughly, and you acknowledged every aspect of it?
That's another talking point that, unless they've heard of Islam properly in every single point, then most people really haven't heard of Islam then, and they won't be judged based on whether they join Islam or not. If we're
And
really going to be pedantic about they have to get the full complete message. Not even Muslims get the full complete message.
well, in fact, okay, allow me to tell you that Islam is not difficult. Okay, there's like five
Oh,
pillars of Islam. Okay,
Islam is
and
extremely complicated and like it
well, it
it
is not actually.
contradicts itself. But here, basically, you're saying if you heard of Islam, right? Say someone actually sat down with a sheikh, multiple sheikhs, heard of Islam properly, all of that stuff, and they still think, I don't believe this. It's not true. They deserve eternal hell.
Well, yes. So what? Allow me to answer you. Okay, by saying no.
Wait,
According
yes
to
or no?
Allah, according to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, people on the day of judgment will be split in three groups. Okay? The first group is the believers who goes to heaven. May Allah makes us one of them. And the disbelievers, okay, who have known the truth and they have fought back, they rejected, and they have done everything in their
See,
ability to
that right
eliminate.
there, that right there is one of the reasons why I can't believe in Islam. The fact that
Okay,
God talks about kuffar as if they are knowing disbelievers who want to go to hell. That is a nonsensical concept.
okay, can I just continue my point?
Sure.
All right, thank you so much. So the third group is what we called Ahlul Fatra, the period time. Those people, Allah only will judge them, okay?
Yeah, because
That
they
is
haven't heard of Islam properly and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. We get that. But let's focus on the category number 2 here, the kuffar, right?
Okay,
Kuffar, kufr comes from hiding the truth. They
yes.
know Islam is the truth, but they
MashaAllah,
reject it.
your
Sah?
Arabic is amazing.
What does that mean? What does that mean then? Like, do you really think, like, I don't want to just use me as an example. Do you really think ex-Muslims in general or people who've known Islam so intimately to have been born a Muslim and practiced it and everything, and then they don't believe, they say that I thought about it and it doesn't make sense. You think they're knowingly rejecting the truth?
Well, okay, could you just repeat that again,
Sure.
the question?
So this believing disbeliever of a kafir. So
Hmm.
basically, the way that Allah describes a kafir, they know that Islam is the truth, but they
Hmm.
deny any and they fight anyway, even though they know Islam is the truth. Do you think that truly exists in this world?
Yes,
Have you ever spoken to someone who told you, I know Islam is the truth, but I'm denying?
yes, there. I've spoken to a lot of people.
And you've spoken to people who said, I know Islam is the truth, but I want to go to hell. I'm denying.
Well, actually, he doesn't believe in the concept of hell or anything. He just want to see Islam burns to the ground.
Wait, so do they believe that Islam is the truth or not?
Well, I didn't ask him, okay, whether he
So,
believes
so,
or
so
not.
it's not someone who believes that Islam is the truth but is denying. That's the kafir, right?
Okay, allow me to tell you one thing. Okay, for us people, okay, we do not go into the intentions of the people. Okay, so
No, you
for
you can't say that because you're not you, but Allah or the author is creating this character that has never existed except in the stories. And then every time I ask, have you ever met one of those people? People say, well, I don't know their intentions. Then it's never existed that someone
no,
knows
actually,
Islam is the
it is
truth.
existed. Okay, well, if you are putting it in this context, okay, allow me to tell you they are existed, and I can tell you that I have met people like that. Okay, in
You're
my
telling
life
me right
and
now
in
that
history and history.
in
Okay, and
history,
they
in
have,
Islamic stories. So in Islamic stories, there were kuffar, believing disbelievers like Abu Lahab and whatnot, stories. But have you actually met one of those people who told you, I believe Islam is the truth, but I hate it and I want to go to hell?
well, the thing is, uh, they wouldn't
No?
say what okay. The thing is, they wouldn't say that like bluntly. Okay, like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
like.
They're so are they lying about it or are they in denial about it?
Well, the thing is, they know Islam. They can talk to you. They can run a debate for hours about it. Okay,
Right?
they would explain things. Okay, that the normal Muslim, the common Muslim wouldn't know actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in fact, I ran into some video. Okay, of a lady. Okay, that works in the U.S. embassy, and the United States government, okay, is putting a lot of resources in educating people about Islam, okay, the true Islam, okay, and she ended up accepting Islam, and she said, what kind of resources that they are putting in order what
Now we're
to
going to talk
reform
about
Islam.
anecdotes. Like I've talked to so many people who know more about Islam than you and I, and they ended up not accepting Islam. They ended up realizing that it's not the truth. So I don't care about this one woman from the embassy or whatever. Basically, you're saying that kind of kafir exists, but you've never met one because they're all lying to you.
Well, no, actually they are existing, okay.
Where?
uh, well, okay, allow me to tell you, okay, this is not the right platform, okay, to point out, okay, but I
To
can
point out
say
what?
to point out like certain names, okay.
Then what is the
Uh,
right platform? Wait, you know someone, a popular, I don't know, figure who is a kafir, a believing disbeliever?
well, it's not about a public figure, okay. I'm talking out of a personal experience, okay.
So you know someone personally who is a believing
Yes,
disbeliever,
exactly.
and they
Yes.
told you, I believe in Islam, but I want to go to hell.
Well, it's not like that, okay, or this is not
Hmm.
how it goes, okay. But I'm just saying that what I'm trying to say is that those people exists, okay. And like I told you, I hope that
Can
I
you tell me
answered your
then
question.
what did that person say? Because I can't go by your like word that you know someone who's probably a kafir. What did they say that made you believe that they not just know of Islam, but know a lot about Islam, but believe Islam is true, but still want to go to hell? Like, what is
Okay,
it that they said
they
that
have
gave you that impression?
okay, all right. Well, there are certain factors that plays with those people. Okay, the
They didn't
first
say
thing
that.
is what?
They didn't say that then that they believe in Islam, but they don't want to follow it.
Well, actually, it's pretty obvious. Okay,
So you're
and
making
we
that
have that.
inference on their behalf, right?
No, no, I'm not making actually. It's pretty obvious. There are a lot of people that wishes to join Islam, but okay, their status or their situation prevent them from doing so.
That's very different than someone who knows Islam is the truth but wants to go to hell.
They
You're
know it actually. The same people, they
No,
know
no, no.
that
You're
Islam
describing
is.
someone who's afraid of like the backlash of their public image or something. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly, and this is what actually written 1,400 years
So,
ago.
so
Okay.
Allah is concerned. All of this talk about kufr and like these people are going to burn this and that. He's talking about specific few examples of public figures who are going to receive backlash if they join Islam, so they don't. Not everybody else, like myself, who's talking about I don't believe in Islam.
Well, it's not for those people, okay, it's for everyone, okay, but I'm just
Who's
trying to
everyone?
tell you.
Who else is left except those type of disbelievers? If everyone else is Ahlul Fatra or they don't quite understand Islam.
Okay, if this person was among Ahl al-Fatra, okay, like I
No,
told
no,
you.
no. We're not talking about Ahlul Fatra. talking about people who know a lot about Islam and are not convinced by it.
Okay, if he's not convinced and he's like uh been taught, okay, and being told about Islam thoroughly and explained, okay, then like I told in the verse, okay, إن الدين عند الله الإسلام, okay, فمن ابتغى فمن ابتغى
Yeah, well, we know the verse. So then, yeah, God likes Islam. But so does that mean, basically, this is one of my biggest issues with Islam, the assertion that if you're intellectually honest, you have to believe in Islam, and everyone else is either lying or misled or intellectually dishonest, but it never really explains these things. So you're saying those people that you inferred, it's obvious that they obviously believe in Islam, but they don't want to follow. That's a Muslim saying that. But you've never heard that from a kafir, did you?
Well, okay, allow me to tell you. Okay, first of all, let's define, okay, kafir, okay, according to the Islamic tradition, okay. So a kafir or a disbeliever means that he knows the truth, okay, but he prefer to, to not follow it,
Why?
okay.
Like, why would
Like I
someone
told you,
prefer to go to
like I
hell
told you, like
eternally? Yeah.
okay, like I told you, even with the commoner, with the commoner, okay, there might be some, factors that might play in, okay, that he just doesn't want to convert, okay, because
Like
this is
what?
what.
But here's the thing. I've heard so much from disbelievers, and they explain to me why they don't believe, not why they don't want to believe. And then Muslims still keep asserting there are factors and reasons. So I'm supposed to believe a believer, a Muslim, about the kafir's experience more than the kafir, right?
Well, okay, could you tell me what was their answer? And I bet you that their answer was like from the mainstream media.
I am telling you some of the things that don't make sense to me about Islam, and you're saying, well, it's all been refuted, it's all been whatever, mainstream media. So if an idea is mainstream, does that mean that it's false just because it's mainstream?
No, it doesn't.
So Islam is false because it's mainstream? No. So it's so what if someone's reason for leaving Islam is like a mainstream reason, like, oh, I object to Muhammad's marriage to Aisha. Does that make it false because it's a mainstream justification?
Well, okay, allow me to tell you, okay, because we are jumping from one topic to another, okay, and like I told you, okay, about this, there are some people, okay, who knows the truth, okay, but
Who
like I
are
told
they?
you,
Who are they?
okay,
Like
will
where who
those
are those? You said
those
it's some people. So Islam is like Allah is ranting this whole time about some people.
not some people, well, actually Islam is the last revelation, okay, it's the completion of the message of Moses, the message of
What does
Jesus,
this
okay.
assertion have to do with the question? Like Allah,
Okay,
Allah always ranting about disbelievers, this, disbelievers, that is just about some people.
okay, allow me to tell you that people who knows the truth, people who have been taught, who have been studied actually, okay,
Wait,
and
why do you need to study Islam to join Islam to know the truth?
well, like I told you, Islam is very simple, okay,
So do you need
anyone
to
can
study it to join it?
to study. Well, actually it's very simple.
Yeah, if it's
Couldn't
simple, then why can't I leave it simply? Why do I have to study it deeply to honestly leave? But I can be an idiot who's like, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, and now I'm Muslim.
Okay, well, the thing is that right now we are living in a world, okay, where mainstream
No,
media
not
is
right now,
controlling.
mainstream media. You have to
Yes.
answer this, right? You're telling me that Islam is simple and at the same time saying study it. Does someone need to study Islam to join it?
Okay, well, this is depending on the person situation. Okay, now, like I told
So are
you,
there
okay,
situations where someone can join Islam without studying it?
well, without study, well, actually, like I told you, okay, because you're keeping cutting me off, okay, from the point that I'm trying to
Because
make.
you keep switching topics and not really answering yes or no
Well,
questions.
okay, well, this is not these questions should be answered, okay. There's a there's a large portion, okay, that you are just insisting on cutting off. You just need yes or no,
I
okay.
think I've
This
let
is not
you
how it
make your point
works.
a lot. But sometimes that has to be a yes or no, because you've said in the same 10 seconds that Islam is simple and that you have to really study it before you can be an honestly disbelieving person.
Okay, all
That's a
right,
contradiction. I can't just let you talk for another 30 seconds and then I have two more objections to make, right?
all right, sure thing. Now, allow me to tell you, like I told you before, if you study Islam, okay, let's say from an outsider, okay, you've heard about Islam, you heard it in the mainstream media, and you have decided to study Islam, okay. Okay, so the first thing that you will that you will encounter is the five pillars, the basics of Islam. Okay, how to enter Islam, what Islam is based on. Okay, and what is this message is all about. Okay, now when you've read that, automatically you will be looking for more information. Okay, because
Who said
those
that? Like some people might hear the five pillars and be like, okay, well, every religion has rituals. Who says that you will automatically look into more?
will okay, well, the thing is that I'm just saying that normally, okay, any person who would just say the top, like, just five pillars and that's it wouldn't be convincing. Like, I don't know if you're talking about certain people that that you just take like five, read just like five lines and that's it.
No, I don't understand. So you're saying if someone just read the five pillars, they wouldn't join Islam. I don't know why are we talking about that. You said automatically if someone read about the five pillars, they will have to search for more. That's not true. You can read about the basics of Hinduism and then be like, okay, that's enough reading for today. Did you deep dive into Hinduism?
No.
So how do you know for certain that it's not true? Except Allah says He hates this polytheists and shirk.
Okay, like I told you in the beginning, okay, as a
Wait,
Muslim.
did you really study Hinduism?
Okay, well, if I have the time, I would be gladly to do so.
But what
Okay.
if you die right now and go to Hindu hell? If I know that's not a thing, but what if you die right now and go to Hindu hell? Will you tell their gods that I should have studied later, but I didn't have the
Well,
time?
the thing is, there's no such thing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure.
Say
Okay.
another religion that asserts that there's a hell and you haven't looked into it in depth, right? You just read about it and you thought, oh, that's another religion. It's not the true religion. And then you end up going to hell. Do you think that that is fair?
Well, the thing is, according to the topic of this stream, okay, you are discussing the eternal hell according to Islam and Judaism, correct? Or Christianity, maybe?
Sure. Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know why we are broadening the topic of Hinduism since it's not here, okay?
Because I'm giving
But
an
I'm telling,
example, because you're saying that
okay,
someone who just reads the five pillars will have to automatically look deeper. Until you know, it happens that people read and they move on, just like you have read and moved on with other religions, if you've read them at all. So I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you're understanding that someone who comes across Islam will have to read more and have to believe because it's obviously the truth. That's not how the world works. Just like it doesn't work
okay,
for
well,
you to join other religions that way.
okay, all right. Allow me to tell you really quickly, okay, that normally I'm talking from my own from my own experience, okay, that okay, maybe I would agree to some extent that there might be some people that wouldn't just get into details, okay, they would just like take a look and that's it, okay. But I'm just saying, okay, that of course there is some influential mainstream media that plays a major role, okay, in explaining what Islam according to their perspective, okay. And this person, okay, even if he came across the five pillars, okay, he would just take the rest from the mainstream media and he might
Wait,
not be convinced.
now we're talking about the mainstream media
Look,
misexplains Islam. No, no, no. Let's just focus on the perfect example. Someone who reads Islam from the source, speaks to whatever your favorite sect of Islam is, your favorite madhab as well, whichever one you
mhm.
think is the most right, and they still not convinced, right? Then what? Does that person deserve eternal hell because they're actually not convinced of this?
Okay, and he read about it, correct? And he learned,
Yeah,
correct?
and it still
And
doesn't
he
make sense to him. Yeah.
exactly. Well, then I would just refer you to the verse of the Quran لا إكراه في الدين.
It's not
قد
about
تبين
whether you
الرشد.
can force them into deen or not. Do they deserve eternal hell or not?
Okay, to your question, like I told you, okay, if he knows and he read about it, okay, then his matter goes to Allah.
What does that mean? His matter goes to Allah.
Okay, what does that mean? Okay, that
So basically, you don't
the
know. Basically,
evidence,
you don't answer.
the evidence has been brought forward to him.
Okay,
Okay,
what
and
is?
this,
Can you give me such evidence? Because okay, you seem to be under this impression that if you just read into Islam and get all the correct information, it is so self-evident that to not believe is refusing it. Can you give me such an example of something so irrefutable, something that a logical, honest person can't deny,
well,
like something that proves Islam?
what we
Yeah.
have discussed earlier, when about the life and hereafter balance,
Yeah,
fairness.
but that doesn't prove Islam. Just saying it would be nice if the afterlife made things fair, which that's a whole other discussion. That doesn't necessitate that life has to be fair. Therefore, Islam is the solution.
Well, actually, I believe that Islam is the solution. All right, when
Yeah, I
we
know
talk.
that, but can you
Mhm.
give me an example of something so self-evident that when you explain it or when Islam explains it, if someone hears it, they have to believe this must be true. Islam must be true.
Well, yeah, there are like a lot of things mentioned in the Quran, like the cycle of the creation. Okay,
What about it?
uh, what's right?
What about the cycle of creation?
Like how a baby is formed. Okay,
You're talking
how
about nutfa wa alaqa and all that?
exactly?
Yeah, but
This is
there are
absolutely
mistakes in
scientific.
that. There are mistakes in that. And not only that, what does that prove? That people have made observations, like people have seen miscarriages before from animals, from humans, and people have studied biology before. And this is copied from the Greeks, as far as I understand. So how does that prove that Islam is true? That God
You
said, "Oh,
said
the baby
you
starts small and then gets big."
Okay. All right, great. You asked me for an example. Okay, I gave you one. Now you are trying to tell me that this example I don't believe in.
No,
Okay,
I'm
I
telling you,
don't believe it.
example
I'm giving you
doesn't prove
something.
Islam.
I'm giving you
You're giving me
something.
something and hoping that I accept it, and if I don't, then it's my fault. This is not an example that proves Islam in
You
any
asked
way.
me. Okay, you asked me about something that the common sense. Okay, I would accept it as a common sense or something scientific. Is that what you said?
No,
Isn't
neither of
that
those things. I said something so self-evident, the way that you presented, something that any reasonable, honestly, intellectually honest person would have to agree with and accept that
okay?
Islam is the truth.
Okay, like I told you, if we go to a doctor, okay, and we have presented what is written in the Quran to him,
That's happened.
which total,
No, that's
what?
happened, and the doctor has said it's happened. And the doctor said, first of all, these are mistaken. There's a very famous YouTube clip about that. The doctor says, wait, these steps are not correct. And it's his expertise. And not only that, it doesn't impress him. It doesn't mean anything. The Greeks have mentioned this before the times of Muhammad. Does that mean that the Greek gods are true?
And if you're referring me to a video, and I can brought you other videos from
No, no, I'm
prominent
just,
countries.
but oh
No, no,
yeah,
I'm
we
just
can
saying,
both bring videos, but that's the
yes,
point.
exactly.
You're telling me that if you impress a doctor and he joins Islam, it's supposed to make a point.
A
And I'm
press,
telling you,
press
yeah,
the
you
doctor.
you
I didn't
impressed
say
him.
press.
No, I'm paraphrasing. Impress a doctor with
Impress.
this.
Okay, so yeah,
Then
exactly.
it has
Thank you.
some kind of credibility to Islam. But if you don't impress a doctor with the same facts, therefore that's irrelevant. All I'm saying is,
I'm asking. I'm answering the question,
mhm.
not more, not less. That's it.
No,
I'm not telling you that this is has to do with the credibility of Islam. If a doctor witnessed and said that, okay, this is absolutely comes aligned with what we have studied, then Islam is true. No, this is not what I'm saying. But I'm just giving you an example. You said that there's a video of a doctor saying that this is incorrect. Okay, and
that's only because you invoked a doctor who would agree with it. That's what I'm saying
well,
here is
it is you who brought up this example. I give you the example of the
you brought up
baby,
the example. The okay, and I'm telling you, the
and you
Greek
said
had
now the
described this.
YouTuber.
No, not a YouTuber. Leave that aside for a second. This example had been mentioned by the Greeks from before. the steps of how a baby is formed. And they do have mistakes, but it's copied exactly into the Quran. Does that mean that the Greek gods are true? Because the Greeks have described it earlier.
Well, could you please refer to me where the Greeks have cited this?
There are 118 people at the moment. Please, one of you look it up and put it in the comments, and we can continue the discussion, and someone
Yes,
will look it
please.
up for us at this moment.
Yes, sure thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, because
But before
I just
we get that
take your word
source,
for it, okay? But
yeah,
I'm
you
just
don't have
saying.
to take my word for it.
mm,
Say there is a source that shows you the Greek have said it hundreds of years before. Does that change your faith in any way?
Well, the thing is, I need to see first
Yeah, yeah.
before
Say let's hypothetically say you see it, okay? You
I
see
cannot
it
make
and you read it.
arguments, or I cannot answer based on hypothetically, or
I
based
this
on.
whole discussion is based on hypotheticals. Religion has never been proven. So I'm entertaining hypotheticals. You have to entertain hypotheticals too. Like
Well,
if the Greeks, yeah,
the thing is, throughout the human history, since the start of mankind, and it is proven, okay, scientifically, okay, or not, I wouldn't say scientifically, but throughout the experience, that humankind tend to lean or worship, okay, so they always believe in God, they always
wait, now we're
needs.
talking about something completely different. I'm asking you a very simple question. If this has been described by Galen, when you look this up and you discover that yes, the Greeks
Yeah,
have
but just
described this, then would that change your faith in any way?
absolutely not.
Then what is the point of it? What does it do to your faith if you're just using it as a placeholder? So if this is disproven, it doesn't change how much you believe in Islam. So
And
it
okay,
doesn't affect how much you believe in Islam to begin with.
well, like I told you, okay, you have brought something. You asked me a question. I brought you an example. You said that there's a doctor, and there's a famous video
No,
on
no, no,
YouTube.
no. You started by saying if you take this example to a doctor, they will join Islam. I'm telling you an example of the when
No,
they
I
take
didn't
it
say
to the
that.
doctor.
I didn't say that. I said exactly this. That you said that this was brought to a doctor, and he said that there's some errors. Okay, all
Right?
right, and I'm telling you that there's a lot of doctors. Okay, that this has been brought forward to them, and they said that it's
You
absolutely right.
started with that. That's why I mentioned another doctor. I don't like
Well,
to
I
insult
just only gave the
authority.
example. I didn't mention the fact of videos. I didn't.
I'm
I didn't
no,
brought
not
up.
videos, but you said if you said a hypothetical, if we bring it to a doctor, he will say it's true. I gave you an actual example. But for a
Okay.
second, I'm asking you here, put that interaction aside. If you find that the Greeks have described this hundreds of years before Islam, does that take away from the truth or the impressiveness of that verse?
Well, like I told you, I need to see it first.
I
Okay.
mean, people are already quoting it right here, but let's for the sake of a hypothetical,
Mhm.
let's say that that is true that the Greeks have described it. I'm not telling you to agree that it is true. Let's say it is true. Does that change how much you believe in Islam?
Nope.
Then how does it being described in the Quran have any effect on how much you believe in Islam? Like if I
Well,
take it away from
you
you, if
asked
I
me a
tell you
question to brought up one example. I give you one. I can give you more. Okay.
no, no. Well, here's the thing: are you believing in Islam because there's multiple reasons, and if one of them is wrong, you will continue believing because there's others, or is it each one of them can stand on its own?
Well, like I told you, even if the Greeks, okay,
Mhm.
or whoever came before brought up something, okay, and said that this is, you know, we have copied that. Well, I would just simply disagree with it, okay, because
Wait, you would
simply I
disagree with
believe.
history records showing that they mentioned it
Yes.
before Muhammad? You would
Okay.
disagree with
Allow me to tell you why. Okay,
it? Mhm.
why would I have disagree? Because when I deal with my book, I deal with it as it's a revelation from God. Okay, so it
But
is
you're
an
talking to an
absolute. There's no
outsider.
errors.
I
Okay.
understand that, but if you're
Okay.
talking to an outsider, you can't tell them your historical sources are incorrect because my book is the absolute truth.
Okay. Allow me to tell you, Aladdin. Okay, that there are a lot of topics that first we need to address. Okay, before we address those topics.
Well, you
Okay,
brought it
with
up
an
as one of the
outsider,
things that are so obvious, right? If it's
and
so
like I,
obvious, like I'm telling you, you think that this proves Islam. You brought it up as an example of one of the things that prove Islam. And then if I show you, and if you look it up afterwards, if I show you and you see that the Greeks have mentioned it before Islam, so it doesn't prove Islam anymore. it doesn't affect your faith at all.
Absolutely, like I told, because of one
Then how
fact.
is it a reason that you believed in Islam? Then it
Okay,
doesn't prove Islam.
okay, because what I have told you before is because of the fact that I deal with my book as it's a revelation from God, from Allah. Okay, so it has absolutely. I would say the following, that the Greeks have copied from us.
How
Okay,
would they copy from you before
okay,
Muhammad's
I know
ascension?
that you're gonna ask that because you said that they were before that. Okay,
Hmm.
okay, but I'm just saying in terms of faith. I'm saying that. Okay, in terms of faith. Okay, you might say that, okay, this is not logical, okay, but it's a matter of faith. Nobody would believe, no, nobody would sense it unless if you have faith.
How
But
do you get faith if it's
how
not
do I
about
get,
logic, right?
okay, how
Why
do,
does Allah say أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ أَفَلَا تَفْقَهُونَ if it's just about faith, not thinking?
okay, well, there are a lot of things as well. Okay, Allah indeed says that in the Quran. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ أَفَلَا تَتَفَكَّرُونَ أَفَلَا تَتَدَبَّرُونَ. Yes, Allah constantly telling us to think.
Yes, I just
Okay,
said that.
yes, exactly.
Hmm.
But the thing is, there are a lot of things that Allah has kept away from us, at the same time ordering us to do without giving us the wisdom behind it. But
But
how?
here it's not
Allow
even
me to
about
explain,
specific
please,
things.
please, please,
Yeah,
Aladdin. But allow me to explain this
I
part.
have been
How,
allowing you. Yeah.
okay, thank you. Well, the thing is, for this part, when we are obeying without questioning, is because there is something called a love relation. Okay, so we knows that Allah knows the best for us. Okay, and this is what it clearly described in the Quran في سورة الملك ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف
You
الخبير.
can keep quoting all day long, but unless it's relevant, it's just annoying.
Okay, but I'm just saying, okay, that there are a
Mm.
lot of things, okay, in the Quran, okay, or there are a lot of legislations, okay, that we need to do, okay, and some of it, okay, we don't know the wisdom behind it, but we actually do it.
But we're not
Okay,
talking about specific things that we can't understand. We're talking about Islam as a whole. You're telling me you accept the embryology being proof of Islam because you have faith in Islam. But how do you get faith in Islam if you can't accept embryology as evidence of Islam when the Greeks
okay,
have already done it
how do I
before?
accept Islam? How do I accept Islam? Very good
Hmm.
question. Okay, now I have a book. I have Quran is basically a instruction manual. Okay, for a human being to be a human being.
Not
Okay,
really, but okay.
well, this is for you, but for me, it is. I mean, if you want to be a proper human being, okay, just follow it. And unfortunately, not all of the Muslims follow it. Okay, may Allah guide us all. Okay, we always sin, so we do hope that to our best of ability to practice it as a whole and in full. Okay, so this Quran, we follow it. Okay,
No, you're talking about how to
how I
get
get my
faith.
faith.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, not you. How to for an outsider to get faith. You already have faith because you were born in it. You started by saying it's because I thought about it, but more obviously than not, it's a lot of bias. For an outsider to get faith, how do they do that?
Okay, first of all, after what we have talked about, which is the pillars, okay, and saying Shahada enters Islam, okay.
Wait, so
The
how
first
they
thing,
enter Islam before they have faith?
sorry,
They enter Islam by saying a shahada before they have faith?
okay, so you're talking about an outsider. He
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
accept Islam, and he wants
yeah.
to have this sense of faith, correct?
Yeah, I want to believe in Islam. And if the justifications require faith, if like the miracles, like the embryology requires faith, then that doesn't work. So I need to get that faith first. So how do I get this blind faith as an outsider?
Well, it's not blind faith. It's based on a lot of things, and I mentioned one of it.
Okay,
Okay,
faith, whatever you want to call
faith,
it.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a blind, okay, it is proven, okay, there are evidence that shows that this is
Evidence and faith don't go together. If you have evidence, it's not faith anymore.
okay, well, the thing is, allow me to tell you really quickly, okay, that uh, we have faith, okay, because like I told you, the part where we have some sort of love relation with our creation,
I
with our creation.
understand that. I mean, for
Okay,
an outsider to get the faith, they don't love Allah and they see Allah as an abusive figure who says, "Love me or else I'll torture you." Okay, they're not in love with Him like you are. How do they get that faith?
How to get that faith? Very simply, read Quran.
So just reading the Quran gives you faith?
Yep, read it with an open heart, with an
Yes, yes.
intention,
And there's a
with
lot
an
of talk about
just allow me
intention.
this. Okay, okay. You're
Mhm.
saying yes, 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 but this is the most important part. Okay, which is
Yeah,
read
you have
it.
to have pure intentions. I grew up as a Muslim with pure intentions. So what happened in my case, or in many cases like mine, was did I have bad intentions when I was reading the Quran?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about you
I
personally.
know you can always pull back and say, I don't know, I can't tell people's intentions, but what you're saying implies that any believer
Isn't
who has
true?
read the
Isn't
Quran.
true what I'm saying? Isn't true what I'm saying?
No, it's not true because I read it with all the intentions of wanting to keep my faith, and it was still as nonsensical as if I had
Okay,
any other intentions.
okay, okay. This question that I'm going to ask you, okay, might be a bit personal, but
Mhm.
have you ever encountered any argument about Islam? So with this argument, you start to question it?
What do you mean? I start to question Islam because of an argument against Islam?
Yes,
No, I started questioning because of heaven and hell and predestination, qada and qadar.
qada and qadar.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
not
you
because of an argument. When I lived in Saudi Arabia, there's no even mention of anything, arguments against Islam. It wasn't even a possibility in my mind that Islam could be false. It was me actually questioning, how does this make sense, and trying to find an answer for that. So
exactly. So right now you are saying the most thing, the thing that I've already answered. Okay, there are some things. Okay, that
yeah,
it
some
is
things
in
we can't
Islam
understand. I
we
get
cannot
that.
understand, but
There's more
this is
examples
where
than just
comes the
that.
love part. Okay, I know that this is my creator and he knows the best for me. Okay, so I
So you're
have
saying
to.
you only get faith if you love Allah and you read the Quran and love Allah. That's how you get faith?
Okay, when you know that this creator creates you, provide
What
for
do you mean
you.
to know that he created you when we're talking about someone who
I'm
doesn't
talking about,
believe this?
okay, I'm not talking about an outsider. I'm talking about you.
But I
Okay,
want to talk about an outsider. Well, okay,
okay, let's talk.
me as a questioning believer at that point, I'm I still accept, okay, he created me and all that, but I want to
Okay,
understand how this question, like how eternal hell makes sense. And I look
okay.
into it for
Since you grew up in Saudi Arabia, allow me to take this opportunity, okay,
Mhm,
and to tell you that this question, I believe that he's is being brought a lot by Mashaykh in Saudi Arabia,
mhm.
okay, that when some, and actually there is a root, there's an hadith about it, okay, when you start questioning, okay, things that are beyond your limitation, okay, like for example, there's a specific hadith that talks about when
No,
you
no,
start
I'd like you to summarize it. So when you start questioning, you will start losing faith.
well, it's not like that, okay, there was like,
Then what is it like?
okay, like I told you, there's a love part, okay, for a believer, okay,
No,
this
no, no.
has
But
always
back
to
to
be
that
active.
point. You're saying when you start to question things that are beyond our comprehension, you'll start to have, I'm guessing, cracks in your faith or something. What it looks like to the outsider is when you start to have questions, you'll start to lose your faith because there are no answers.
Okay, well, this is what I have answered, okay, there's a love part, there are some things that we don't know, okay, that's why we trust Allah and
I'm
we know
telling
that
you,
he knows.
how does an outsider get faith? And you tell me because I love Allah and I have to trust that He knows
Okay,
what
for
I
an
don't.
outsider, like I told you before, just read Quran with the intention of uh, seeking the truth, okay, and know the right path, okay, and
What do you
then
mean
you'll
know
be
the right path if you are, you're saying be a believer and that's how you get faith. So I ask you again, if someone, so basically this is a summary of what you're saying. If someone, or a paraphrasing of it, if someone reads the Quran entirely and they still don't believe, they must have not had good intentions.
like I told you, I cannot enter people
No,
beliefs.
but you're saying this stuff by
Sorry,
omission.
intentions. Mhm.
You're saying this stuff by omission. Like you're asserting the other side of that statement and then saying, but I don't know the rest. You're saying if you read the Quran with an honest heart and all that stuff, you will eventually believe in Islam. That implies the opposite is also true. If you read it and you don't believe, therefore your intentions must have been wrong. You can't just cop out of it and say, well, I don't know about their intentions. That is what you're
No,
saying, right?
okay. What I'm saying, like I told you before, okay, we have an instruction manual. Okay, the Quran is our holy book, same as the Christianity. They have the Bible. Okay, now If you want to know about this religion, okay, you just read it, okay.
Yes, and
And
you're
of
saying,
course, if you have questions, of course, you have questions about certain aspects, okay. Of course, there will be a specific people, dedicated people for that, who will be
we know
answering.
all that. We know all that. But what I'm saying, what is the way to get
Okay,
faith? Because you're saying the answer to, like, you gave an example of some evidence for Islam, clear evidence, which is embryology. I said, what if the Greeks had said it first? You said, it doesn't matter because we have faith. I said, how do we get faith?
okay.
You said, if you read the
Allow me to
Quran.
give you another. Allow me to give you another thing that would make Islam absolutely true. Okay.
Sure.
Well, the thing is that when the revelation started to descend on the Prophet ﷺ, it was uncommon in the in the Arabian Peninsula, okay, that a man, okay, who's known that he's an honest, okay, that
Wait,
he
hold
has
up.
his own,
We have
okay,
to
just
pause here. We have to pause here because if you're going to tell me absolute evidence is that people say that this guy was honest, that because of, and then inferences based on that, you don't understand what evidence means.
well, it's not about okay. Well, it is an evidence. Whether you maybe you have
It's
your own.
evidence that you've heard from Islamic sources that people used to say that he was honest.
Will it's actually proven, and there are a
How
lot
do you
of.
prove something except from the words of men around him? And
Okay,
what does it mean when a guy
would you
is
like
honest?
me? Would you like me to put some studies by non-Muslims about the Prophet Muhammad so you can believe it?
Studies of what? No, no. So those non-Muslims are collecting information written by Muslims about the Prophet, and say we can prove without a shadow of a doubt that he was the most honest guy in town, right? Up until he got the revelation. Does that mean that we have to trust him about the revelation because he was known to be honest at the time?
Okay, but allow me to tell you now. Okay, now I know where you are taking me. Okay,
I'm
now
not.
allow me to
I'm
ask.
trying to make you follow up on the point that you're making. If honesty is enough that we have to trust someone's next statement because they're usually honest, then there are a lot of people who are usually honest that can mislead you.
No, actually, when for the case of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it's totally different.
Why
Okay,
is it different for the case of the prophet? Don't you hear that this is what people say about their cult leader every time?
okay, well, okay, allow me just to quote Jesus. Okay, when Jesus started to reveal the message of Allah, okay, he fought back. He been, sorry, he didn't fought back. People start to fight him, okay, because it's true. Because this
You
is
can't just tell me stories and then say, and the stories prove something. Like people, okay, people fighting the guy who's preaching something new happens all the time. How does that prove that this something new is true? Like you're fighting my point right now. Well, fighting is a heavy word, but you're opposing my what I'm saying. Does that mean
Mhm.
that what I'm saying is true? Because a lot of people are opposing it. So many Muslims are opposing it.
Yes, absolutely.
Does that make
You
what I'm saying true because it's being opposed?
no, absolutely, it doesn't.
So how does it make Christianity or Islam true because it was being opposed?
Okay, allow me. Okay, allow me to tell you in a very clear words. Okay,
Mhm.
now, like I told you, when I brought the example of honesty, okay, you didn't allow me just to complete that thing. Okay, like I told you, the status of the prophet, okay, was something new to the Arabian Peninsula, was something new to his tribe. Okay,
Who kept track of how honest everybody is and then ranked them? Muhammad is the most honest in this period of time.
the
Is that really
scholars, the people who lived in that period
so? People sat around counting
exist.
everybody's
Do you
lies
think?
and then
Okay,
it's
allow me to ask
I'm
you one
just trying to
question.
I'm, tr-
Okay,
I'm trying to show you how ridiculous this is. If all
okay,
my
allow me.
friends vouched for me and everybody in my community said that I'm very
Okay,
honest, does that prove anything?
okay, allow me to ask you one question. Okay,
Sure.
do you believe Muhammad exists?
I don't know if he existed as a human being. I don't know if he existed or he was a character that never existed. I don't know, but it doesn't matter either way. I
It's a yes or
know.
no question.
No, I'm
Yes or
telling you. It's no, no, it's you can answer the third answer, which is I don't know if he existed or not, but it's not relevant to me because I know that everything else that's built on that, like Muhammad as a perfect man in this description, never existed. But was there a man called Muhammad who did preach some of this stuff? I don't know. Or was he all made up by all the people who
Okay,
came
well
after him?
then I welcome you to read for what non-Muslims, historians, okay, who has proven this that this man
You,
exists.
you keep using
Okay,
this like
he's actually
non
one
said
of
this, and therefore
he's the first influential man on earth, actually.
Wait,
Okay,
wasn't Jesus before him?
no, Jesus number four. Okay, Muhammad is number one. Okay, and it was, and of course, all of them are the messengers of Allah.
No,
Okay, and what
what
I'm
I'm saying,
saying,
you're saying he's the most influential man when more people follow Jesus, and I guess he's more influential over the course of history.
well, this
Uh,
is not what I
what
said
does any of
actually.
this mean? What does this
Okay,
mean?
okay, well, the reason why I ask you this question, okay, because you keep saying, okay, these stories has been written, okay, so you're trying to tell me, okay, or to imply the fact that there's someone who wrote this, okay, and this is actually, okay, not reality. Nobody by the name Muhammad exists, okay, and all these stories came up from someone who has written it, okay,
Sure.
and yeah, those things you are saying that based on the fact that Muhammad does not exist. Well,
No,
come to the
who
world.
said that? Who said that based
You
on
said
Muhammad?
that.
People can rewatch, by the way. This is all recorded. I've never said that based on Muhammad doesn't exist. I said Muhammad as this
You
perfect
don't say it
messenger.
like word like
Okay,
this.
if you mean
Okay.
as a prophet, the way that he's described doing these miracles and all this
Yes,
stuff
exactly.
doesn't exist. Yes.
It doesn't exist.
Because it was never proven to exist. If I take your standard of evidence as evidence, I have to go believe all these other religions that say their prophets went to what planet and had sex with the other planet. Like all this stuff is mythology we've seen over and over again.
Okay,
Your
except
proof is that people said he was honest and he was more honest than usual.
okay, allow me to tell you really quickly. Okay, like I told you before, okay, we have a book. Okay, this book has been revealed. Okay, to this certain prophet. Okay, this book has stories about the previous religion, the Abrahamic religions. Okay, which is
Mhm.
Moses, Jesus. Okay, and the final revelation, Muhammad. Okay, now I don't have. I care less about. Let's say those religions who has been created, okay, without any sort of revelations, such as Hinduism or
But
whatever.
you're looking at it from the point of view of an Abrahamic believer. Like why how can't you see that someone in another religion would say, I don't care about these Abrahamic religions because none of them are in my religion's lore?
Okay, well, the thing is, like I told you, okay, we go back to the point that we have discussed. If Islam was taught and said to them, okay, in a proper way, okay, and they rejected, they said that, okay, we don't believe in it, okay, then, like I told you, their judgment will be according to Allah standards. Not you, not me. Allah knows better. But like I said in the beginning, now going back to the main question of this stream, who
Mhm.
will go to hell? Is internal hell fair, okay, or not? Yes, it is fair, okay. There are a lot of people, figures who came out in this world, killed,
No,
do
no, you don't have
atrocities.
to look at the Hitlers of the world.
No,
More
no, no, I'm
people
not
than
talking about
just.
the Hitlers of the world. I'm talking about even normal people, okay?
But
They
that's
might
hell. Hell is
oppress.
not just for murderers. Hell is for disbelievers. So focusing on murderers and criminals is just a
Okay,
bad example.
disbelievers who have fought Allah and His Messenger, okay, and they're
Yeah,
doing everything in their
the
possibility
non-existent
to destroy
type of a
Islam.
disbeliever, right?
Okay,
Like,
I believe you're living in the West, correct?
no, I'm not going to tell you where I live, but yeah.
Okay, there's no okay, there's no problem. What I'm trying to say, okay, if you are living in the West, okay, let's name America. Look what is America is doing with the Middle East.
Man, like I don't know where this is going because then I could say, look at what Muslims do to each other. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, if there's a fight between brothers, what has to do with people living across the ocean to come
You
and
think Muslims don't exist in America? You think this is about you? Like, why? How are you so self-centered that you think Muslims, ex-Muslims, shouldn't talk about it if they're not in the Middle East? Like, you really
well,
think this is all about you?
it's not just about me, okay? But you said that you look at you and you're fighting each other, and I'm telling you, you have this country, okay, which is in the other corner of the world,
Oh,
okay?
you're talking about American intervention in the
Yes,
Middle East? I don't care about politics. I'm not talking about that right now. Like, I'm
okay.
not
Well,
telling you
I'm
go to
giving you an
America or
example.
anything.
I'm giving you an example, okay, of
Sure.
people who are fighting, okay, other nations just because of their belief. They said that there's a weapon of mass destruction in Iraq.
You
They
think
just
I'm not going to get into a discussion about why America is meddling with the Middle East. I highly doubt it's because they hate Islam. There's a lot more money in it than just, oh, we don't like Allah. Okay,
you are completely wrong. Okay, okay.
that doesn't matter because it's not the topic of
Well, there's a
today's stream.
crusades. There's the crusades. You know about it, and I think you've read about it. Okay, so I think you can just go back, read about the crusades. Okay, and then you will know that the Middle East in particular was invaded just because, okay, of their belief.
D- here's the thing. This like persecution complex. Haven't Muslims enslaved and fought and did all that stuff too, or were they always the victims throughout history?
Well, this is not
Yes,
how.
yes, Muslims have fought and
No,
enslaved.
no,
So
no,
does that
no.
mean that Christianity is false because they've taken over?
It doesn't goes like this. Okay,
How does it
when
go?
okay, in the time of the Prophet, okay, when the Islamic State was
Wait,
established,
are we
okay.
talking about the time of the Prophet or the
Well,
wars
it's an
since?
actual history, Aladdin. It's an actual history. Okay, if you don't believe in it, well, I would just refer you to the historians. Okay, go and
Well,
read a book.
I will try to. I'll make note of that. I do have to get to the next caller soon. So last thing I want to ask you would be again about the topic of eternal hell. The way that you describe and the way Allah or the author describes the disbelieving believer, the believing disbeliever, the kafir, doesn't make sense. And you're basically saying a fraction of people who do fit that criteria, according to you, are the ones who are going to hell. Everybody else, Allahu A'lam. But that doesn't make sense. Allah says that most people are going to hell. And it's not just about those who believe but disbelieve, which doesn't exist in this world.
Tell me a
So
verse. Tell me a verse. Prove your word from the Quran.
tell you what.
What you have said right now, that most of the people are going to hell.
Well, I
Tell
can't
me.
quote off the top of my head because
Okay,
I haven't
sure. Please
memorized.
take your time. Yes, take your time. You said most of the people are going to hell. Please bring me that verse.
That most people are going to hell. Okay, and would you take hadith as well?
Of course, I accept hadith if it was correct.
Hmm.
It was authentic.
Okay, and how do you judge authentic?
First, before we go to hadith, okay, you said
Mhm.
that there is most of the people, according to my belief, according to Islam, according to the author, the Allah says that they
Okay,
are
here's
going to
the
hell.
hadith. Hadith
Okay, now
numbers.
we're moving to hadith. Okay, it
No,
seems
no.
that
So you
we
don't want
ran out
hadith?
of verses in Quran. Okay,
No, I just didn't have the time to go through the Quran right now. Are you gonna
okay.
take a hadith or not?
Well, I'm taking hadith, like I told, as long as
So
it's
so yes, you're gonna take
authenticated.
a hadith. Okay.
Okay,
There's a
but yeah, but the
hadith.
thing is, but
The
the thing
number of
is,
those who are sent to hell is 99 from every 100. So
sorry.
the number of those sent to hell is 99 from every 100. Is that
Okay,
not
could you tell me
authentic?
the narrator and the chain of narrators?
Well, I'm not here to serve you the hadith on a golden platter. I'm just going to put the link from Islam QA right here,
Yes,
right?
please.
You can
Yes.
look it up. And here's the problem though. You're not okay discussing hypotheticals. You're reluctant to that. So hypothetically, if I showed you this hadith and you can see that 99 from 100 are going to hell, are you going to just concede your point or move on to the next one?
Well, okay. Did you send the link?
Yeah, it's in the live chat.
It's in the live chat. Okay,
Yeah.
where is it?
And I don't understand what the point of this exercise is because say we do bring up this verse, then what?
Sorry.
Say we do bring up this verse or this hadith, then what are you gonna do when I
Well,
show
first
you?
of all, there's no such verse. Okay, what you are seeing is what you are saying is complete fallacy. Okay, you're just saying okay or
So will you
trying to.
leave Islam if I showed you that this verse or hadith exists?
Okay, show me the verse that says most of the people goes to hell.
Or hadith, right?
I
You
accept
said
hadith as
you
long as it's authenticated.
okay. So this
You know,
hadith right
okay,
here.
allow me to ask you, Aladdin, do you know the conditions of an hadith to be accepted and
Yes, yes,
highly?
yes. But let's
Can you
say
tell
it
me?
does, it is authentic. And then what?
Okay,
Let
all
me
right.
let me pull it up right now, just so
With all due respect, Aladdin, okay, with all due respect, uh, when we deal with the hadith of the Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, we deal it as with high
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can pull rank and tell me that it's like, oh, there's a lot of ways to make sure that this is an authentic hadith. Yes, I'll show you right here an authentic hadith. You can do all the digging later, okay? And I just ask you, what does this really prove to you? Once we get that hadith, does that change anything for you, the way that you believe in Islam?
Nope, it doesn't.
Then what's the point of all this? Like I could show you a hadith right here, right?
Okay.
And the hadith says,
Mhm.
من كل مئة تسعة وتسعون.
Okay.
So Bukhari. You can do
Bukhari.
all the verification you want, right?
Okay,
On your own time.
I'll do that. Okay. Now,
But what matters is knowing once you do that and you discover it's authentic, does that change anything about your belief?
okay, right now, okay, great. That's a very beautiful question. Allow me to answer it. Now, this hadith, okay, it was said by the Prophet, okay. Now there is an explanation, okay, for that. Have you checked the explanation from the scholars?
Have you? Or are you
Okay.
just saying that there's an
Well, right now
explanation
you're
that I missed?
right
No, no, no.
right
I'm asking you a question. Have you checked it and you're telling me that there's an explanation I misunderstood, or you're just saying you probably misunderstood? Go, find an
well
explanation.
there's well I wouldn't be able to answer you unless if you told me that you have go through
No, you're
explanations.
deflecting again. And now we're talking about something completely irrelevant because now you're focusing on, oh, show me the verse or hadith where most people are going to hell. I am telling you,
The verse, not the hadith. You said the verse.
I said verse or hadith, and you said, even, yeah, I take hadith. And then you're like, wait, you ran
Yes,
out of
if
verses?
it was authentic, okay. But there's something, okay, with the hadith, okay,
Yeah,
that
you don't
needs
have to talk
explanation.
about the verification stuff when you haven't even looked at the hadith. Like you're readying up the apologetics before you even looked at the hadith. You're saying,
I'm not
well, it could be
bringing
wrong
any
because of this and that.
apologetics. Okay,
Mhm.
okay, okay, okay. Maybe you are reacting because I told you about the verse or the fallacy that you have made about that the Quran says that
You
or
think you're
Allah.
getting under my skin, but it's been an hour and a half, and I'm still entertaining your attempts. So saying that,
It's
oh,
not about
like
entertaining. Trust me, man. I know what you're feeling, okay, and I know that
I
this
highly doubt
main
that you. I
okay,
highly doubt
I
it.
know the mainstream media, okay, does all of that and even more than that, okay.
Wait, I've got my tinfoil hat somewhere out of frame. Let me put it on before we talk about this. Look,
but
I
either
think,
way, but
yeah,
either way, okay, allow me just to tell you, like I
I
told
am
that.
getting a little bit annoyed just because of the smugness that you've kept up for a long time. I've been very nice, but you are extremely smug and backhanded with a lot of what you're saying since the beginning, and people have been picking up on that. But anyway, we can agree to disagree. Like, I don't mind you thinking that I'm part of the
You okay,
mainstream
if
media.
you want to call it, if you want to call it that way, okay, it's your right. I wouldn't object to that, okay. But we are in a discussion, okay. Now what the people are going to call or what you're going to call my way, okay, it's entirely up to you, okay. I don't care, but I'm just, you're asking questions and we're having a debate, answering your questions, okay. I'm asking
I
questions,
I
you're
wouldn't say that
answering.
you've been answering my questions, but yeah,
Well, I have answered all of them actually, okay, and I told you, okay, and in fact, I just ran into something that proves to me right now, okay, that, and unfortunately, and I'm saying that with a heavy heart, that the mainstream,
oh,
the mainstream media affected you, and that's why you have come to this conclusion, okay.
you figured it all out, man. You figured it all out. Even though you've been stumbling on your words for an hour and a half, it's the mainstream media. Dude,
Okay.
I've been ask you what
Either way,
proves Islam, and you tell me
okay.
having
Now I
faith.
just want to sums it up, okay, in order just
Yes,
to allow others to join,
sure.
okay. So uh, going back to the question of this stream, okay,
Mhm.
allow me to tell you really quickly. Now we have three groups in according to
Yeah,
Islam
you've already
tradition.
told us that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm answering. We're just gonna sums it up, okay.
Mhm.
So answering the question of the stream is, we have according to Islam tradition, okay, to our belief that we have three people, okay, three categories. The first category is believers, and then non-believers, okay, disbelievers, okay, and there's Ahl al-Fatra, the group of the period, okay. Those people, okay, now for the believers it's pretty self-explanatory, okay. Now for the disbelievers there are certain conditions, okay, that applies on them, okay, that they have to be, if those disbelievers know the truth and They know that Islam is the true message of Allah, and they fight back, causing
which has
harm.
never happened, which will never happen. It's a
Well, it
nonsensical
happens in the
position.
history. It happens in the history.
In Islamic narratives, yes. You could tell me that
It's-
Muhammad split the moon and
Do
flew and
you
all that stuff, and that
do you
doesn't prove
deny
that it
do
happened.
you deny do you deny that there's a battle called Yarmouk or Battle of Qadisiyah that happens in history?
Yeah, and wait, are you telling me that those people believed in Islam but went into battle anyway? They genuinely
Actually,
believed they were
they were,
going to
they were
hell.
the companions.
Yeah, no, but doesn't that show you in a bigger picture that a lot of the people following him were doing it for political reasons and they don't believe the BS one way or another?
Will okay
Isn't that more likely than them
if they
actually
were okay
condemning themselves to hell?
if they were believing for political reasons, okay, then there will be there will absolutely no need for them to follow the Prophet ﷺ when he started to give his da'wah to the nearest empires, the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire, and all
But
those
when
superpowers of his day.
إمتى يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا? When did they enter in droves, the people? Isn't it when the Muslims took over? So doesn't it seem like it's for more reasons than just faith and believing? It's because whoever is winning the wars.
Well, of course, in order to, it's a common sense. If you want to apply a law, okay, certain procedures or measures
No,
have to
it's
be
not about
taken.
applying the law. It's about who entered. What was it? يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا, right?
إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح
Yes,
ورأيت
after
الناس
Fath.
يدخل. Okay,
Yes,
إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح. This okay. Now allow me to teach you something about Quran. Okay,
please
there are
do.
okay, there are certain verses. Okay, that descend for a certain or specific incidents.
Yes, salam. Okay,
Yes, salam. Okay,
okay.
well, if you are mocking it, okay, it's your way. I mean, it's not my problem that
No,
you
it's just that
don't
it's
read
so
Quran or
predictable.
understand how Quran works. Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm very new at this, but the point that I'm getting at here is the people entered in droves after the Muslims won the war. Did all those people suddenly be convinced eventually, like all of a sudden, or is it because the war was won and that's the rulers are now Muslims, so we're going to join Islam?
very simple, ya habibi. Uh,
Yes.
لا إكراه في الدين. So
No,
those
we'll just enslave your women and like take slaves and
who
whatnot.
says
But
that? Who says that?
what happens to the tribe that gets that loses a battle? What happens to their women and their children and the
And
men?
how do you know? And how do you know that this is not a story from the author? If
What?
right now, because right now you're contradicting yourself. You said that at the beginning. You don't
Wait. So
believe
you're
that
saying
this.
it's in Islam, but it might have not happened?
No, it's not. I'm just pointing out what you have been saying from the beginning. That
We've
okay,
seen evidence of Islamic slavery till the times where we've actually seen video of
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no, no. It's not about Islamic slavery. Okay, because I know, or there is a specific law in the Quran explained about when we win war or when Muslims win war. Okay, what will happen to those who do not accept Islam and do not fight back and
Yeah.
do not fight back?
What does fight back mean? Like
What
say so you come to my city, you take over the city and you introduce Islam. What if I don't want to accept it and I say no, I'm not going to pay you jizya? That's fighting
Okay,
back.
now you answer yourself. That's what I want to say. There's jizya.
That's
Okay,
extortion money. So if I don't pay you
it's
extortion
not
money, you can
extortion money.
enslave
It's
me.
not extortion money.
But okay, see
It's
how
based on an
like
argument. Okay, please,
see
please
how very
have
simply
some
you
Aladdin,
just showed
Aladdin,
yes,
Aladdin.
you just showed
Let's
how
just keep it
you
civil.
just gave a
Because
reason for people to join Islam that is not faith. If I have to
okay,
pay jizya or else I could just join in for free, then I'll just join. That's how people join in droves.
okay. Allow me tell you. Okay, you know, you know. I mean, it seems to me right now that you have studied, okay, about the jizya laws. Okay, but you're taking words out of the context. Okay, now jizya is not an extortion money. It's a money that when Muslims take over a country, okay, and uh, those people of this country do not accept Islam, okay,
Mhm.
they will be offered protection for their money, for
From
their
who? From them?
from the Muslims. Yes,
That's extortion money.
no, it's not extortion.
What do you think extortion means? So I take over your city and I will protect you from me. if you pay me money. If you don't, I will enslave
from your
you.
enemies.
But let me protect myself and don't take over my city instead of either enslaving me or I pay you. That's extortion.
Well, you can tell. Well, this is the status of the humankind. Okay,
So it's
throughout history.
extortion, but it was okay at the
No,
time, is
it's
what
it's it's not extortion. You called it extortion. I call it jizya. Okay,
potato potato.
okay. You stated that. Okay, but I'm just saying. Okay, it's called jizya, and it has its own rules. Okay, and conditions. Okay, we do not extort people. We do not force people to accept religion. We do not kill people in their in their temples. Okay,
So
or
no, no.
in
So what
or in their
happens
churches.
if the Muslims take over my city, right? I'm talking about historically. I'm not going to talk about anything about now. They take over my city, and I don't want to join Islam. What happens? And I don't want to pay extortion. I don't want to pay jizya, whatever you want to call it. What happens?
It's jizya. The correct word is jizya.
Sure, I
Thank
don't want
you.
to pay jizya. What happens?
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so what happens? You don't fight back, correct?
What do you mean by fight back? Like you're telling me I have to pay, and I'm like, no, I don't want to pay. What
And you don't
happens?
fight back.
What does fight back mean? No, I wasn't part of the army. That's a whole other thing. I wasn't part of the army fighting you, who's pushing you out of my city that already was my city before the Muslims came along. I'm not even fighting. What happens to me?
You're not even fighting, and you don't want to pay jizya,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. I just want to be
Very
in my
simple.
city before the
It's
Muslims came.
up. It's up. It's up to the person, okay, who it's up to the commander or the ruler, okay, of the armies to judge you.
Judge what about me? That I don't want to pay you extortion money? Sorry,
Will
jizya money?
okay, okay. Now, according to this, there's a specific laws, okay, and regulations,
Can
okay,
you
that
give me
needs
such
to
an
be
example?
discussed
Like,
with the scholars, not
is
with
it?
me.
Of course, it's not with you because you never actually know any of these excuses. So you're telling me it won't happen that I would get enslaved just because I don't want to pay this jizya?
No, who said that? Do you have any evidence that this happened?
Again, pulling the evidence. So are you telling me, tell me what the Islamic ruling is instead of specifics and only scholars know, only Allah knows. What happens in this scenario? I don't want to pay jizya. You came to my city, you took over. What happens?
Okay, what happens is the following. Okay, there is the ruler who have liberated this city. Okay,
Liberated from who? From us? From the polytheists or whoever?
okay. Now we will talk about a different topic, which is called jihad al-talab and jihad al-dafa. Okay,
Boy, okay.
so we as Muslims, we do not strive, okay, for blood. Okay, what we are
No,
doing
you'd
is
rather
that
take him as a slave or they pay jizya. That's
no,
better.
that's what the mainstream media taught you.
Bro, we're
Okay,
talking right here. We're not talking about mainstream
okay,
media. Okay.
okay. And I'm explaining that for fighting wars, there's two types: jihad al-talab, jihad al-dafa. So there is jihad that when Muslims are attacked, they're fighting back, defending their lands. Okay, and
This is
there's
my city. Nobody
okay.
attacked Muslims. Okay.
Allow me to continue. And
Mhm.
there's jihad al-talab. What means of jihad talab means that when there's a certain oppression is happening on the nation, on a certain nation, therefore, as a Muslims, we need to go and stop the madness over there.
So you're gonna come to my city to free me from whatever oppression I'm going through, and if I don't pay you for that, you're gonna enslave me.
Like I told you right now, I'm referring you
Yes.
back to the ruler or the
Yeah, yeah. So if
person.
the ruler decides to enslave me, that's all good Islamically, right?
Will
You're leaving it to the ruler,
okay,
which is worse. Because most rulers would want money or want whatever, so they would enslave me and sell me and whatever.
we,
So
we have spoken about the jizya terms. Okay, we have spoken about jizya terms and how it works. Okay,
do
so
you
this
not
is how
hear
jizya.
how extortionist and crazy this sounds?
It's
Like, imagine if the US came to take over your Middle Eastern city or country and said, we are saving you from your oppression, and now you have to pay us or else we're going to enslave you. It's for your own good. And it's up to the
Aladdin. Aladdin. Congratulations, they have done that in Iraq. They
And I'm
have.
telling you it's wrong
They
if they
have.
have done that,
They
but
have.
you're
They have.
defending it.
They
Wait,
have.
wait.
They
You're
have done
saying it's
even
wrong or
worse
good?
without protection. No, 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 no.
Are you
There's a
saying
huge
it's wrong?
difference. No. There's a huge difference between what the Americans are doing, okay, what they have done, and what the Muslims are doing, and what is the
So is it
conditions
on
of jizya.
principle? Is it
Allow me
wrong
just to
or
say,
good?
allow me just to say really quickly, the Americans have done it without giving
This
protection.
isn't about defending the
No,
Americans.
no, okay.
That's not what I'm
Now you're
saying.
jumping in. Now you're jumping in. Okay, like I told you, the jizya has conditions. Now, if I want to take jizya from you, I will pledge to protect you. Your
I
money.
don't want your protection. I want you to leave me alone.
Okay, what the Americans have done is that they
Yeah,
have
it was an
exchanged.
example. It was an example. And I'm not telling you the
Yeah, and I'm
Americans did
telling you,
exactly
and
the
I'm
same.
telling you that this has been done
Yes,
unjustly.
and two
Okay?
wrongs don't fix a right. Don't make a right. I'm telling you, do you think it's bad then? This concept itself, that I would come to your city and free you from something else, which isn't always the case, and then extort you for money, or else I'm going to enslave you and your woman and your
Okay,
daughter and
all right.
sell them and make them sex slaves. You're telling me all of that
So
is just
the sex part or the enslavement part, okay, it is not it is not
okay,
true.
okay, leave that aside. Just regular slaves. Okay, leave the sex out of it. Just regular
Not the
slaves.
sex slaves or the slaves. Okay, there's no such thing called slaves. I mean, if
Oof,
you
the
read the history,
gaslighting. Yes.
sorry, no,
Yeah.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm not
What
gaslighting.
does abd mean? What can a abd just leave? Can they leave
Act.
their master?
Okay, now, okay. What was allowed in their period, okay, is it allowed now? Tell me. Can you get someone
Faithfully,
from
no. But if we let Islam take over, who knows? Like that's
who
what you're
knows?
getting me to. You're gonna tell me the mainstream media is scaring you, and then you tell me the stuff that the most right wing,
Well,
anti-Islam people would
when
say.
there's a hadith that encourages Muslims
To
to
free, yes, yes, yes,
free
all that
slave
stuff.
people. Okay, so how you
But
tell me
slaves existed
how you are
Islamically up until the
implying
1980s.
the fact that Islam will come to enslave people while he's
I don't know. It's
encouraging?
so funny. They've actually enslaved people up until the 1980s, and it wasn't Islam that freed them. So we
Uh,
didn't need Islam to get over slavery. And now you're telling me slavery wasn't even slavery? Like, come on, man. I think we're
well,
getting to the end of the usefulness of the conversation. Now it's just entertaining.
okay. Either way, like I told you, okay, about the jizya and what the Americans have done. Since you brought up the example, okay, they have exchanged food for oil without protection, without all
Dude,
these
you're
things.
missing the point more than Allah misses the jinn that he's supposed to be targeting.
Either way, I will just say very simple, Aladdin. It was. I do hope that Allah will guide you, okay, and I do hope that the answers that I provided make sense to you, okay, and will brought you back, okay. But allow me to tell you, when it comes to faith, okay, we have a we have strong faith in our faith, okay, strong belief in our faith, and uh, like I told you before, there are some things, okay, that there is a love part, okay. We actually don't know the wisdom behind it, okay, but we actually because we love our creator, okay, we we knows that he knows the best for us.
Yeah, we know all of that. Um,
All right,
yeah,
so this is from my side. Thank you, man. Really
yeah,
appreciate it, the opportunity,
for
and
sure.
have a good one.
Thanks. You as well. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Um, Thanks everyone for listening so far. And sorry to the callers who have been waiting. Some have left, some are still there. I will take the next caller very soon. I'm just going to quickly read a couple of super chats and then I'll get to the next caller. Sorry, I'll start with this one. Thanks for the super chat, Kryptonite Flame. If God wanted to make his existence undeniable and convince even the most stubborn of hearts, he's fully capable of it. If he wanted to, he would. That's what I was trying to communicate partly to the caller is people who disagree aren't disagreeing because they're stubborn, because that seems to be the Islamic position. If you disagree, it's because you're intellectually dishonest or you're in denial or crazy or stubborn or something, or maybe you don't quite understand. But God would know that people can disagree on philosophical points and be honest, both of them. It's not our fault that God didn't actually show us anything that is concrete, that is actually provable. It's all about faith, like the caller had said, faith. And Mark, thank you very much for the super chat, Mark. Mark Rothenbuehler. I hope I'm reading that correctly. Hey, AA, if Muhammad didn't exist, then who split the moon in two? The temptation to make a dirty joke. I don't know. Many people probably. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not going to comment too much on the previous call. All I want to say is, like, there was an emphasis on love and loving the creator, and I want to point out to people that this may cause you to hold wrong idea, or not just wrong, unhealthy ideas about how love should be, how conditional love should be. And not only that, to accept horrible things from your lover or parent or whoever because they make up for it with good stuff, because that's what Islam teaches. Sure, there's heaven and there's hell. Like, hell is awful, but heaven is so good they cancel out or they make up for each other. That's not how it works. If I, and I've given this example before, if I beat my cats every morning before I feed them, I'm still feeding them. I'm keeping them alive. I'll feed them the best food ever. But is that really going to make them love me? Is that fair? That, does it cancel out because I'm feeding them better quality food? I get to beat them or abuse them a bit more. That's not how it works. So don't look at love like that you can take whatever from your lover, abuser, because they love you or because you're supposed to love them. That's not a healthy way of looking at love. So anyway, sorry if I lost my cool a little bit at some point. I think I don't know. Yeah, I should have been a bit cooler than that. So our next caller, I can't see your full name. There's the True Islam something. Syed, I'm gonna add you in 3, 2, 1.
Assalamu
Hey,
alaikum.
how are you?
I'm good. I'm good, sir. First, I like to tell you I'm Indian Muslim
Hmm.
and I speak English very little. So
Okay,
be gentle with me.
of course.
First thing I like to clear thing about Prophet Muhammad does not know 99% people go to hell because he himself said he does not know whether he will go heaven or hell. So how can he tell 99 people? So it's all nonsense. So the first caller, because of those caller, I've left Islam. You know, that's a reasonable. You left Islam because people like this, people gonna left Islam. So another thing about Zazia. Zazia is simply a tax. You know, when you have an army for country and you have to pay the tax for the army. So simply Zazia is simply a tax. It's nothing distortion. What do you call? It's not nothing like that. It's just a tax for you have to pay military for the government to run the police. All of those things you have to pay the Zazia is equal to tax. Now, what is your question about the hell?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna uh, disagree or argue with the first part of that, but hell, I'm saying that eternal hell is unfair, especially the way described in Islam for the kind of people um, that it is described for in Islam, but even as a general concept. So, do you think that infinite hell is fair?
Uh, 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 Let me tell you about this whole concept of hell. When I read about the hell in the Quran, oh man, it's like a horror movie for me. Horror movie, literally. I
Mhm.
mean, description of hell is very literally hell. So I did not like it. I literally did not like it. I mean, the whole idea of the hell is I did not like it. But it's a package. It's a package of you have to take it. You cannot choose. I will choose this one. This is not like that. The whole Islam is a package. It's come with a package, and hell is the part of the package. So I have to accept it.
Okay, that's a good point. So you're saying it's just part of the package. Um, then you do agree it's horrific, but do you think it is fair?
No, it's a God. He wanted to do this way, so I accept it. I
Okay,
know
I
you.
understand that at the end of the day, Allah decided it and you have to obey Allah, therefore you have to accept it. But
Yes.
do you think that if it wasn't Allah saying this, if someone was posing this from a different religion or just outside of the topic of religion, if someone told you there is a punishment for a certain crime that is eternal, infinite. Do you think that is fair as a concept, as an idea?
Uh, like I said, I did not like it. So it's tell you I did not like it. So it's a package, I have to accept it.
Well, let me ask you this then. Um, do you feel the same way about imprisonment? Like, if a thief, and I don't know the Indian laws, but if a thief is caught, they will face prison, right? Do you feel the same way about hell, or is it different?
No, I don't understand your question.
Sure. So you said hell is you don't like it, right?
Yes.
So the punishment for stealing, right? If someone is put in prison, that is a punishment for stealing in this
Okay.
life. I'm not talking about the afterlife or
Okay.
Islam. Just punishment for stealing, going to prison. Do you feel the same way about it as you do about hell? Like, would you say you don't like it, or you think it's fair?
Uh, the this punishment for stealing, yeah, I will say it's good punishment to keep the thief in the jail. I will say yes.
Okay, but you don't see hell the same way. You see it as unfair, but you have to accept it.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what I will say. I mean, the concept of hell itself, um, I said I did not like it, but God said this is His way of doing it, so I have to go by His way, accept it.
You know that some people might think that this is silly, but I don't think so, because if if I lived under a tyrannical ruler, a very bad person, and he made the laws in my city, and he said, if I cross the street without waiting for the light to change color, I will be imprisoned for a year. I will still have to obey that, even if I think it's unfair.
Yes, yes, yes,
But here's the thing: if the ruler of my city or country said, I am the most fair person, and then he implements such a rule, I would think that's not true that he's the most fair, but he has the power, so he will do it to me.
Yeah. You see, he's telling his most uh, fair, his most just. If he telling that, but in which way he's telling you? He's telling you, look, I'm not gonna put you in jail if you don't steal. No, so he's telling you, I'm going to put you in jail if you steal. So I'm fair about this one. But my punishment, you may not like it. In jail time, you will only get to food only one time in a day. So that's you may not like it. That's not fair. If I have to eat 3 times. Well, that's up to him. But he's telling you, look, if you do bad thing, I'm gonna put you in hell. So you have to take it. That's
Well, here's a thing: infinite punishment is not fair for a finite crime. Like, if someone does a crime, you shouldn't punish them forever. You would punish them depending on how severe the crime is, right?
yeah.
And in that way, I see hell as unfair, not just because it's horrifying or it's bad or it's punishment, but it's not the same amount of punishment as bad deed. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes. Let me explain to you. First of all, I think even Muslim do not understand. God does not say hell is forever. I will give you. I will give you. Yes, I know there is a forever, but there is a place. Allah said hell is as long He want to be there. You see, Allah said both. Hell is forever, and another place Allah said as long He want to be. So Allah uh, He is not bound to keep you in hell forever. You see, so Allah say both thing. Like a heaven. Heaven is not forever. Some place Allah did say hell is forever. I mean heaven is forever. Another place Allah said as long He want to be. So heaven or hell is not forever. It's Allah can change. things.
Isn't this a contradiction?
No,
Like
no,
sometimes he
no,
says
no.
forever,
Yeah,
sometimes
yes,
not.
yes, it's contradiction. But Allah say because of he does not want to be bound to anything. So he does
So
not want
Allah
to.
can contradict himself because he shouldn't be bound by
No,
his own word.
no, no. He does not want to be bound to one way. You see, if
So even his own promise, he can't be bound by his own promise.
that's what he said. It both of thing he said it just because he don't want to be bound to one thing.
So how can you trust anything he says if he can change his mind
No,
about
no,
everything?
no, no. You have to understand this way. He said that he want to keep you in hell forever or another place as long he want to be. So he is saying this because he does not want to be bound to anything. He is creator and he is free from any bound. So that's why it is. You have to take it as is this way. You cannot argue why he is doing this and that. But he simply does not want to be bound to anything.
So
Okay.
you're saying he basically he is unfair, but he is God, so he can't object to that.
Yeah, like I said, I did not like hell, but I have to accept it.
No, but there are things that I don't like, but I would accept. But it's not about whether you like hell or prison. You know, you don't like prison either, but you see prison as maybe more fair, right, than hell. That's my question here. If it is unfair, you're only following it because you see it as you have no choice, right?
Yes, I don't have a choice.
But
I,
here's
I,
yeah, here's the problem was for me. Allah says he is fair, and then I see an example of Allah being unfair. That means that Allah lied. Therefore, it
no,
can't be
no,
Allah.
no, no, no. He is fair based on your deed. If you do good, he's going to be, he will reward you. If you do bad, and he will punish you. He will not unjustly punish you.
So is it just to punish someone for not believing?
Not believing in him?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. This is another question you ask. This is totally different question. About the atheists, you're talking about atheists, right?
No, or not just atheists, anyone who, whether they believe in a different religion or no religion, or they actually believe there is no God, whatever it is, whatever that case, if they don't believe Islam is true, they deserve punishment?
Now, you got another question. And now, let me explain to you. It doesn't matter which religion you belong to. Okay? It doesn't matter which religion you belong to. If you are good human being, regardless which religion you belong to, you go to heaven. I can give you evidence in the Quran. I have right now. If you want to right
So
now,
no,
it's
well, the question then becomes: what if you don't believe in any of these gods or the ideas of God? Do you deserve hell?
you mean atheist, right?
Not necessarily atheists. Like do Hindus go to Islamic hell?
Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jew, they go to Islamic hell. Or Hindu, Jew, Muslim, Christian, they also go to heaven, Muslim heaven.
So okay, say for your example, if I'm not convinced that Allah exists, and I'm not convinced of any of these other religions, right? Um, if I'm not convinced of any of that, does that mean I deserve hell?
Yeah, God says those who reject God, He will put them in hell.
But do you see that as a rejection of God or just not believing, as in not convinced?
No, no. According to God, I can give you evidence or what God said. I mean, let me tell you first thing there. God have put our brain, program our brain to believe in God. The fitra, we call it fitra.
Yeah, but
God,
that's not true. That
no,
Islam
no, no.
says that.
I'm making my case.
Hmm.
Okay, our belief, what we believe. Okay, so God put program our brain to believe in God. This is called fitra. The Prophet Ibrahim, he was a believer among the pagan, all those. He has a fitra to believe in God. Another fitra God gave us this program our brain by knowing right from wrong. For instance, lying is wrong. It's in our brain. We can We don't have to tell anybody, don't have to tell us lying is wrong, hurting people is
But
wrong.
that's
So this is
mhm.
God. Let me finish. God program our brain to know right from wrong. So we know God exists and we know right from wrong. So now,
So if
okay,
God programmed our brain to know right from wrong, then we don't need Islam then to tell us what's right from wrong.
no, no. Islam gave you more detail about morality.
But what if I have similar morality but not from Islam and I don't worship Allah? Then I deserve hell?
No, do you believe in God?
I have no reason to believe in any of these
No, no.
descriptions of
So
God.
God already programmed our brain to believe in God.
That's according to
Yes,
you, a believer. Mhm.
according to our theology, you have knowingly rejected God. You know God exists.
No,
You
but
rejected God.
I didn't
According
say
to
that I
our
know.
belief, according to Allah, He said that you are a liar. Okay,
So
that's what
okay, but
it's.
all right, but according to me, I'm telling you I don't believe he exists at all.
Yeah, well, for according to Allah, you still are lying to yourself.
And I appreciate you saying that because that's I'm always trying to summarize to this point. Islam stands on this whole point that anyone who doesn't believe is lying to themselves or to the other person. Basically, if you don't believe me, you're a liar,
Yes,
right?
that's what Quran said. It is a liar.
Do you believe that?
Uh, yes, because he programmed our brain. Look. I will tell
Wait,
you
so
why
you
you
believe
are a
that I'm
liar.
lying to
Yeah,
myself?
yes, yeah. Let me prove to you. I can
Sure,
prove to you you're lying to yourself.
sure.
Okay. Uh, you see, our life. Why I believe in God? First of all, I will explain to you. You know, I don't have proof. Just you don't have proof
Wait,
about
you
God.
just said you're going to prove to me that I'm lying, but you don't have
Yes,
proof.
yes. No. Maybe I explained wrong to you, but
Sure, take your time.
just give me a second.
Mhm.
Uh, uh, I don't have. I believe in God. I don't have any proof, just like you. Okay? I don't have any proof. Okay, what proof I have to believe in God? You don't have proof to believe in God. So we are both the same place. Now, then why I believe in God if I don't have a proof? So why I believe in God? That's the question you should ask me. So let me tell you something about when I was a kid. When I was a kid, 7 year old, the first time I visited zoo, zoo over there. I was always curious about where the baby came from. Okay, so I visited a zoo. The first time I went over there, I saw a monkey. First time I saw in my life. I was 6 or 7 year old kid and saw pig, monkey. He is a human face. He has a human face and he has a hand. This is the first time I saw that. So I thought they will grow up and they will become a human being. So that's how my curiosity grow, and then I try to find out. I came from my parent, and they have parents. Then they must have parent, and then they have parent. Then think about where this first human come from. So I begin my curiosity go, and I think about there must be a creator who created this life on earth. So
So
this is how.
how do you know not only that it's a creator but it's Islam?
What's that?
How do you know that it's not just that there has to be a creator, but it's Allah specifically?
No, it doesn't have to be Allah. It's
So
just a creator. It's just a creator. It doesn't have to be Allah.
so
Arabic
anyone
word
who
Allah.
believes in just a creator
Yes,
it has a
that's
chance of going to heaven.
yeah.
And but okay, so what about not believing in a creator makes that person a liar?
Because God programmed your brain to believe in God. Just like I'm telling you, the reason I believe in creator, there has to be a creator because life on earth has to be somebody creator. So you
I don't
denying
think
this, you saying life came from nowhere, nothing, nobody
I never
created.
said that.
So
I don't
who
know.
created? You have an answer for that?
No, no, here's my answer. I don't know how life began to be, but I don't need to know to tell you exactly how it started to tell you your story is not correct.
Yeah, but look, somebody created this life. You have to explain to that.
No, here's the thing. Why is it somebody? Like you're giving it a personality, and this personality will torture you if you don't accept that it created the life. What about acknowledging God makes you worthy of not going to hell?
No. You're going all the wrong way now. Look. First, um, you have to prove who created life. Life God created. Though there is a two one
There's no
can.
proof in anything
No,
we've
no.
talked about so far.
Okay.
Hmm.
There are only two ways to prove. I mean, there is only one is God created life or earth. No, let me see. There is a God created life or earth created life by itself.
No, there are other options.
Which
What,
option?
what what
Give
does a
me.
God mean? What if it's like five scientists in a lab coat that created us in a simulation, right? And we are a simulation right now. That's an option. Who created
Uh,
them? I don't know.
so,
Maybe they're
so
gods. Why is it one God?
no,
Allah doesn't like shirk.
it
What if
doesn't.
it's multiple?
No. You believe scientists created human?
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying what if there are
Don't say. If
larger
you don't
beings?
believe that, don't say that. Okay. Now
So do you believe there could be multiple gods?
look. First of all, we have to prove there is a God or not.
But
Multi,
nothing
no,
here is
mul-
proof. None of what you said is proof of
no.
anything.
I agree with you. I agree with you what you say. I'm saying uh, life somebody has to create it. A creator
Why is it
has to be there.
somebody? Why is it not a process? Why
Uh,
does it have to have a
okay,
personality?
which process created? You have to explain. Which
So,
process can
Noah,
create life?
I've given this example before and I'll give it again. If I leave the house and I see that my car is gone, and my neighbor says, your car, it winked at me and then it drove away on its own. And I tell him, no, that's not true. He'd tell me, then, do you know where your car went? I would say, no, but I know that it didn't just gain consciousness and drive away. See, I don't know the answer, but it doesn't mean that I have to take your answer, right? Just because I don't know doesn't mean that yours is correct. So in your answer, you say that anyone who believes in any sort of creator is going to maybe have a shot at not going to hell. But God hates shirk. God hates polytheists. And it's
No,
just as valid to presume that there are
you,
multiple creators than one.
you're going topic. You're changing the topic. Don't go over there. First, we have to about the God. We have to talk
No,
about God.
here's what I'm saying. You're
Not
saying no, you're saying anyone who believes that there is something bigger, basically, is might be saved from hell. But if you don't believe that there's something bigger, you're going to go to
no.
hell.
You have to be have two things: believe in God and be good human being. It's not just one.
I
The
know,
only
but if you don't believe in God, you can be a good human being and go to eternal hell, right?
according to my understanding, if you don't believe in God, you cannot be a good human being. You cannot be a good human
See,
being.
that is my problem with here's the thing. I can coexist with theists, but the problem is I wonder what they think. If they truly think that you can't be a good human being unless you believe in their specific version of God and theism, that is alarming. I think you can be a good person even if you're wrong about God, but you don't think that someone can be a good person unless they believe what you believe about God?
I will explain to you. According to the Islamic belief, the rapier, killer, and the robber, all those people who do bad thing, even they claim to be believe in God, they are actually atheists. They do not believe. Why? Because they do not fear God and they do evil thing. That's why they do evil thing because they do not have faith good enough
Wait,
to
how
God.
much sin is considered evil? Because all Muslims sin. How much sin do they have to sin? Then you can say he's no longer a Muslim. Where do you draw the line?
No, I don't understand your question fully.
So you're saying that anyone who does a crime, they steal, they murder, they rape, they do whatever, then they're not Muslim anymore, right? So
Yes.
everybody, like, what are the criteria? What sins disqualify them from being Muslim? Is it just these three, or like, do you do like if you do smaller sins, do you still remain a Muslim?
No. It's not like that. You see, God counting the sin, your sin, He's counting it. Okay, so then he will count your good deed, he count, and your bad deed he will count, and then he will measure it. If your measure is
But
sin are
that's not what you're
high.
saying. You're saying people who sin, who don't fear God, are atheists because they don't fear God. So
Yes,
most Muslims sin, and in that moment, they're not thinking about God. They do a
look,
bad thing. Does that mean
uh,
most Muslims are kafir?
no, no, they look, there are kind of sin, a small sin, like if I, small lie somebody, I say somebody, I
So
eat food
all
out.
thieves are kafir, basically.
What?
All thieves are kafir.
All thieves are yes, they are thieves and the robbers and the rapists, the murderer. This all are kafir because
We're getting
they do
really
not.
well, we're getting really off track, but like you're using examples of things that Muslims have done Islamically, like, having sex with a slave, and you wouldn't call that rape, but it is. But somehow one person deserves hell for not believing in God, and the other rapist can't go to heaven because they believe in Islam.
And let me tell you about this.
Yeah.
A Muslim do rape, they will go to hell. Non-Muslim do rape, they will go to hell.
And I don't believe and I do good things and I'll go to hell with the rapist.
Even if you do good things, look,
Yeah.
the most of atheists are evil. Some are good atheists like yourself. You
Wait,
you,
can
you don't
I
rape. You
wait
do not rape.
can I say that most Muslims are evil?
You can say up to you. Know it's your belief.
But
You
it's
can
not my
say
belief. It would be wrong to say that most Muslims are evil.
no, no. You can believe whatever you want.
I
I'm
know, I'm just showing
experiencing.
you how ridiculous it is to say that. Like, you think most people who don't believe in God are evil?
Most people who do not believe is evil. Look, yes, yes, that's true. That's true. There are very few good atheists you will find. They do not commit a evil thing. Even good atheists also go to hell because God made it a role. You to be rewarded by hell. I mean, reward the heaven. You have to believe in God and be good to other
I
people.
don't want heaven. Like, why couldn't God just not send disbelievers
No,
to heaven or hell?
this is you have no choice to go to hell or heaven.
But what you're describing is a tyrannical, evil God. And you're basically saying, I don't like it, but I have to follow it because I have no choice. Because he is evil, but what am I going to do?
You can say evil, you can say, this is your thinking, so I have no objection. You can say that.
But I'm not saying, obviously, you can't stop me from saying that. But you don't think God is evil, even though his punishment is unfair?
No, he is good. The only thing he wants you to do is believe in him and be good to other human being. That's
If
all
I'm,
he want.
but you're saying
That's
if
all.
I don't believe in him and I'm probably not going to be good to other human beings?
Most of the atheists are evil. Very few of them are good.
And you're saying that based on what?
The rapist, the killer, the deceiver, those all
Well,
those
if
are.
if you put any criminal, anyone who does anything wrong, if you label them an atheist and then say most atheists are bad, you're the one who's causing that statistic to be so wrong. You're telling me that even Muslims who say the Shahada, who go to pray, but they do something bad, they're now an atheist.
They are atheists. They are atheists.
Well, you don't
Simply.
get to do that criteria. I can't say,
No,
for
no.
example,
This is
anyone who
God.
marries a what?
This is God gave us the criteria. Those who do evil, they are atheists, non-believer, because they do not fear. That's why they do evil thing.
If you say so. It's just yeah, that's insane to me.
Brother, first you have to find who created you, your life, the human being, all the creature who created. You need to find the answer. If you say,
You don't
uh,
have the answer. You're saying I have to accept that Allah's system is brutal because he just made us. We have to accept it.
no, no, brother, first of all, you need to find is there God or not. Forget about Allah, forget about other religion.
Why does God care if you worship him or not?
worship in Islam is a different. The
Why does
worship,
God care if you acknowledge him or not? Whatever it is, if you believe in him or not.
you see, yeah, that's also a good question. Why he put a requirement to believe in him to be
Hmm.
rewarded? Okay,
No,
that's a.
not rewarded, to not be tortured.
Oh,
Forget
okay.
the reward for a second.
Torture. Look. What happened? God could have to give human being based on uh, heaven or hell. You see,
But
God made.
who created heaven and hell and made it either or? It's God. So
Yes.
why did he pick? Why does he care so much that you believe in him, or else he's gonna torture you?
No. The condition also to be good to other human being. You
Aside from
just
that, I'm saying if a person is good to other human beings and they don't believe in God, they're gonna be tortured. Why?
this reason is uh, why we do good things and bad. First of all, we go like this. We fear God. uh,
No, I don't do good things because I fear God. It's because I feel good when I do good things, and I don't want to do bad things because I don't want to harm people.
No,
No
no.
fearing God or
Okay.
the law involved.
Okay, let me explain. Majority of people who do good, who does not cheat on their taxes and does not steal and does not rape. You know why they do that? Because there is a law over there. If they get caught, they will
I
be
always hear this
punished.
from
This,
believers.
this is
It
look.
seems like believers would be horrible people without God
No.
torturing them.
Why do not we violate the traffic law? Why we don't we run away from the traffic
Not
red
because
light?
there's a
No,
not because there's a policeman who might catch
yes,
me, even
yes.
with no, even without a policeman, because I don't want to run into another car. If we
No,
both
no.
obey the traffic laws, we won't have
Look.
an
You,
accident.
you you may be good person. You may be good person.
But I'm an
But if
atheist,
there
so I
is
can't be a good
no.
person.
Yeah, no. Listen, you good person. You do not run over by a red light. Because you are one good person. But
No,
there are a
even
lot
if
of
I'm not a good person,
listen.
even if I'm a criminal running away from a crime
Look.
scene, like I don't want to run into other cars. It's for everybody's benefit that I don't break the traffic laws so that people don't run into each other.
No. Listen, if we do not have police, let's say we do not have a police department, okay, and people will be doing a lot of crime.
How does this follow from
Big,
I'm saying if someone is a good, like, treats everybody well, okay, doesn't do these major crimes, but he doesn't believe in God, what makes them deserving of torture there?
because you have done wrong. You have been told not to do those things,
Told by
and you have.
and like if someone tells you my religion says you need to do this and that, you're going to tell them go away, I'm Muslim, I don't believe in what you're saying. I'm telling you the same thing, go away, I don't believe in what you're saying. Is that you, like, is that God telling me something and I'm saying no, f you? No, I'm just saying I don't believe God said this.
No, you have to use your brain. You have to use brain. Is God exist or not? You have to decide.
What if I used my brain and I realized God does not exist? Does that mean that I
No,
deserve hell?
no. You have to prove where his life came from,
Have you
how
proved
life is
where life
started.
comes from?
What?
Have you proved where life comes from?
That's why I come. My conclusion is there has to be a creator who create
Right, but you
life.
didn't prove that Allah exists.
No.
Yet
I
you
do
would.
not prove. Even Allah say in Quran, there is no proof. In the Quran said only you have faith. You have a faith. It doesn't
So,
say
so do
it's
I deserve to be tortured for not having faith?
no. Look, there is a creator who created life. You
No,
do
no.
not
I
believe.
think these are stories from human beings.
No, but you have to use brain. How can life come without a creator? How this life is sophisticated
Well,
life.
have you used brain and thought about how God says He is fair, but you see how hell is unfair, and God is a liar. If you think about it, that means that God is a liar, or that's not actually God.
No. God is fair according to law. He made it. He is fair on those law. You
So
understand?
God decides what is fair and what isn't fair.
No. He gave you a law. If you obey the law, and he will be fair and just to you, but according to the same law he created.
I
He
think we're
made
just
it.
going around in circles at this point. But yeah.
Yeah. Look, brother, like I said, you deny God. There is no evidence for God. I don't have
Then
evidence for
how can
God.
I deny what there is no evidence for?
No, no, you need to think about it. How life started. How can life started by a earth by itself? Can a dirt create a life? No, dirt cannot create life by itself. We are very sophisticated engine. Okay, more sophisticated than
That's a
car.
creationist argument, but it says nothing about Islam.
But that's all we have, brother, for evidence as concerned. This is all we have. There is nothing. Don't look for any evidence. This is all we have.
Which is not much.
Yeah, that's that. You see, there are people who want to believe in God. They believe in God. There are
Is it
people.
about what you want or what you're
Yes, yes.
convinced of?
There are people who want to believe in God. They believe in God. There are people who does not want to believe in God. They
Do
don't
you
believe
think I
in God.
don't want to believe in God?
No, you don't want to believe in God because God
What
believing.
tells you that what I want or what I don't want?
You see, there are people. They have attitude. I don't want an authority over me,
But
telling me
did I
who.
tell you that that's why I don't believe because I don't
Now
like authority?
that's the majority of the atheists rejected God because
Who you're saying that based on what? You're not an atheist, and
no.
atheists don't tell you that. They don't say, most of them don't say it's not because I hate authority. No, I am telling you why I don't believe, and you're saying no. Most atheists believe because they don't want to obey rules.
The atheists said the father, the sky daddy, who's
Yeah, they're
watching.
making fun of the concept.
Yeah, yeah, because they don't want sky daddy who
They're
watches
making
them.
fun of. I'm telling you. So in my case, I don't believe because I didn't find a reason to believe, and everything seems contradictory. Does that mean that I'm a liar and I deserve torture?
This is the what God made a law, to you have to follow those law. And
Like,
another thing,
imagine a German saying, "This is what the ruler said." A German in 1945 saying, "You know what? Like, it is what it is. I'm sorry. This is what the ruler said." It, do you have a moral stance on it? Like, is that fair or not?
no, you see, God, God gave you brain to think about this. There is a God creator or not. He gave you brain, and you using brain and then denying his existence. That's why you are in trouble.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in and explaining your beliefs about this topic.
Yes, sir. Next time we may talk on another subject about women's right in Islam, and there are many things. One thing you need to understand: the good people, regardless of their religion, they all go to heaven if they do good things. So
And they
it's
believe in God.
yes, they believe in God, and every human being worship the same God. It's not like that. People have different concept of corrupted concept of God,
I
but
really want to argue back. There's no time, but I really want to tell you that Allah hates shirk. So anyone who believes
no,
in more than one
yes,
God,
yes. Shirk only do is Muslim can do shirk. Hindu cannot do shirk because they don't know shirk
what
meaning
Muslim
of
will
shirk.
believe in two gods? Then
What?
what? Then it's a nonsensical criteria because
The,
if you're a
the,
Muslim, you believe.
first of all, you need to understand the meaning of shirk. Shirk means, like, the pagan guy used to believe in Allah. They used to believe in Allah, and they have demigods. The demigods help them, like they
Aren't
want
angel like
child.
demigods? Angels are demigods. They help Allah. The
No,
angel of rain, the angel of whatever, the
yes,
angel.
yes, yeah. Not angel, the demigod. They were the idols,
But
idols.
the
Yeah,
angels do the same thing without the idols.
yeah, the idols they will believe they will help them for giving with money or child, all those kind of things.
Wait, don't I have
This
to be
is
careful not to upset the angels in my house and stuff because they're gonna help me. Angels get involved too, just like demigods. It's the same thing, different name.
no, no, I do not. I do not understand your question. What the demigod is, the shirk is hoping some other world person will give you, help you or give you child. This kind of is a shirk.
All right.
So this is what is shirk it is. Shirk is not Hindu. Hindu are not doing shirk. They just don't know anything. Okay,
Okay.
but they also worship Allah, or Christian worship Allah, Jew worship Allah, Muslim worship Allah. There is only one Allah. There is no million god, thousand gods. Yes, all those nonsense things. There is only one Allah. People worship corruption. All religion have corruption.
Mhm.
Hinduism, the most corrupted
All right. Yeah.
religion.
If you say so. All right. Well, thank you for your time, and
Thank you,
have a
sir.
good rest of your day.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate.
Yeah. Bye bye. Okay, so we're gonna get to the next caller. Thank you for waiting for a while, Otangelo. I think the next caller is a Christian. Just one thing, I want to mention, the last few seconds, the previous caller said something. Oh, or all this other nonsense. I just want the callers to have a moment of self-awareness. Yes, it's valid that you think of all the other stuff as nonsense, but it's also valid when others think of your stuff as nonsense. Like, take a moment to reflect on that. You see the absurdity in others' beliefs. So even if you are on the right belief, even if your religion is correct, okay, isn't it plausible that someone else would honestly see your belief as absurd? Does that mean that they deserve hell because they see your belief as absurd as you see theirs? That's what I'm trying to get at. So anyway, next caller, Otangelo, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Yes, hello, Aladdin. What's up?
Not much. What's up with you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I was listening, and I think you're a very rational person, and I think you're making good questions, and I think your skepticism is pretty much justified.
Thank you. Yeah, so tell me about what you believe and why you believe eternal hell is fair.
Yeah, I am an evangelical Christian. I was raised as Catholic, and when I was a teenager, I went into depression. I was looking for a way out, and I was remembering that my mother, she prayed with me, and that helped me as a child. And I said, well, I try it again. I did that, and it helped. And then later on, someone invited me to go to an evangelical church. I started to read the Bible. I had many questions, and at that church, they answered my questions, and I received and accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior. I was 18. Now I'm 55, and during 37 years, I'm being a Christian, and I'm constantly having conversations with atheists, with unbelievers, and my faith has always been challenged. And I think that has pretty much confirmed or deepened my belief that Christianity is true.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just going to ask you about hell specifically. And though I am very curious about Christianity, but why do you believe that eternal hell is fair?
Well, first of all, I believe that God is our creator, that he has created morality which comes from his nature, and he has revealed himself as being just, righteous, fair, holy, perfect, and without sin. So when he establishes something as righteous, I take it as righteous because he has revealed himself as righteous, and he has declared something as righteous. It doesn't matter what I believe, because my understanding is limited, while God's understanding is omni. So I take him just by his word. I believe that he is just, even if I may not understand why eventually eternal hell should be fair. But I can basically understand it by his holiness. It depends. Let's say if you are stealing $5 from your sisters, it's one thing. But if you are stealing it from the state and you're not paying your taxes, then you are actually doing an infringement against an authority which is superior to your sister. So then I can expect that my punishment will be greater because of the authority. And I think God is the ultimate authority. And
I don't know if that tracks, though. I mean, I would think of it differently. Like, if you're not paying your taxes, you're not just robbing one person, but all the people who could benefit from the social services that your taxes pay for. Everyone pays or is supposed to pay what they can of taxes. So basically, you're robbing everyone of a smaller amount, I guess. So it's a different sort of crime, but it doesn't mean that just because you're robbing the state, it's worse because it's a authority, you know?
Maybe you can see it that way. Anyway, as I said, I think whatever God declares and establishes is just because he is God. He is superior to me. I don't think that I am in the condition as a created being and with my limited understanding to judge God, which has all understanding and is fully righteous and just.
So, in that sense, can an outsider, a non believer, can they see the justice in eternal hell without believing in your God?
Yeah, maybe you cannot see if that is just. Does it change something in regards of the fact if actually that God exists and hell exists? Does that change something in regards of reality? If you think it's unfair or something like that?
Does my judgment of heaven or hell change reality? No, but there's a caveat. So my position on that, I'll talk about the Islamic point of view, but it's probably going to be similar for Christianity. God says that he is fair, right? And God says that everything in the religion, like it is fair. Everything in the religion is fair. I see an example like eternal hell, and I can see based on how God created me to think, it is unfair according to any way I think about it, except I don't know, it looks unfair, but God said it's fair, so I have to defer to him. But I can see that this is a contradiction, and basically it's as if God was telling me, if you catch me in a lie, if you catch any contradictions, then I'm not perfect and this is not real. And I followed that criteria, and I see a contradiction and I think, God said he is fair. This is an unfair concept. Therefore, it must not be actually the perfect God talking to me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so first of all, I don't believe in the God of Islam. I believe in the God of the Bible. And you read in Romans 3 that we are all sinners. We have all missed the mark to live up to the standard which God demands in order to receive us so that we can go to heaven. So no one is righteous in God's eyes. So we are all basically, we have failed. But God has actually, and I think you know the gospel, he has instantiated a way out that Christ has paid for our sins, and he has paid the price for yours, for my sins. And if I receive him as Savior, then we will receive forgiveness and eternal life.
But that's like, I'll give another example. Say I have slaves and then they have a child, okay? And I go up to that baby slave and I tell him, like, I decreed that these slaves should have a child. And I say, you are in debt to me and I'm going to be generous. And if you follow my commands, I'll let you go. Does that make me a good person, or I'm almost evil for bringing him into life as a slave to me and then setting this high standard that he will fail just so I can be the savior? Like, God created this whole situation, didn't he? Like, nobody asked God to create us this way, you know?
Yeah, I see it that way, Aladdin. We are all descendants of Adam and Eve. Mm-hmm. And so basically it is like saying I am in a team, in a football team. You have a football team of 11 players. One played a foul, and then the arbiter, he will say, okay, one played the foul, but I will punish the whole team. And that I see it basically with humanity. We are in the team of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve has sinned. God has attributed their sin and their failure to all humanity, also to the descendants.
But is that fair?
But yeah, let me finish. You will understand where I'm going with this. But he has also set another team, which is Jesus Christ, and he has actually lived a perfect life without sin, and he has died on the cross for our sins. And now God is saying, you have the opportunity now to be in the team of Christ, which is the one which actually and was righteous, and I will attribute his righteousness to you if you actually change team. So that means that the situation is basically equal. You are first in a team of losers, but you can change to a team of winners. The losers, it's not you which lost, it's Adam and Eve. But in regards of Christ, it's not you that won, it's Jesus Christ. But his righteousness can be attributed to you.
That is not a good analogy, because this presumes a lot of things that aren't present in existence. Like, two teams and all that stuff. You consented to being in a soccer game. You consented to the rule that if one of your team members, you don't even get punished as a whole team, I guess, but maybe you kind of do, but you consented to all these rules. It's different than being brought to this life and being given this chance to salvation, and you suck by default unless you come to my team. You shouldn't have put me in this position to begin with if you were merciful. Like, what is the point of all of this to God?
Well, the thing is that it is not just that we have a fallen nature, Aladdin. It is also that we choose to do bad things. And righteousness and justice means that evil is punished. And if there is no punishment, then it's not just. And that is the principle which is applied in the Bible.
We're not talking about evil here. It's belief, right? If I don't believe in Jesus, right, is that evil enough to be worthy of torture and punishment?
Well, you are being judged for your deeds, for what you have done in this life. If you have done evil things, then you will be judged based on these evil things.
So is disbelief in Jesus an evil thing?
No, in contrary, Jesus, he paid for my sins so that we could go free and be not punished for our sins. So basically, he's a substitute for our sins, and you can go free and get into heaven for what he did for us. He can give you forgiveness and be graceful to you based on what he did for you, and he offers you that gift, and you can accept it or reject it.
Well, no, I'm saying if I don't believe that any of this is true, this is not me standing in front of Jesus and God, and which is, I guess, the same thing, and telling him, thanks for the sacrifice, but I don't care. I'm still not Team Jesus. No, this is me saying this is all a story and none of it is true. Is that evil to have that position, to not believe in the story?
I would say you have no justification for not believing. Romans 1:19-22 is very clear. It says that we all have natural revelation. You can look around you and see the natural world, and it points to a creator. It doesn't necessarily point. Yes, it doesn't necessarily point to the God of the Bible. But Jesus also said, I am the truth, the way, and life. Nobody comes to the Father than through me. And you can read the Bible, investigate it, and there is so much evidence that it's not justified not to believe.
Wait, so is Jesus saying, or like the Bible saying, Jesus said, I am God, proof that Jesus is God?
Well, we have no proof, but we have the Bible, we have external evidence, we have all the testimonies.
Is evidence proof? Like, is any of this, that's what I'm asking here. You're saying that we look at the trees and the stars and everything, which is like other theists say the same thing. That means there must be a creator. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I will for the sake of conversation. Let's say that means that there's something external, right? Above us somehow. How do we link that to, therefore, it is Jesus?
Read the Bible, study it, seek, pray, ask God to reveal himself to you.
So which one of those, or is it all of the above together? Or
yeah, just seek. The Bible says, who seeks will find.
So what is it in the Bible that convinced you?
It's difficult to say, but when you read the Gospels, the New Testament, and you study it, I think that it conveys that what is there is true.
The whole Bible, if you study it, conveys that it is true. But can you point to examples that show that the truthfulness? And what does the Bible being true mean? You mean that it proves itself that it is from God?
Yeah, I am constantly also pointing to the Shroud of Turin. I don't know if you have heard about it. It is a linen cloth which has an image which has been scientifically investigated, and it shows a crucified man with blood from a tortured man with all the signs which indicate that this is Christ. And
Wait, how do you scientifically test to know if the blood was from a tortured man?
Because there are creatinine particles in the blood, which is a sign that it is blood from someone which was tortured.
I don't know if that is true or not, but so a cloth from a man who was tortured or crucified or crucified, what does that prove that Jesus existed? Because people were crucified as torture.
Yes, the thing is that, for example, this man on
Are you still there?
He has signs as well of a crown which was put on his head, and there is blood there as well. I will put you here a link. You can study it after our conversation.
Wait,
okay?
Let me ask you this then. 300 years ago, if I were to ask you what in the Bible proves that Jesus is real, you wouldn't be able to tell me there was a cloth that scientists analyzed and all that stuff. So what would prove Jesus then?
Well, the shroud is known for basically 2,000 years. So
yeah, like if I was some guy in like
if you didn't have access to it, there is also internal consistency of the Gospels. And
so, does a book being consistent mean that it is from God?
Well, you want to know if it's true, and in order to be true, it must be coherent, it must be consistent. You read it as any historical book. Do you believe that Alexander the Great is a historical figure?
Wait, no, I want to address the concept itself. Is if a book is coherent and consistent, which many could argue that the Bible is not, but even if it is coherent and consistent, does that mean that it is divine?
Well, there are also prophecies which you don't find in the Quran, which have been fulfilled. There are over 350 prophecies in the Old Testament related to the Messiah, to Jesus coming. You can read Isaiah 53, which is very precise and describes the Messiah, that he would suffer for our sins, and many other passages in the Old Testament.
How does that? So you're saying something before Jesus described that Jesus was gonna be crucified?
Yes, if you read Isaiah 53, it reports of a pierced man, of someone which would suffer for our sins.
But do you see how, like, if you tell this to an outsider, especially several hundred years ago, you tell someone, hey, my book says that this older book says that someone's going to be sacrificed, and some people say that Jesus was sacrificed. What about any of this proves anything except, people saying that there were predictions that we only see now as paper that isn't even traced to, like, none of this is really actually proven. And for someone to even start to really be convinced, like look at all the historical evidence, so to speak, it takes a lot of digging just to eventually say, I don't know, seems plausible. Is any of it really proving anything?
Well, I don't think that we cannot prove anything in regards of the Bible. We cannot prove that God exists or does not exist. This would come to the question, how do you actually elaborate or create your epistemological framework to find truth in regards of origins? And I would say that asking for proofs is not a reasonable approach, because you cannot prove either that the physical natural world is all there is and that God does not exist. So I don't think
you don't have to prove that, though. You don't have to prove that to disagree with Jesus being real.
Well, the thing is this, Aladdin, you start with the basic dichotomy, either God exists or not. And with that, I mean...
Because what God? Why not multiple God? Why Why does it have to be a God that exists and then wants a specific thing and created the world in a specific way that you're talking about? It's not
Yeah.
that dichotomy.
Yeah, I actually don't like to start with the Bible. I start with the question, does God exist or not? And with that, when I say God, I mean an eternal, powerful, intelligent creator. If such a being exists at the bottom of reality or not. That is the first question. And it is very, I think that the issue intelligence is a very good divider, and you can actually look around you and then check, had intelligence to be necessary to create the physical world or not. We know about things that intelligence can create that non-intelligence cannot create. And this already gives an indication, does at least the creator exist or not? Once you have figured out that eventually a designer or an intelligence is required, then you can, in a cumulative approach, move on and ask, well, if that creator exists, what is his identity?
No, that's the part that I care about more. I don't really care to know if a creator exists or not, but let's presume it does. How do we know that it's Jesus, except you're saying prophecies in the Bible and whatnot, right? Like that's the way to prove that, that's the way to get faith, the Christian faith.
I would say internal consistency. Read the Gospels, read the New Testament, read the Old
But
Testament.
we talked about
check-
consistency. Is consistency criteria to know what is divine? If a book is consistent, does that mean it's divine?
No, it is not necessarily so, but it is important that you actually don't have a book which just tells you things which you obviously know they are not true, they cannot be true. So at least you need to have a scenario which is ontologically possible. You start from that. You can research internal consistency, external evidence, archaeological evidence. As I said,
But here's the
prophecies,
thing, like
testimonies of people which actually had experiences with that deity. There are many different approaches. Now, the question
all
is,
of these
do you
approaches
actually,
though, all of these approaches though wouldn't really work on someone hundreds of years ago. Like everything
Why
you're
not?
describing, because all of these require that you do a insane amount of research, and then stuff that at the end of the day you might even just say it's plausible that Jesus existed. It doesn't really say yes, there is absolute evidence. You've even said it's not evidence. So is it really something that can be shown to prove, or is it all just nudging us towards maybe believing in Jesus today?
Well, I didn't say there is no evidence. I said there are no proofs. Okay, and I think asking for proofs is not reasonable for the reasons that I already gave you. And if you are saying, well, I don't care about if God exists or not, I want to know about your God. Again, I think that your epistemological approach is not consistent, because if you want to know what the truth is in regards of reality and God exists or not, then you will actually ask these questions and start, is a deity necessary to explain our existence or not?
Not really. It's like if I'm arguing that cars are bad for my city, right? I don't have to argue specifically, do I mean electric cars or gas cars? I can just argue the point that cars are not good for my city, and public transportation is better given the city, something of the sort. So I don't have to first determine that God has to exist when I can just try to assess like your type of God, if that is true or not. And anyway, the whole discussion boils down to hell is fair because God said so, right?
My answer to that question is this, but I say again, this is basically a crucial question for all of us, if Jesus is really who he said to be. And I think that your approach in asking for proofs is inappropriate. It is not a good epistemological approach. You don't know, if I cannot provide you proofs, you don't know if he actually exists or not. In order for you to know if he exists or not, you need to have a different epistemological approach, and it's not the one which you are applying right now.
So I exist because I'm experiencing things. Okay, that's as far as I can know if I exist or not. Or if someone outside of me, I guess, tells me that I exist, that's still relying on me trusting my senses that I do exist. Is God here talking to me in the same sense? Like, is God in front of all of us and we're denying him, just like we're denying our waking moments?
Yeah. Your senses, Aladdin, they are very limited.
Yeah, but
And
who made them that way?
God made them that way.
And I'm supposed to have faith in God without my senses, with just faith that that I am a terrible sinner. Everybody's a sinner, and God sacrificed himself to save me from himself. How does that make sense that God would do all of this?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you ask questions in regards of Muslims and Christians. How does their faith make sense? But you already said it. I don't care in regards of if naturalism is true. So you are playing a double standard here. You are being very critical, asking for proofs in regards of God claims, but you are basically blind in regards of naturalism claims if they are true. And you do not scrutinize them in the same sense, and you take that as a default position now. And my question is, how?
Well, that's incorrect.
Or why?
Because I don't assert naturalism as a default. I don't. I never have, and I never will. I don't know about the future, actually, but no, I've never asserted that naturalism is the default. The default is that in the absence of proof or even justification for theistic claims, I have to presume that they're baseless. That's what I'm saying.
In the absence of naturalism claims, they are baseless.
It doesn't matter to me. Like, that's the thing.
It doesn't matter to you, but that's where you are self-delusional, because you are putting a blind eye in regards of the quest if naturalism is true or not, but you are rejecting theistic claims in regards of the fact that we cannot prove if God exists or not. So you're delusional.
Well, that's funny because I could say the same thing about what you believe, but I think you're misunderstanding my position here. I'm not asserting that God exists or doesn't exist. I'm saying every assertion you or another theist makes about God existing in the specific description, that God is so invested in what we think of him to the point that he will torture us for not thinking the right thing, none of this has any base to be believed, so I will dismiss it. That's as far as my position goes. The reason why I'm not, for example, I'm not bringing on naturalists here and having a discussion with them, simply because the topic hasn't interested me, and maybe at some point I will. But at the end of the day, they have no effect. Like if someone says the world came to be naturally, not through God, they don't have really an effect on my life. But when a theist makes a claim like that, usually there's a lot of consequences to it. And God says that, everybody sucks unless they worship me. That is different than a naturalist who thinks you think God made the world, but I disagree.
Yeah. You see, Aladdin, you are basically taking the position of a weak, I would say rather a weak atheist or an agnostic atheist, which says, I have no position. I don't make any claims, but I don't believe yours. So my answer to that position, Aladdin, is this: why should I care? Why should I care about what you don't believe in? That's not informative to me. So you are basically an empty bag.
Why do you care?
Yeah, I care because here is the difference. I care because I have a positive message. I follow what Christ said: go and preach the gospel. The gospel, which is that we can have salvation, eternal life, forgiveness of sins, meaning in life. We can know our Creator, be blessed by Him, find
There's
Him,
a lot
live
more to
with
Christianity
Him.
than all this rosy stuff. And I'll let ex-Christians and critics of Christianity talk about it. But my position, I wouldn't call it, I don't know if it's a weak atheist position. And that's why I don't like to say the word atheist, because some people presume it's a positive assertion that God doesn't exist. I say that every version of God that we know of as humans came from other humans. Therefore, I reject that premise of a God that wants you to do certain things.
How
Because
you know? You do-
has anybody in history, as far as like we can confirm, spoken to God, except people saying that they saw people, do things, and get resurrected? It's all humans talk. So
Yeah.
my position is, I think it's stronger to say I don't know, but I know what is not true, versus saying I assert my position very strongly, especially when it's inconsequential to me. Whether I believe there is a higher being or multiple, or some vague notion that there's something out there or not, is doesn't matter compared to, do I believe Christ is real or Allah is real or not. That's the part that matters.
Yeah. The thing is that what you do not believe doesn't matter to me. And your disbelief is not informative to me because I have good reasons to believe. You don't want to know in regards of science, of how the natural world points to God. Okay, it's fine with me. But that's why I'm saying you are not interested in that, then you are self-delusional, because this is very important. If you want to know if God exists, then looking into the natural world and investigating if there are signs of intelligence that was required to creating it.
I'm trying to be efficient, right? It's not that I generally don't care. It's that it's pointless to do that first part of the search if every time we get to the point, okay, God exists, now what? We get nowhere. That's the part that matters more. So why would I waste my time to eventually arrive at the conclusion that we can't get past, which is prove that it is your God, I'm just being efficient, not careless.
Okay. So my answer to that is this, Aladdin. I tried like this. When I was 15, I said, God, I want to know you. And I started to seek. I started to read the Bible. I started to investigate. I asked God to reveal himself to me, and he did. Here I am, 37 years, I'm a Christian, and in all these years, my faith has been tested and is stronger than ever. And I'm a rational person. I am not blind. I think about what I believe, why I should believe. And not only me, many other Christians all around the world. Why is Christianity today one
Why
of
is
the
Islam
biggest,
one of the biggest religions?
Yeah, that's a good question. I agree with you on that. But I am
Why is
explaining
Hinduism?
you. Yeah,
No,
but I am explaining why I am a believer. You can say I dismiss it because there are other religions which are as big and which also claim to be true and so forth.
that's what I'm saying.
That's up to you. But what I am saying, if you do not have a better worldview, which is based on not believing that God exists, then your view is irrational.
I say if your worldview depends on thinking that you're being saved from torture by your abuser, that is not rational.
Well, I am saved because Christ paid for my sins. I have hope
Paid
of
who?
eternal life, and I don't need to do
Wait,
good
who did
things.
Christ pay? Who did Christ pay for your sins? Like it's a
Well,
transaction, right? Like who paid what? Who
yes,
received?
yes,
So what did
yes,
Christ pay and
yeah.
who received it?
Well, he paid the transaction. He paid actually for our sins. He gave
Paid
his
who?
blood. He paid, well, to God, because he is the judge.
But is God Jesus, or are they separate?
Well, for me, God is triune: God Father, God Son, God Holy Spirit, three persons, one substance.
So God paid himself.
Well, it's not that he paid himself. God, he says, in order for I to receive someone in heaven, that person cannot be sinful. It has to be sinless. We are sinners. So
Yeah, but God created this whole
there
paradigm.
has to be a payment for sin. Either I pay and I will be separated from God in all eternity, or Christ comes, pays for my sins. I can receive it as price for my soul, for my life,
But
and
hold up.
be free.
Who decided that, first of all, we're going to be born sinners, and then that sin should be paid, and then that he's paying himself for it and holding it against us? Isn't it all
Yeah.
God?
Well, I explained to you. That is a question which I struggled for a long time. How is it that Adam and Eve sinned, and that I am born as a sinner, and that I should pay for what they actually did? It's a fair question. I agree with you on that. The best explanation that I've come up with is which I already gave you, and I cannot really tell you more than that.
Which is what?
Which is that I'm born in a team of sinners, of losers. I'm born in a sinful nature, but I have the tendency indeed to sin, but I also decide freely to do evil and to sin.
Right. No, but
And that
forget
means that
doing
God,
evil. We're just talking about belief, not just like doing evil things. Like we're always thinking about evil, evil, evil. I'm just talking about belief. You were born with this proclivity to sin and not believe in Jesus, I guess. Who created you that way, if not Jesus or God, right? And then he's demanding retribution for that from himself and then holding you accountable if you don't thank him for it. That doesn't really make sense.
well, first of all, God created Adam and Eve with free will. He didn't create them with the fallen nature. The fallen nature came after they freely chose to disobey God and they sinned against God.
Where did that come from, that fallen nature?
It is a consequence of their disobedience in the Garden of Eden, where they ate the forbidden fruit, which God said they shouldn't eat it.
Did that surprise God? Like, did he not know that that was going to happen?
No, he knew that it was going to happen.
So could Adam and Eve have done anything except what God knew was going to happen?
Yes, they could have not eaten the fruit.
But then God would be surprised and he would be stumped. I thought they were going to eat it and they didn't. That's impossible.
Well, the fact that God knows the future doesn't mean that that removes my free will.
But that's a problem that I saw in Islam as well. But you're saying God created them knowing they will sin and knowing you will eventually be born into the same sin, but it's somehow your fault.
Well, the thing is that I willingly sinning is my fault, and that's what I am being judged for.
No,
for
just the nature of being born in sin, that's your fault.
Well, as I explained you, I have the opportunity to receive a new nature through Christ. He had a perfect nature. He didn't sin. He lived a perfect life. He lived without sin. He died on the cross for my sins, and I can receive a free gift and change camp in the same sense that I've been born in the camp of losers. There is also the camp of winners, which is the team of Christ, and I can change team when I accept to do so, and then His righteousness is attributed to me, and then I can have eternal life and be forgiven for my sins.
But you're saying all this as if it's so self-evident, as if we're standing on a soccer playing field and we're talking about actual physical people and teams and actual consequences that we can see. But in reality, I have to believe someone who says that a guy lived and did crazy things, and then I have to believe this whole thing and the teams and stuff. Isn't it more likely that I would look at that whole discussion and think, this is insanity? Does that mean that I deserve hell just for thinking that this is all insanity and doesn't make sense?
Yeah. The Bible says that the cross is insanity to those which do not believe, but it is the power of God for salvation for those.
I mean, if I tell you that Allah says that, everyone's delusional who doesn't believe and Islam makes sense to those who believe, you would tell me, okay, so what?
That's exactly what I'm saying to you. So what? I don't care about what Islam says.
So okay.
You can say I don't care what Christianity says, but hey, eternity is yours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think we've arrived at a point where we kind of understand each other's position, and I can't think of anything else I want to ask, to be honest. Is there anything else that you wanted to ask?
Well, I would just recommend you, Aladdin, be as much skeptical in regards of the no God world as you are in regards of the God world, because you are basically doing what I see 95% of unbelievers doing. They are putting that kind of eye in regards of atheistic beliefs and reject them and are hyper skeptical in regards of God claims, but they are basically putting a blind eye in regards of naturalistic claims.
Because
And
only
it
one of
makes
those is consequential. Like, that's the thing. The God claims have consequences, and the God claim people are the ones who are trying to make the world a certain place, a certain way. And at the same time, if I was, say I am, hyper skeptical towards the God claims, but not the no God claims. If the God claims are true, and they are demonstrably true, no amount of skepticism in the world is going to negate them. So it doesn't matter how skeptical I am towards which position, I will be proven wrong, and the God claim will be proven right, if that is true.
Yeah, and it is true, and it is very obvious, Aladdin. And you didn't want to get into teleological arguments, but they are so powerful you cannot deny them. That's why Romans 1:19 to 22 is true. You are not justified not to believe in God, and you have the opportunity to find Christ and receive salvation, eternal life right now. You reject it. You are responsible for your decision.
Well, if one of these gods turns out to be true, and I get resurrected on the day of judgment or whatever, I will tell them exactly what I'm saying now, and I would say, I want the answers now. Okay, make my brain smart enough to understand your contradictions. I have zero regrets, because I'm arriving at these conclusions honestly. And if nobody can have some kind of explanation that makes sense, then whose fault is that but God?
How does naturalism make sense, Aladdin?
It doesn't need to. That's the thing that I'm trying to explain.
It
Because
does
I am
have to
not
make
taking that
sense.
position. I'm not taking that
Yes,
position.
you are. Even
No,
if
I'm
you
not.
do not. Yes,
That's the
you
thing.
are. That's
You're
your
telling me.
default position. It's
That's
disbelief in God.
Here's the thing. It's been a theme that believers always tell us what we believe, right? I'm telling you, I don't believe in naturalism. I just don't know how the world came to be. I just know that whenever someone like a theist comes up with a claim, I'm looking at what that claim is, and it hasn't been substantiated so far.
Okay. So I will ask you a very simple question right now. When you see a complex machine to make that has a specific function, is it most likely
Like I
designed
said,
by
at the end of the day, it doesn't, like, even if I concede with you, okay, there has to be some kind of designer, or multiple, right? Multiple.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Then what? Like, where do we go from there?
All I can tell you, read the Bible.
All right. Well, a Muslim would say the same exact thing. In fact, they did say that. They would say, read the Quran.
Jesus said, "Those which belong to Him, they will find Him, and He will
And
find
Allah
them."
said so and so and so. Like, how does that?
So, if you don't belong to His flock, hey, that's it. I cannot tell you more than that. It's your decision. Those which belong to Christ, they will recognize Him.
I just hope you realize that from an outsider's point of view, that it doesn't convince anyone to reiterate verses, unless the verse is making some kind of argument. But saying those who don't follow are going to hell isn't really some kind of argument.
Well, all I can tell you is this, Aladdin. Christ and the Bible and Christianity is a religion of life. It starts with an eternal living God which creates life, creates us, offers us eternal life. We receive it, then we will have eternal life. Atheism or naturalism, on the other hand, is basically a worldview of death. It starts with a non-existing living God, with just dead matter, which somehow created life, consciousness,
You're arguing a position
comprehension.
that's not mine. So
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's yours or not, but that is what you actually have to endorse, even if you do not believe in a living God. Then it is basically dead matter that created life, then becomes dead again. And then what happened in
the
between
thing is, you're
is
arguing the wrong
just
thing.
forgotten.
You should be arguing Jesus and his incoherence, not for a generic God.
Well, I am actually demonstrating to you that the default position of the no God world makes absolutely no sense. That's why you are
No personal
inexcusable.
God. No personal God. No God that gets all pissy about his wants and needs.
I am sorry, I didn't understand your point.
Like no God with such a personality that we humans have been describing. there could be some kind of God that just created all us and doesn't care about this whole give me attention thing.
Well, Aladdin, we can only know God and who he is, his identity, if he reveals himself to us. The created order demonstrates us that there has to be a creator. There is no escape in regards of that. Now the question is, who is it? I am certain
Who
it
said
is
that God
not-
has to reveal himself? What if God doesn't care to reveal himself? He just made us, or she
No, I
made
am
us.
saying the created order demonstrates that a creator exists. Now,
Yeah, okay.
either he
Say I concede, but does that necessitate that it still has to talk to us and need stuff from us?
what I am saying is that if we want to know who that God is, the only way that we know his identity is that he reveals himself, his identity. We cannot find out who that creator is unless he reveals it.
Why doesn't he just go on TV and reveal himself to everybody?
We have the Bible. I believe that he has given enough light to those which seek him and enough darkness to those which want to live autonomously to him. So if you want to live autonomously without him, you are free to do so, and you can have a happy life without him. Now, if he would go to television,
the way that you use the word free, that's not true. Free without him, but then he's going to torture the hell out of you, literally. But you're free.
Well, he is just. He is just, and justice can only exist if there is punishment for sins. If there would be no just God and judge, then we would live in an inherently unjust world, and Hitlers and Putins and all evil people, they would just maybe get away with it.
Why do people always bring up Hitler when we're talking about believing in God? Do I belong in the same place as Hitler for not believing in Jesus?
What I am saying is this, Aladdin, that if there is no God, then this is inherently an unjust world, because sin and evil maybe will never be punished.
Yeah, that might be the case. Just because, here's the thing,
Right.
I'm not going to choose hopeful thinking over, logic. Maybe the world is unjust, and I'm trying to make it as just as possible in this life. It doesn't mean that it has to be just, that therefore God has to exist.
I'm not
Maybe
saying
it's not
that.
just. Yeah.
I am not saying that. I am not saying because if there would be no God, the world would be unjust, therefore God exists. That's not my argument.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Go ahead. So, yeah, okay. Well, again, I appreciate you calling in.
Okay. Have a good one.
You as well. Bye. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah, so we've got a few more callers, and I believe the next caller is NS, and then we got Shailesh, and then Digital Nomad. Please give me a brief description of what you want to talk about in the private chat. I do want to point people to the similarity in a lot of the talking points between the three past callers. And again, I want each of the callers to think, if I'm saying this to support my religion and they're saying this to support theirs, is it fair that one of us will be eternally tortured and the other is great for that, So yeah, I ask you to think about that. Oh, and also we have Aaron. Please give me some kind of intro of yourself. Okay, so Food and Religion is asking, how do you have the energy, bro? I have no idea, but here we are. I'm still going. I thought we were going to end at 3 hours, but goddamn, I'm enjoying the live stream, so I'm glad everyone is here. It takes a special kind of person to really want to listen to me talk for that long, so I appreciate it. So next is NS. Oh, hey. Pooh says hi, everybody. He says it's time to eat. Well, not yet, because people want to call. So anyway, say hello. Say hello to my little friend. Okay, so the next caller is, oh my God, it's 3 a.m. where you are. No, please go to sleep. The next caller is NS. NS, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. I have to speak closer because I don't have a external mic, so it might sound a little bit cloudy.
That's all right.
Anyways, so I guess I'll keep it short because I only have like 1 or 2 questions. So what difference would it make if hell was eternal or temporary? Would you still have, would it impact your belief in like accepting Islam? Like
That's a
if you I guess if you have a certain standard of evidence that I guess met your criteria for Islam, and it was still the belief in eternal hell versus temporary hell, would either one matter to you, or would you reject it based on the fact that it's eternal?
that's a very good question. So my basis of how that contributes to me believing that Islam is not true is because God says He's fair, and I see the concept of eternal hell as unfair. Now, there's a lot to be said and thought about hell in general. Say it is timed, it is not eternal. There's still, I think, a lot of unfairness there about the criteria and about, is punishment really the best form of justice? I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a position on that completely. But the eternal factor is like one barrier right there. If it is broken, there's still other barriers about the concept itself, like torture for disbelief, for example. That's a huge one. But the duration definitely does play a role in it, especially when we're discussing actual crimes, not just thought crimes or disbelief.
Okay, so why do you think disbelief does not entail being punished for that?
Because that would entail that disbelief is a crime. And
why is it not a crime?
why is it a crime? And what harm is it causing to translate that to punishment?
So I guess there's intentional disbelief, and then there's unintentional disbelief. One where you have no idea what's going on in the world, you have no clues. I don't think in Islam you'd be punished for that. I think you already know that, right?
Yeah, but I have argued that there is no such thing as intentional disbelief.
Intentional disbelief. Well, there is. Well, I guess there's intentional, I guess, rebellion. Well, I guess in the Quran, there's several verses that says like people will veil themselves from the truth, which we know in psychology, people will have cognitive dissonance. They'll refuse things right in front of them in exchange for personal, I guess, advancement,
But that's not what cognitive dissonance is.
or
People-
some sort of.
Mhm. Well, sometimes people have cognitive dissonance. All of us have cognitive dissonance in different areas of our lives, but it's not always because we want to do something more favorable or more profitable or something of the sort.
Well,
Sometimes,
that's.
it's,
I mean, you could easily imagine like someone like a CEO at the top. You can either help your employees, give them benefits, or you can just ignore their troubles, their pain, and just oppress them more. And so that form of, I guess, oppression. This is how people, I guess, veil themselves from the truth. They pretend everything's okay and flowery and just paint everything as it's okay while other people are suffering.
how does that
So this is
like track back to disbelief?
so this is how disbelief forms. You veil yourself from the truth. If you have employees that are suffering, you might lie to yourself, saying that maybe in a few years I can give them some benefits. Maybe never. Maybe they're just exaggerating. You can
I don't think that
rationalize all
example
kind of.
follows at all. I don't think that
It's
example
called
follows.
rationalization.
Well,
You can rationalize away, like it'll chip away at the truth piece by piece until you just don't see it anymore.
don't you see how rationalization and cognitive dissonance can make you a believer in one religion or another?
It can, yeah, I agree. People will
So
lie to believe, people will lie to disbelief, and both are punishable, I would say.
no, it's not lying. Someone having cognitive dissonance or that is not lying. Like it. And
Well,
here's what I want to get at. So you're basically saying a kafir or
well, I
people who,
mean,
yeah.
there's cognitive dissonance where things don't make sense because I guess you're raised up in some environment, but then your school is telling you something else. And then there's cognitive dissonance where you're trying to force a lie onto a truth.
So you're saying that anyone who really looks into Islam and doesn't believe is lying.
No, because it depends on the presentation of the faith. I mean,
Yeah, but
at some point,
in
like
its most favorable presentation.
uh, if it's in its proper form, if you look into it, and if it doesn't, I guess, click with your inner fitra, then I guess, yeah, you're too far gone.
Yeah, but you're saying, not just too far gone, is that person who really looked into Islam, right, from so-called proper sources, which people will disagree which kind of Islam is proper, but whatever source you think is best, and they don't believe, it doesn't click. You said the word doesn't click with your fitrah. Well, it doesn't click in your head. You genuinely don't believe this is true. Are you worthy of punishment for that?
If it genuinely does not click at all, I guess, I mean, yeah, if your fitra is way too far clouded because of certain actions you've taken to hide it, then yeah, that's
No, but you see that now is like pushing the blame a little bit down to put
well,
it on
yeah,
the
that's
person
why
again.
I keep saying there's intentional clouding and then there's unintentional clouding. There's like environmental issues that might shape your worldview that you have no control over, and then there's others that you do have control over, and these will make sense because it's unclouded.
So basically, you're saying your fitra, your innate nature, would be clouded by sins or things that you've done or whatever, and that is what causes you to not have Islam click in your mind.
Most of the time, I would say yes. Yeah.
So no honest, good, intellectually honest, intelligent person can disbelieve in Islam.
Most of the time, nope, I can't.
But you see what that is saying by omission is anyone who is not Muslim either hasn't heard of it or like hasn't really looked into it or whatever, but anyone who knows of Islam to some high extent and doesn't believe in it is either delusional and lying to themselves or intentionally disbelieving.
Well, I mean, those are the same thing.
Yeah,
Delusional
but
and lying to yourself it's kind of the same thing.
don't you see how let me try to pose an example. Say you die and you wake up and you are faced with another religion, not one of the Abrahamic ones or something, and that God says you're going to eternal hell. What would you say in that moment?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
So say you're resurrected, day of judgment, all that, and you face God, and God is not Allah, it's some other religion. Some religion you've heard of and dismissed, or maybe Christianity or Hinduism, some religion, all right?
Okay, yeah, that brings me to my next point. If I spawn, well, I mean, that wouldn't make sense because I wouldn't have any exposure to that person's faith to, I guess, examine it. So that wouldn't
Have
make
you
any
really
sense.
examined every religion that you've ever come across?
No, but that's what we would be judged on, our knowledge and our exposure to what truth arrived at our door. Like I could be
So-
exposed to 100 religions or just 2. I'm not going to be judged for the other 300 that I never saw before.
So by that logic, wouldn't it be the most merciful for Muslims to not tell other people about Islam?
No, because that's not what determines a person's acceptance or rejectance. It's about a person's determination to follow the truth where it leads rather than follow desire. So
That's a false equivalence. But if you don't tell anyone about Islam, if most people don't hear about Islam, how will they be judged in the afterlife?
they would just be judged on what they knew, their actions, and they're not going to
Isn't
be
that
judged on.
Isn't that
Not
more
going to be
fair
judged on
than?
a correct belief.
Well, isn't that more fair then? If shouldn't Muslims just not spread Islam and let everybody be judged on their actions instead of belief?
No, because it's the same test. You're judged on your determination to follow the truth. So
But
even if
here's
Islam is not there, you would have to follow the closest truth that's closest to you. So
but
if
this
you have the
this
option
always
between Christianity and Judaism, and I guess Christianity has the most evidence, you'd have to follow that one, but you wouldn't be punished for that, for accepting that.
but believers don't seem to see that someone can be intellectually honest and not agree with a philosophical position on God existing or not, or that your religion makes sense or not. And it has nothing to do with intentions or cloudiness of your fitrah or actions or any of that. Like that's just unacceptable to you that someone can honestly not believe in Islam.
If it's if it's in the correct format, no, it's unacceptable.
But don't you see how ridiculous that is? If I hold a position and I say, if you disagree with me, it's because you're delusional or because you're dishonest.
in terms of what God existing versus
whatever
not
position I
existing.
take, like if I take any position on anything, say politics, and I say, if you disagree with me, you are either delusional or you're lying or something of that sort.
Well, that's what the Quran says. You have to present your proof and evidences. So if one religion has more evidence than the other, you'd have to pick the other one. Otherwise,
But
what's the
what
point of
has
sticking?
Islam shown as proof? Forget other religions, just on its own. What proves Islam?
What proves? Okay, so if we okay, look on its own. I mean, there are certain points I can go through, certain I guess prophecies or
No, but especially
predictions.
the prophecies and predictions were not accessible to a lot of people, before they had books that said, according to other people, this thing did happen after the Quran. What if you were just given the Quran and whatever other knowledge? What in Islam and the Quran itself proves it?
Let's see. Well, I guess. I mean, I don't know what each person had access to in their own environment. So I mean, I don't
Well,
know
what
what a person
convinced
in
you?
Turkey would have.
What convinced you that Islam is true?
So I guess it ties into. I mean, on its it kind of ties into your observations about the world. So if you look at the cosmos and I
Well,
guess
not just
concept
God.
the concept
I
of
mean,
tawheed,
okay.
if that concept is ringing true to you, because it philosophically makes the most sense over all the others, then that is going to open the door to it's
How
going
do
to
we?
place Islam above the other faiths to
No,
look
just
into.
in a vacuum. What convinced you of Islam?
Um, I mean, reading the Quran, looking at the way it's, I guess, not recited. I mean, dictated. So the
What
way
is
it's
convincing about the way that it's dictated?
the voice, I guess, the voice behind it, the way it's or like, the way it's narrating, like the
Like, can you
God signs
quantify
to
what that
you.
means?
Yeah, the way it's narrating God signs to you, the commandments and everything. It's just the voice behind it is not like the voice of someone like I don't know, someone that's trying to make things up.
So, have you compared it to the works of people who wrote
But
Arabic
that there,
books that? Mhm.
yeah, but I mean, there's that. There's like prophecies within the Quran. There's
Wait, I can hear you clicking on things. I want to know what you believe, not a
uh,
list of things that prove Islam.
well, I mean, I did say I have like a bullet point of just like things that
No,
that
but
are in
do
the
you
Quran and
like?
Hadith.
But are those things basis for your belief, or do you find them and confirm your belief?
These are like additional evidence. They're not the
Then
primary.
what's the main one then?
Well, for me, I guess I mean you'd have to just go back to, like I said, the voice of the Quran, the concept of Tawheed. That those are the primary things. Then
But
there's additional things.
those are not like really that. Like, there's nothing objectively proving Allah in that the Quran is written in a certain way. Like, what criteria is that I can look at other books and judge that is a good voice, that is not?
One is consistent and does not, I guess,
Is consistency
it's
alone what you need
it's
to judge
no,
a book?
that's one factor. Consistency, I guess, the voice of it's like a balanced. It's a balance. Uh, it's not like human writers are trying to figure things out on their own. It's not like the Bible where you have four or
Okay,
five different authors
without
that
the
are.
Bible, there are specific instances of very convenient revelation where it's basically the author telling Muhammad, take this exception, take that exception. You don't see that as a sign that it's an author making stuff up?
Exceptions in terms of like what
Like,
marriage
yeah,
or
like, for example, marriage, or the verse that says, don't loiter in the prophet's house and whatnot. Stuff like that, that's specifically
why
for
would
the prophet.
why would that be a problem? I mean, this is
No,
like
you're saying because your
this would be
criteria was.
this would be like a president telling you how to treat his top general. It's not really a problem for me.
But you're saying it doesn't seem like there's nothing quantitative about it, but you're saying it doesn't seem like it's written by human authors who are making it up. But I'm like, I see examples that would be, it's very convenient for someone to say, God said you got to do this. Like Muhammad saying, for you, there's an exception. Any woman can offer herself to you. You can have more than 4, just you. And you're saying it's not, it doesn't seem like it was conveniently written by humans, but it did.
I mean, a prophet's rank is way, way, way higher than any other like person underneath him. Like his role, his mission, his entire life is pretty much taken over to just spread Islam.
But
I mean,
don't
he's
you know
going
that
to have to.
that's
Some
exactly
things are
what
going to
cult
be.
leaders say. Like all cult leaders have exceptions because they are above everyone else in the hierarchy.
I mean, a president is going to have exceptions in terms of living and pay and whatnot compared to like the normal.
That's not the same at all as saying God says every human in existence, every man can only marry up to 4, except for my favorite guy. Every cult member says the same thing about that.
It depends on the reason. Is he just like, I don't know what
But
the
isn't it
exact reasons
suspicious
are.
to you that like other cults, they say God said that I can have this many women or that? Like, isn't that a very human influence on a text?
Just for no, it depends on the reason for the exception.
So what is God's reason for the exception for Muhammad?
I don't know. Could be political alliance. Could be, I don't know the exact situation for.
But you know
the
that there
exact
is
reason.
one. You just don't know what it is.
I don't know the exact reason. Probably.
But there has to be one.
There should be one. I mean, I've seen several like explanations, like political alliances to unite tribes. I mean, they're all widowed, married women, anyways. They're not like 10-year-old virgins surrounding him.
Oh,
That would be
except the one.
suspicious. Just one, not like 10. If it was
And that's
10,
not suspicious?
if it was like just a bunch of 10 small girls surrounding him,
You
that'd be
draw the line
suspicious.
at like 2 children, but one is not, that you don't draw the line there.
I mean, one is one. I mean, you're calling them children, but I don't really.
A 6-year-old is not a child, really.
6. He didn't take her in at 6. It was like 9 or 10. So
Yeah, he married her at 6, and then he took her. He did it. He did the deed at 10. Sorry, at 9. And you said it's not like he had a bunch of 10-year-olds around him, so one is just fine.
yeah. I mean, if you want a young wife, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with
a young wife? I'm not
a
sure.
child? Look, I just want to point out that a few years ago, I was watching this documentary on Netflix about some cult or another, and I remember thinking to myself, that's bizarre, but my prophet is different because, and it kept clicking. It's not different. Like, you're making a lot of exceptions for the cult leader when there is no reason for it on its own.
Because I don't have any, I guess, reason to suspect some bad things going on. It's just a normal marriage, like any of his other marriages. There's no like.
There's nothing normal about taking in a girl before she can even get her period to tell her, you're going to marry this guy. This is going to be your entire life. And then as soon as she gets her period, he's like, okay, time to go. There's nothing normal about that.
I mean, the Quran does say she can divorce her husband, right?
So he can do pedophilia, but then she can divorce if she wants to. She's already programmed to do that. Like, how is she's been raised by him?
Okay,
literally.
well, this is just a different topic. So I mean, this whole
I know,
pedophilia
but-
thing is just not,
Sorry, we went a bit off topic, but you were talking about.
We were talking
Yeah.
about why disbelief entails punishment, and
Well, sorry, just to backtrack, you were talking about how the book doesn't seem like it was written by humans with like human influence or something. And I'm just giving you some examples of very obvious human influences where it seems more like a cult leader who would take advantage of that position than God actually telling us what to do in life. So that's where we were headed with there. But you were saying disbelief is worthy of torture because
yeah. So okay, so what is belief? What does belief mean? It means you have certain values that will entail certain actions, and that is basically your entire character. That's your entire goal. That's gonna be your future.
that's not necessarily what it means that you. No, I don't know if that's what it means. So
if you believe
Mhm.
believe the world should be a certain way, and in this certain way is going to cause a lot of corruption, should that if you If you set your entire life purpose to that, then
what if, like, why is it, and here's the thing, do you think that not believing in Allah is corruption of humanity?
if, like I said earlier, if signs are being rehearsed to you, like look at God's creation, look at the complexity in your DNA, look at the sun and the moon.
The Christian just said the same things a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is like the general concept of God and Tawheed. If these signs are being rehearsed to you and you just walk away, like it's just, nothing.
No, what if I take all these signs and I think there's something bigger, but how do I reach Allah?
There's something bigger, like what?
Yeah,
that would basically be God.
But what if I look at all these so-called signs and I think there must be something that created us? Then how do I still deserve torture unless I say, and it is Allah and Muhammad is his messenger and all that stuff?
Well, it would lead you to Tawheed. So,
Why is that a given?
It would click with your fitra. So, once you get to that point.
But that's another assertion on top of another assertion. Like, as an outsider, tell me what makes Islam true now that I accept that there could be a creator.
Well, like I said, you'd have to go through certain bullet points. Like the voice of the Quran, when you compare it to other scriptures, its organization, preservation, the prophecies.
On its own, without other scriptures, though. Like, what about it, like, stands true? And okay,
the whole theology, like the Day of Judgment, justice.
What does any of that actually prove? Like, these are claims on top of claims. But let me ask you something very different, and you don't really have to research or prove anything here. And I know you're still looking for stuff, a list that you're going to mention, but...
Well, I already have the list, so...
But I'm asking about you. I don't care about the list that you looked up. I wanted to know what you believe. But let's put all of that aside. Here's my conclusion. When I was a Muslim, I looked at this big mess and I thought to myself, I can excuse someone for not believing Islam. Heck, I don't even know in concrete terms what is there here that proves Islam. So I get it if someone is not Muslim and I introduce them to Islam, I don't even know what to tell them that would be convincing. And that was the approach that I was taking. I'm like, I need to find what convinces people, not because I want to go out there and shove my religion down their throat, but I can't accept that most people are going to hell, to eternal, unfair, brutal hell, because they rightfully looked at this mess and thought, this is a big mess. I don't believe in any of this. So do you not feel anything towards all the people who are going to burn in hell?
I'm not sure what you refer to as a mess.
Like, it's okay.
If you see Islam as a huge mess, then that's something went wrong in the presentation there.
No, it's and that's not putting it on you to present Islam to me. All of the answers to these questions, it's a huge mess, and it falls back on you have to have faith that Allah is going to figure it out. But do you feel anything towards the disbelievers who are going to burn in hell forever?
For some of them, I would be like, keep searching.
No, forget that. Like, you're in heaven, you're watching disbelievers burn in hell. Do you feel anything towards them?
If I was in heaven and I looked down and I saw, you're trying to paint this as like it's like there's innocent people in there that have no clue what's going on and just got dumped into an oven or something. That's not what's going to happen. It's just people who are persistent in rejecting God, like persistent. Like anytime you mention God, it's like, nah, that doesn't exist. That's garbage, clown, whatever. Those are the type of people that will be burning, not people that are searching.
So do you know any non-Muslims in your life?
Yeah, I talked to a bunch. I'm on Discord. I've talked to pagans. I've talked to Hindus, Buddhists, a bunch.
So those people that you've spoken to, they're burning right now, and you don't feel anything. You feel like they deserve it.
Depends on the reason for it.
Yeah, if they tell you,
if they tell me, the concept of God, of a creator that created me, and I should be grateful for, and I should obey his commands, and this concept of unity of the cosmos and the order behind it, it's just garbage. Then, yeah, they're long gone. Depends on why they reject it, but if they're just persistent in rejecting it, then yeah, they're like, to me, they're like Agent Smith in the Matrix. They're here to corrupt and create their own order, I guess.
That is downright terrifying. that you just live among us and you see other people that way. Like,
not like I said, not every Hindu or Buddhist is just this persistent.
I know, but just this idea that you think their position on theology dictates how empathetic you would be towards them while they're burning is
So
terrifying.
what is the okay? Let's go back. What is the result of this belief? You of not just innocent disbelief, like persistent disbelief, like you're going around, there's no God.
What is
there's
like
no
not innocent disbelief?
people, like I said, people that are persistent in rejecting God's laws, His existence.
What do you mean persistent? If someone dies a disbeliever, they're a disbeliever.
By persistent, I mean they're just completely blocked off from accepting any form of divine guidance. Like there are, like, have you never seen like an arrogant person on the street? That's just.
But don't you
closing
see
their
that
ears.
theism is arrogance, is the highest form of arrogance? Saying,
it
I know
can-
the answer. Like, you're being extremely arrogant. You're not talking in
can-
an arrogant way, but
I mean,
you
it
don't
can
know.
be. It
like-
can be in both sides. Like some people think they have the truth, but they haven't.
No, I'm saying your current position, even though you're speaking very softly, you're not being, you're not being aggressive. You're arrogant in your position because you are about to look up a list of reasons why Islam is true that you don't even adhere to.
What do you
And
mean? I just
yet
said
you think that
these
like,
are reasons that I have recorded from a while ago. These are my personal, I guess, bullet points.
sure, even if that is the case, right? Even if all this clicking is not searching and you're just searching for your actual list.
It was 2 clicks. It's literally my notepad. I can take
Okay,
a screenshot.
even if that is the case, it sounds like I've thought of this stuff more than you, yet you're more sure of that some people deserve eternal torture, and it doesn't seem to bother you, and that's scary.
It's just okay if you. So I mean, I think you're not taking the concept of. Like I said, it's proper presentation. So who is God? God is the highest good. Would you reject the highest good for the entire cosmos?
But you haven't proven that.
Why
You're
would-
just
why
like
would-
making claims.
I'm
Has
just- I
anyone
mean,
proven?
just on the basic fundamental level, if there's a highest good being that's giving order to the cosmos, would you reject that?
That's not a
intentionally?
basic fundamental level. That's a huge assertion. Not only is there a higher being, and it wants you to do specifically
I'm just
this.
saying, if there was, would you reject it? And then I'm saying people who would
If-
just
if that
automatically
thing-
reject that,
No,
then they
it's
are the
not
ones
automatic.
observing them.
There was nothing proven to be rejected. That's like, okay, you're telling me if there is a king who's a tyrant and he says, if you don't do what I
No,
say,
I'm not saying tyrant. I'm saying all good. The source of all good. If there was a king that's about to restore justice to the whole earth, would you put your desires above this king's order? And some people, whether
you're
intentionally
posing
or
a
not, will-
hypothetical. When has we ever seen that Allah exists and he is all good?
I mean, just based. That's what I'm saying. Just based on the hypothetical, before you even try to look for evidence, would you
Okay.
reject such an idea? And I'm saying some people are just.
No,
have
here's the
already
thing.
clouded themselves to reject such an idea because they just want to, I guess, advance their own personal interests of how they run the world.
Here's what's frustrating though. Theists make these bold claims that about why people disbelieve, or sometimes they want to sugarcoat it like some people are this, but some people are honest atheists, but some people no, but you don't get to tell, like, Islam doesn't get to gaslight us into saying, yeah, you're all like self-delusional and in denial because you don't believe, when there's nothing that has been said from Islam that's convincing and like proving that Allah exists.
Well, that's up to God to look at each person, what they received, what were they presented with. Like, I'm not going to look at you and say you deserve hell because I don't know that. That
But
could
that's-
change.
that's also
that
a
could change at your deathbed. I have no idea, or that could not change at your deathbed.
Here's the
It's
thing,
lucky.
what can you do right before your deathbed that would either make you deserve hell or not deserve it? Like, if your life is going a certain way, what could 2 seconds change about how much you deserve torture?
I mean, if you're at your deathbed, I'm not sure.
Like, no, that is an Islamic statement that, if you say you're a kafir and you
That just indicates that you had something festering inside of you like this whole time that only now emerges. I mean, you're not gonna, like, at your deathbed, you're not gonna just yell, "Oh, fuck God, I don't give a shit anymore." It's like, that doesn't make any sense. There's always some flaw in your character that's gonna emerge at some point or another, and that's why people might change character.
It is terrifying to me that we live among people that think with a very cold heart. Well, heart is not how you think, but I'm borrowing Islamic terminology, that feel like, yeah, there could be a reason why you're justified to be tortured forever based on your attitude towards the idea of God. Not accepting that this
Who- Again, who's God? The highest good. Would you reject the highest good that
It's
will
a hypothetical tyrant
Yes.
that has been posed.
No, it's the highest good. I'm not.
Okay,
you keep twisting
why
it.
does the highest good care if you worship it or not? Doesn't it make it evil if it cares so much that it will torture you for not
that's
worshiping it?
where all justice and order comes from. Why would you reject it?
From neediness?
It's not neediness. It's why
It's
would
not
you
needy.
why would you jump straight to neediness? Is the president needy if you take a I don't know
The
if you
president
punch one
example
of his
sucks.
soldiers?
No, then you're harming someone. It has nothing to do with the president being the president. If a king said that everyone in this country has to bow to me when I pass by, he's the most powerful. He might have even saved your country from a war with another country. He's a great guy. Okay, he's done nothing wrong, but you have to bow to bow to him when you pass by. And is that justified because he's the supreme power and he's done good stuff?
I mean, he bow. What do you mean by
Like if he says you
to
have
pay
to
him
bow
respect?
to me,
To pay him
yes,
respect. I mean,
and if you don't, okay, forget the bowing. That's an extreme example. If you don't say hello and thank you for your service or whatever, thank you for being the president or king, you will be punished. Do you think that's fair? Just because he's a good guy and he did a lot?
If he is well deserving of it, then yeah.
Really, you think that he is
why wouldn't you
deserving
follow
of
such a
punishing you if you just say, nah, I'm not gonna say hello or thank you? You think there's room that he could punish you and that's fair?
if it's a reasonable demand, I don't see why not. Paying respect to a leader that saved your entire country, your family, your entire future from destruction. If you can't pay simple respect, that's arrogance.
Then you deserve punishment.
If you can't pay simple respect, then yes,
yes, you deserve.
Yes.
Here's the problem with the Islamic mentality. It primes you to be a slave, not just to Allah and this hypothetical idea, but to tyrants and to your father and to any figure that's above you. You give them this right to abuse you.
No, because if he's an actual tyrant, then the punishment is undeserved and he should be overthrown.
So if he's a good guy, there's a certain amount of tyranny that he could do that is okay.
How is it tyranny to just pay respects and say hello?
No, to be tortured if you don't do what he says. That's tyrannical.
If the king tortures you
or punishes you or fines you or whatever it is, that's tyranny.
For not, I mean, okay, so this goes back to which deed fits which punishment fits the crime. I mean, not saying hello is not really deserving of torture.
So not acknowledging Allah's existence is not worthy of torture.
That's a different thing now. If you're setting up a different leader inside of your country and you're saying this king doesn't exist anymore, then yeah,
no one's setting up a leader. The king exists and I can see him. God doesn't visibly exist, and all the people who try to claim that he does do a very poor job of explaining that this is specifically what he wants and this is why he's true. And I can reasonably say, this mess doesn't make sense. I don't believe in this, and then I deserve torture. And you think, yeah, it depends on what you believe. Like, how are you so nonchalant about this? How do you not care?
I'm not sure. I don't know what your exact reasoning would be to deserve torture. So that would just be up to God. But
the fact that you think that there is reasoning that would get you to deserve torture, and I don't mean that you're out there killing people. I'm saying just for your thoughts and your belief, you think there could be something there.
Yes,
that
if I'm sitting here and I just close off all openness to accepting that a higher good exists.
No one's closing off openness. There is just no good case for Allah specifically.
Well, it depends on the reason. So I don't know. God will judge
that. The fact that there's like room for depends on the reason is alarming to me.
It's not, because what your disbelief would entail. Well, I mean,
what does it entail?
Let's say not your disbelief, but someone that is, just persistent in it and just does not want to accept any form of God.
It's not about wanting to accept.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the reason. Some don't have enough, evidence.
But it never exists that someone doesn't want to accept. Like, these cases that people are describing aren't a thing.
Why would you say that?
Because
you've never met a criminal.
Have you? Well, not a criminal. Have you met someone who says, I believe in Allah, but I don't feel like worshiping?
I've met people who said, even if God exists, I would not submit to him. I've met people like that, yes. I've actually met someone like that like a week ago. It was a pagan on Discord.
Right. So that person said, even if God exists,
Even
I
if
would
God
not.
exists, I will just honor
Does
my
that person
traditions.
believe that God exists right now and he will torture them?
No, he said I don't think. No, not, I mean he's pagan, so he's not like he's not.
Then we're not talking about that same case. Is
It
there
is.
a case where someone says Allah exists, but I don't want to
I
follow him?
mean, God exists. I mean, God exists, but I don't want to follow him. That makes no sense.
Exactly. Exactly.
God. Well, I mean, God exists, but I don't want to. I mean, no, because that type of, I guess, action would lead to disbelief, anyways. It would lead you to disbelief in that deity. I mean,
No, but does it ever happen that someone believes that God exists,
I
but
mean,
they don't want to?
I mean, okay, you believe a president exists, but you can disobey him all you want. I mean, that happens every single day.
But
So
we
I'm
keep
sure
going back
there
to these like questions that, these
sure-
analogies.
Okay, I'm sure there are teens out there that know God exists but masturbate every
How
single
are,
day,
how are you
10 hours a
sure?
day.
Okay, well,
Because this is a problem on Reddit all over the place. Like,
oh,
there's
that
no
is a
fab,
different example.
There
But
are people that will watch porn despite knowing God exists and being Muslim. So yes, that type
they
of.
have cognitive dissonance, and that's
So
their
what
thing.
I mean, you asked me if people will disobey while knowing God exists, and the obvious answer is yes.
No, but to the point, like if that was true, then I can be, a masturbating believer. If I like, if all that I need to do is believe and then sin, and then at least I'll have a shot at heaven, right? It's different than me saying, no, I want to ensure that I go to hell and do the same exact sins as the Muslim. Why would anyone do that?
I want to ensure that I go to hell.
Yeah, by saying I don't believe in God.
I mean, aren't there like, I don't know, there's like Satanists that believe God exists, but they see him as a tyrant and they want to rebel. There are people like that.
I think Satanists use Satan as a symbol, but they don't
Well,
actually
I mean,
believe either
there
exists.
there are like literal ones as well.
So God
that-
in the Quran is just
they
talking
see
to
God as a tyrant. There's this demiurge or maybe Gnosticism or some. There's a bunch of like people out there that do see God as a tyrant because of the problem of evil or whatever.
Yeah, so you're saying the kafir, the whole thing that the Quran is built on, cursing the kafirs. God is talking about a specific tiny amount of Satanists.
I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't. There could be more than them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly who, but there are. I mean, there obviously are people that will disobey.
Look, what's really frustrating to me is that you don't seem to see any red flags or have any empathy, and it's so quick for you to think.
I do. I mean, I'm not like sentencing you right now to hellfire as a judgment or something.
I know, but you seem to be okay with, depending on what thought crime the person committed,
there's-
maybe they do deserve hell.
Yeah, like if there's a Satanist that says, okay, God exists, but I prefer my own pride, my own tradition, my own ancestors over obeying God, then yeah, that person deserves eternal hellfire. Because
But
their
that's
actions.
fucked up. That's
their
really
action-
fucked up.
No, their action, they have already destined their values, their character to be a corrupter in God's kingdom. Like,
This
why
is
would you?
akin to like
why would you-
watching. Yeah.
Why would you want a rebellious person in your kingdom to run around spreading mischief, spreading doubts, causing more, I guess, I don't know.
It's scary because like replace Allah and Islam with some fascist ideology and you sound exactly like any kind of almost neutral person in a fascist.
No, because I wouldn't. There's no eternal torture for refusing a king, and that does not fit the crime.
I know, but the concept itself, like even when we were talking about someone should be punished for not, saying hello or thank you to the king, you're like, yeah, well, it depends, is that too much to ask? You're so ready to be that person in a fascist state who's like, I guess there's a justification for it. Like, why don't you have a strong stance on considering if this is fair or not?
I mean, I see it as fair. Like, if you have a bunch of soldiers and they're refusing to say hello to their general, to their president, and embarrassing him in front of the whole nation and just causing disunity in his rank,
Who's
that person
embarrassing
should be.
God? Like, is God embarrassed by us?
No, I'm just a different analogy. But if you have like a soldier that's out of line, that's causing disunity, he's going to have to be punished, to be placed back in order. It's not an example to set for the rest of the people that you should be rebellious against your leader that just saved you from a whole World War II or whatever.
But don't you hear how like you're so primed to worship the next authoritarian person that leads you?
No, because for God, He is deserving of my obedience, while any other human being is not deserving of that, I guess, level of obedience. They can be removed
But
from
a
power.
lower level though.
They can
Like,
be imprisoned at any moment. A human king can become evil, so they're not as I don't advocate for complete obedience to a king. You can rebel against him if he's doing evil things.
but you may deserve punishment if you don't. If he has a rule that you have to salute me or else you get punished. You're like on the fence about that.
I mean, you don't want disunity in your country, do you?
That's scary fascist talk, dude. Like that's.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to I'm not saying you have to give up your wife to the king if he asks for it. That's a whole another level. I'm just saying basic respect. That's all.
But God is demanding so much for what to him is nothing. Like God
That's a
created
whole
us.
different. That's a whole different. I guess that's a whole different. I mean, the king does what? He just provides for you, protects your home from invaders, provides food and I guess careers for you. But what is God compared to a human king?
But
Eternal.
why does God need something in reward for his work for us?
It's not reward. It's just keeping order in his kingdom. It's
What is disorderly about not acknowledging God or like not believing that Allah exists? How is that harming God?
it's not harming God specifically. It's just causing. One is you're producing evil. You are affecting you're going against. I mean, what is it? Basic decency. I mean, I don't know. Basic respect. Basic human morals. You're just becoming an evil agent if you.
It's evil to not believe in God, to not be convinced that God exists.
To persistently reject God.
Again, the whole like reject God thing.
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
There are people in China that have no idea that God exists. I'm not saying they deserve hell. I'm just saying that people who are persistent and just closing their ears off completely.
But that's again victim blaming. That's the whole idea.
There's a difference between being unconvinced, and there's a difference between unconvinced, and then there's a difference between blind, just persistent.
But everyone who doesn't believe is unconvinced. Pretty much everybody who doesn't believe is unconvinced.
Okay, I'm not saying they deserve hell. I'm just saying the people who are persistent in it. That's all.
But here's the problem.
There's atheists that are unsure, and then there's like these rabid atheists that are just like.
Well, are you like are Muslims rabid believers if they're preaching their religion?
Mm-hmm. No, but we're not saying.
So what's rabid about opposing God with the same energy that believers used to?
Because they have no, I guess, good reason for that. There's no good reason to oppose something that you don't.
They do have a lot of good reasons. Like for example, I hear someone saying a lot of fascist talking points just because of their belief in God, so I will oppose that God.
You can be opposed to a certain religion because of some poor presentation, but the concept of a highest
because of the concepts in the religion, like torture for disbelief is a bad concept no matter what the presentation. Like I have justifications for that, but like you might think that someone like myself is like a rabid atheist on the internet, but then a believer is preaching with just as much energy, and we don't call them a rabid believer.
His belief is for all of humanity to have the highest good, to follow God. So an atheist wants to remove that whole concept. The rabid atheist wants to remove the whole concept of highest good above them, and just keep.
They usually see the harm. World. No, they usually see the harm caused by this hypothetical God. This all good is.
They might just have a problem with specific aspects of their religion, like Sharia law, cutting off the hands or something, or whatever specific thing. But the concept of the highest good, that concept should not be rejected.
Why should it's? Here's the thing: just because it would be nice that there's a higher good to keep the balance and everything, doesn't mean that it's true. So people saying let's focus on what's going on in this world and not fall for harmful ideas is not opposing goodness.
They should just be. I don't know if God exists. No, I am going to oppose any God that could ever possibly.
Yeah, I don't know that God exists, but I'm going to oppose this specific narrative or these narratives of God because they're causing more harm than good. Like, how is that?
That's up for God to judge your intentions behind that. So
yeah. Well,
we'll see on the day of judgment, I guess.
We won't, but yeah. Anyway, thank you for calling in and sharing what you believe.
Cool. Good. Thanks.
Bye. All right. We still got a few more callers. I'll try to take everybody. Please do give a small description of who you are, what you believe in the private chat. Thank you, Rafat. I'll try to take your call, but obviously I will start with the believers first. Same for Digital Nomad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to take believers first, so we'll see. Aaron and Shailesh. I'll add Shailesh first. Anyway, one thing I wanted to say is so far, here's something that makes me lean towards anti-theism. And by that, I don't mean outlawing theism. Okay, that will never really do anything useful, no matter what your intention is. Theism seems to, like every single caller that we've had so far, assert similar positions on different sides of this, of, you know, the same coin, basically, with the same confidence, and so nonchalantly thinking things like, and I'm not attributing all of this to the previous caller, there's been multiple callers, disbelief is evil, most atheists are evil, or there's virtue in submitting to whoever's more authoritative than you, or these concepts that as long as you're getting a promise of big reward, you can be tortured a lot, or promise of big torture, and it all cancels out. There's a lot of these themes that bleed into day-to-day life. And even if we're not talking about the context of religion, for example, the submissiveness that I see in people in the Middle East, especially towards authoritative figures in their family or otherwise, part of it stems from this idea. Every time someone asks, how come God can torture? They give you the example, well, don't you have to respect your boss? Don't you have to respect the president? And then this idea is ingrained, like, oh yeah, I have to respect God. I have to respect authority. I got to respect the male figure in my life. That's not healthy. So just take a good look at this kind of stuff. And it's sad to me that these people exist all around us. As you can see, I disagree with theists, right? I don't think that if there were ever to be a future where they could be tortured for their theism, I would think, well, you know, they're on the wrong side of things, so I don't make the rules. And that's what's alarming to me, is that I feel like theists, and this is a general statement, but theists who have thought it through often lack empathy, at least in certain areas of thinking. Because if you have empathy, you wouldn't really think that any of this is okay. You would start to question how this is fair. But perhaps someone can have empathy and they would believe that God is not going to torture you for this or that. I don't know. I'll let people explain that to me. So I'll take the next caller, which is Shailesh. I think they might be a Hindu. I'm not sure if I'm mixing them up with someone else. So I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
everything is fine. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. I'm a Hindu. Yeah. So I just, it's just a long session. You had so many topics, very tiresome. I'm also getting tired mentally listening to the things again and again.
Yeah. Well,
So
when the
my
topic is
take,
about hell and whatnot, can you tell me about that in Hinduism?
my take, what exactly Hindus say. See, because the Hindus have a cyclic concept of time. Time is linear in the sense the days and nights are linear in the sense you have a sequence of day and night running ad infinitum. In the same way, the sequence of what gets created, that is the whole world. So that is what encompasses what is called the kalp. Kalp is the, is the one cycle of time in which the world gets created.
Hello? Are you still there? Your audio is cutting in and out.
Yeah. So there is no concept of eternal hell or heaven in the sense that the world gets created and destroyed. It gets created and recreated and re-destroyed. The souls get created and destroyed, and that they get recreated and destroyed. This is
Okay,
one
so
regard. This is the concept is theological in the sense it's metaphysical, in the sense of world getting created and destroyed, and the hells and heavens also getting created and destroyed. At the same time, there is an individual cycle of for human beings, which is that the human being takes birth, does actions, which results in certain karmic consequences, which needs to be given a result. Some of it gets, fructified within this life, and some of which cannot be fructified in this life has to be carried over either in the next life, or it has to be suffered or enjoyed in the hells and the heavens. But at the
there is
same
no,
time,
so there is a
there is
concept
a
of hell.
concept of the
Mm.
possibility of human being transgressing the cycle of birth and rebirth and getting into the hell and the heavens through the concept of moksha. Moksha or means the eternal salvation, you can say that. The man, the human beings come out of this eternal cycle of birth and rebirth and going back into uh, and 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 having the consequences fructified through this concept of moksha. Moksha is nothing but what we call as um, moksha can be attained through moksha is in fact the end of the cycle of the birth and the rebirth, and it can be attained through what we call as realization, or realization that the entire world is actually made up of one substance which is called Brahma. That substance is nothing but pure consciousness. It is Sat Chid Anand. It is made up of consciousness, its truth, and its bliss. So once the human being realizes that the world is nothing but Brahma, or which is pure consciousness, white in nature, light in nature, and everything, including the sin and the you know uh, what is good and what is bad, everything exactly comes out of it. But at the same time, it is nothing but the pure substance. The mere
Does
realization
it
of
tie
it
into hell at all?
comes out of the binaries and destroys this cycle of birth and rebirth and getting into the hells and heavens. So, in that sense, for an individual being, the hell is also not eternal, because it's possible anytime, even now, if you realize this fact, it is possible to come out of this cycle of birth and rebirth. And we have a concept called the Jivan Mukta. Jivan Mukta are those people, individuals who have self-realized, and they've realized in the sense that they have experienced it, and they remain in this worldly life, yet at the same time they get out of this cycle of birth and rebirth and heaven and hell. So that is the crux of the Hindu concept of uh, of life, the cyclical nature of life, and how one can get out of the cyclical nature of life, and the non-eternity of the heavens or hells, because heavens and hells get destroyed with the destruction of the world, and there's a recreation of the world again and again, and human beings come in that new world, and the same cycle keeps on happening, and that's why the world is called a play. It's like a play it's called divine play. So
So
that in that sense, even metaphysically, the concept of an eternal hell does not make any sense, nor does the concept of eternal Jannah make any sense, because once you are through with your good deeds, then you have to fall back into again the cycle of the birth and the rebirth, and that is the entire concept of Hindus. So that's my uh, take on it.
yeah, well, thank you
I
for
hope it
sharing that.
explains
Yeah.
a lot of things which probably Abrahamic religions have actually omitted or ignored or because these are the concepts of the rebirth and the reincarnation, which explain so many things which Abrahamic religions are unable to do because of their one-shot look at the concept of a eternal life after the death.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
got interested in because, in my view, it's not merely the theory which is important, but also the practical, empirical evidences which support the notion of there being some sort of a reincarnation,
Can you give
which
me an
was
example
also
of such
a
evidence?
concept which was available there in the ancient times
Wait, can
in
you
the
give me an
Greek
example of
mythologies.
such evidence about like for reincarnation?
I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my headphone, and I might not be able to hear you much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
So, I'll just conclude in the sense that once there is a empirical evidence in the form of various studies. There are various cases which are available on the Google. Of one was a case of a T2 Singh. T2 Singh was a boy who claimed to have remembrances of his past life, in which he was
I think you're cutting out again. All right. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to remove the caller just because the connection is not stable, and we are not able to have a conversation because it seems like his headphone is not working. I was gonna ask about evidence about reincarnation, but yeah, it was gonna be an example of anecdotal evidence of someone who, had, I guess, memories of a past life that turns out to have some truth to it or something like that. I'm very skeptical of these cases, and I feel like such evidence, I feel like the gods would make it more accessible than just having to now look up a YouTube video that then you'll be skeptical of, but something actually more substantial than that. But anyway, thanks to the caller for calling. We've got, I think, 2 more callers who aren't ex-Muslims. Unfortunately, I cannot take the ex-Muslims today. It's been a long live stream, but I'll take RK next, and then Aaron. Aaron, please do tell me in the chat if you are a believer or not. But RK, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Hey, Aladdin, how are you?
I am good, thanks. How are you?
Good too. So I wanted to make a very small correction on the idea of hell from the point of view of Christianity.
Mhm.
So I didn't get the chance to listen to the other Christian guy that you had on. It's very late for me, so I couldn't hear all of it.
Mhm.
But anyway, so hell in Christianity isn't made for humans. It's made for the demons. But humans will be sent there to get rid of evil in a way. So it's not as much of a punishment as it is a complete separation from God. So in hell there wouldn't be light, there wouldn't be knowledge, there wouldn't be anything positive that exists on earth because of God. So this is what Christianity sees as hell.
Do you adhere to a specific denomination of Christianity that believes that, or is that what most Christians believe?
It's in the Bible, so everyone believes in it, I guess.
Hmm.
I've never heard anyone say anything other than that. So maybe some do believe that hell is just an idea and not a real place. But it's clear in the Bible that it's a real place.
Okay. I've heard a lot of different versions, but I don't know enough about Christianity to challenge that, nor do I want to. I'm just curious about what you believe. So in this case, hell is the absence of God, but what are the effects of the absence of God on the people who go to hell?
So like I said, there wouldn't be anything positive on earth. So For example, if you're thirsty, there's a story of that in the Bible, but I can't quote that right now. If you're thirsty, you'll never get water, you'll never get food, you'll never get clearness. It's all random, it's all dark. There's nothing positive in hell. It's complete separation from God. So maybe that's why God fights so hard to get his people to follow his certain religion, which leads to him.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Well, it does sound like torture, just without the fire part.
It is.
But
It will be fire, a
Okay.
lake of fire.
with the fire part, so it does sound like hell then. But you said that God fights so hard. It seems like, according to your belief, God is doing his very best for us. But you
Yes.
can't see any way where God could have conveyed his message in a better way with less effort.
Yes. So I just want to make it clear that I'm not a practicing believer,
Mhm.
but I do have the background of Christianity.
Mhm.
And you wanted to see how God would try hard, so he sent Jesus basically for the ultimate sacrifice for the human sin. So before Jesus, they would be sacrificing animals because they're innocent. They have no sin. So Jesus came on earth without sin, and he was the ultimate sacrifice for all human sin.
Ultimate sacrifice to who?
To God, I guess.
So what is God gaining from that sacrifice, or why were the animal sacrifices necessary to begin with?
That's just how it was, I guess, because the sin was so dark. You can't connect to God unless there is an innocent sacrificed. So the difference between before the Jesus sacrifice is that the human relationship with God was like you're a worshiper, you're a slave to God. You have to follow certain rules for God to accept you. But
Who decided that, if not God?
it was God.
So God decided that you should sacrifice animals, or now Jesus instead.
It's God because he sent Jesus for the sacrifice. You know?
God is the one who decided this dynamic, that evil and that you should sacrifice something for God, and then at the end he sacrificed himself to himself, and now he's holding us, kind of, he's making us feel guilty about that, basically.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but is it him who decided, or is it really that hard for the dark part of life to get a connection to the light, which is God?
Well,
Maybe that was a necessary thing for us to even reach God.
if that is the case, then God is not all powerful, and that there is a limitation, and God is trying his best. Is that, like, this is the best that God could do, given certain restrictions that he had, or given the reality of things?
I don't know.
Mhm.
I think the idea of having light being very hard to be in the presence of it. You know, they always say that, oh, us humans, we can't really understand it, but the idea of it really being that powerful that you need something to get there, to even get close to it, I don't know, it makes sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem with that for me is that it puts a restriction on God and how things can be. And if I think God can do better, or could have set things up in a better way than this method of sacrifice, and then self-sacrifice, and then holding us accountable for sins that he had kind of known would happen. Yeah, it's confusing to me.
Okay, so the argument for that would be it's that he loves us so much that he sent his son, his only son, for a sacrifice so that he could get closer to us and that so we could get closer to him. So the relationship with God after the sacrifice would be that we are his children if we choose to be.
But did he need a sacrifice for that?
Yes, I guess, because I said you need a sacrifice to be able to get close to love and light and this powerful being.
And what is so sacrifice implies that something is lost, right? Like you destroy something, or you lose something, or you give something away. At least to me, that's what it means. What is Jesus sacrificing exactly?
An innocent existence, because he was with no sin in Christianity.
So what is he like? What is the loss that he is suffering? Because right now he's up in heaven, right?
Yes.
So did he really lose on anything by just being nailed to a cross and then going to heaven?
I could also think like that, but I wouldn't count it for nothing coming on earth to get close to people, live with them, be with no sin, and be humiliated on a cross, and show us what it's like to have so much faith. And
I mean, it's easy
rising.
for him if, like, this show is going to get him eternal heaven immediately, right? Like I mean, and I say show because he said, like, he showed us how to be very faithful, or to have so much faith, but like his sacrifices seems very tiny if all he had to do was suffer for a small finite amount of time and then hang out in heaven forever. Like, it seems like a better life than mine.
Yeah, but he didn't really win anything because he was already in heaven. It wasn't new for him,
But he didn't lose anything except a small amount of, like, a small life that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't know. I think the rising from the dead part and the symbolic, the symbol of what happened on the cross is really meaningful, even if you're not Christian. Not you, but like to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I would count that for something.
I might count it for something if I was a believer, but I would fail to see the magnitude of sacrifice the way that it is presented. Yeah, like, it doesn't sound to me like that gigantic of a sacrificed. Like, we sacrifice more or go through more suffering with uncertainty of whether we're going to end up in heaven or hell, and just Jesus having to suffer for a small amount of time and then continue to be in eternal bliss. I don't know. To me, it didn't ring like such a sacrifice, but I guess it can be symbolic.
I mean, if the relationship of humans changed to God after the sacrifice, then that basically changed everything, since people don't even have to follow, or the people of back then didn't have to follow the Jewish rules anymore.
But do people today have to follow Jewish rules?
No.
But
since there was a sacrifice.
But so in Islam, there's a story of how the Prophet kind of bargained with God to reduce the amount of prayers from 50 to 5 every day. And I see this kind of similarly. So God could have just had us not obey Jewish law or not have Jewish law to begin with, instead of having it and then sacrificing himself to say we don't have to follow it anymore.
Then I guess there is a bigger rule in that dimension of existence, where an innocent being or an innocent something has to be sacrificed for us to even get close to that entity.
But who decreed that? That's not a self-evident thing.
Maybe there's a law for every realm of existence. I don't know. Just like there is a law here that everyone's gonna die in the end.
But then God would be bound by that law then.
Which law?
That to be closer to us, there has to be a sacrifice.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's why he sent his only son to be the
But
sacrifice.
then that law would be stronger or higher up than God.
No, it would be just it's wait, what's the word? It's the huge impact or presence of the good that has to be navigated like that, I guess. So why would God be easy to reach? Why would God not ask anything of humans if he wants a relationship with us, since we're so, fallen and corrupted?
But he made us corrupted.
Did he? Or did Eve eat the fruit and
But he made Eve, which is
did he?
bad. I mean, did he not create Eve?
Yes.
So Eve's action, how is that my mistake?
It's inherited, I guess. It is inherent. Since
But
these two people, Adam and Eve, they were with no sin and they were innocent. They didn't know of evil. And then the one that convinced Eve was the serpent, which people claim is the devil. And
but God knew about that. Like God, one could almost say, planned it that way, because he wouldn't be surprised if none of that happened. God would be surprised. God would think, wait a second, I thought she's going to eat the apple.
okay, some believe that God knew, but for me, I know that God doesn't know. And that's not for a lack of power. It's just because he gave us free will. And maybe he knew, but it doesn't change anything. And another explanation, this was done to get rid of evil. So by, in the end, the devil will be in the lake of fire. As I said in the beginning, it was made for evil. So now even evil humans would be also there. Although I don't believe everyone is evil just because they don't follow a certain religion.
Well, does that is that position in Christianity that people aren't necessarily going to be in hell because they don't believe in Jesus?
I can't hear you very well, but
Sorry,
I think
can you hear me now?
no, there is something going on with the microphone. Is it just me hearing that? I don't know.
Tell us in the comments if it's just me, her, or
It's coming out robotic in a way.
Oh, can everybody hear this? Okay, I'm gonna remove you and add you. Give me a sec. Any change? Seems
No.
to be okay. Seems to be working on my end. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts about this.
I couldn't hear a thing. I'm gonna have to read the chat.
Yeah, so chat, tell her that I'm saying I appreciate her calling in, and yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. What is it with these bots and dating apps and weird websites? Anyway, thanks to the caller. I think we have one more caller, and then we've got two more ex-Muslims, but unfortunately I cannot take you today. The live stream's been going on for way too long, and it has to be on topic today. So, Aaron, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
How you doing? Can you hear me? What's up, man?
Yeah, can hear you.
Figure I put a face to it.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting someone to turn on the camera. Well, another person, but yeah. How's your day going?
Doing good. Just had work, came home, did some things around the house, made some food, and caught one of your live streams. And I figured I'd tune in on the topic of eternal hell. A long time back, I did a couple videos, and I actually did a video on this topic. I'm just a regular person, nobody special, not a pastor, nothing like that. When it comes to the biblical text, I just kind of go with what I understand the Bible saying. I could be convinced whether I don't take a hard stance anywhere specific. I'm kind of, non-denominational, and I kind of just go what the biblical text says. So I just want to I'm gonna run down this. I'm gonna go pretty quick with a couple verses that I think offer the possibility or plausibility that hell is not eternal. And a couple arguments that I was making is that there's verses that would suggest hell is not eternal, and that it goes against the character of God. And from what I understand, I do think that most Christianity does believe that it's forever. Most Christians would hold that doctrine. I know the Muslims do. I actually usually have conversations with Muslims, but I know that they believe hell is forever. And one thing I actually do want to say is, because you speak about, is God going to send me to hell because, I look at the information and I'm not convinced. And one thing I did want to mention about that is because one thing that I kind of, well, I won't go there since I don't want to bring another faith into it. But basically, the only unforgivable sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. And even in that verse, it says every other kind of sin and slander can be forgiven except for that which is against the Holy Spirit. And in this context, this is when Christ is doing miracles and the Pharisees or the religious leaders were accusing him of doing miracles by the power of the devil. So blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, even though Christians will say, or if you curse at the Holy Spirit, or if they have like different understandings on what the blasphemy is of the Holy Spirit. From what I see, the text only clarifies what blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is one time in the text, and it links it to attributing a miracle from God that you see in front of your face, and you attribute that to God or to the devil. So it suggests to me that if, besides the fact that there's evidence in front of your face, you are denying the evidence regardless. And as a previous caller did say, I saw a video as well where a female said that even if God showed up in front of me, I would still not believe. And so that seems to be speaking to a mentality such as that. So the standard is, yes, you should believe on Christ, and that will grant you eternal life. That's like a gold, a guarantee. But I wouldn't say that, even though other Christians may say, no, if you don't believe, you're going to go to hell. I don't think the biblical text says that. And as I just stated, the verse says all kinds of sin can be forgiven except for blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. So if you are not convinced, I'm not telling you not to try to be, or not to seek the knowledge, and hopefully that you would come to faith in Christ. But I do not see it as, you looked into it, you're not convinced, you're guaranteed going to hell. I don't see that in the text. So if you want to say anything, I'll listen. Otherwise, I'll go through why I believe hell is not eternal.
Well, I don't necessarily need justification for why hell is not eternal in the Christian view, because, I don't have a position on that. I'm not a Christian who would tell you that maybe you're wrong because, because hell is eternal in Christianity. So frankly, either way, I don't have a position on it. So in that sense, I don't need a justification or explanation for why hell is not eternal in Christianity. I'll just take your word for it in terms of, that's what you believe and that's your conclusion about it. But I still want to ask, do you think that God has done the best job at communicating with us that he exists and what he wants from us?
I don't want to say like the best or kind of use an extreme, but I would say there's definitely sufficient evidence for a creator. But when it comes to religion, that's where it does get more complicated. And I can understand why somebody would have more issues when it comes to choosing what religion. At least for me, I personally believe that I wouldn't say that Christianity is true 100%. I try not to use these 100% claims or extreme claims. Even if you ask me, does God exist 100%, I'm going to say that I believe that it's like 99. So I just don't like to say, because when I, well, so yeah, I would say when it comes to a creator, I just don't like to say I'm like 100% sure on anything. So I think the chances are very high. I would say like 99%, and the evidence is sufficient from what we see around the world that there must be a creator. So yeah, as I said, when it comes to religion, it's not so clear. So I can understand the confusion there.
Mhm. No, I appreciate you saying that so, I don't know, candidly, I guess. Um, do you think that, does it not bother you that religion is not as clear as God could have made it?
Um, yeah, I would say, in a sense, kinda, because sometimes I kind of look at the religion of Islam and kind of what the dais kind of propagate to the public, and they make it seem like it's fairly simple. It's just like, hey, just believe in one God, obey God. We believe in all the prophets, and and they kind of make it just seem like it's that simple. It doesn't go much deeper than that. And so to me, it's like I have thought to myself, like, why does it seem so easy to accept sort of um the what was it, like, five pillars, or kind of the creed of Islam, whereas Christianity is um a little bit more difficult, because the core of our doctrine is that the Son of God, who shares the same nature as God, um came into the flesh and was a sacrifice for all mankind, and I believe in the Trinity, so we believe in the doctrine of the Trinity. So I would say these things are not like super simple to grasp, and they take a little bit of more wrestling, um, and they kind of, what do you call it? Kind of not beg the question, but it prompts a question. And so sometimes, yeah, I do think, like, why is not necessarily why is Christianity not just like easy to like see, like, look, this is true, and it's just a matter of looking at the evidence, and you're either going to reject it or accept it. But I do sometimes question, like, why is Islam seem to be like so easily acceptable, and then Christianity seems a little bit more difficult.
The Islamic apologist in me would be quick to point out, well, that's because Islam is the truth and it's more obvious and it's easier to accept. But it does seem like it's at least the way that you explained that the five pillars, there's not much that's difficult to wrap your head around. Someone saying, these are the five pillars compared to the Holy Trinity. That alone is a big showstopper for a lot of people,
Right.
like myself included. And I'm not asking for an explanation of that at the moment. But yeah, and doesn't like, and I appreciate that you're able to openly say that. And I would feel, if I were in your shoes, I would feel like Jesus could have made, like, he's kind of betraying humanity by letting a false religion such as Islam be more catchy and more marketable in that sense, or easier to put your foot in the door, get your foot in the door. I would be upset that Christianity isn't simpler, or not just simpler as a whole, but doesn't have that it has many traps, that would stop someone from believing. Does that make
Mm-hmm.
sense?
Yeah, for sure. Now, that's why I would say mostly like kind of what the dyes will propagate. If you look, and honestly, like, and I understand, like, I'm biased, so I do my best not to include my bias in my judgment. But I study Islam, and I honestly, like, sometimes I speak to Khalilullah, who he's like an atheist who became Muslim, and he's like all about logic and things of that nature. And it really kind of confuses me, because I just don't understand how an educated person who's stuck on logic and reasoning, how you become a Muslim. It really is confusing. But I think that if, at least from what I've studied, which was the main religions, which would be what, Hinduism, Confucianism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. It seems to me, out of those 5 major religions, Christianity clearly has the highest probability of being the truth. And the reason why I would say that is, now,
Wait,
I could
before we
be,
get to that, but
yeah, yeah.
have you considered it in a vacuum on its own? Like, if you're comparing it to others, and it's more likely, and I've seen that approach from Muslims as well, where they say, the Holy Trinity doesn't make sense to me. Between the two, Islam seems more likely, or between the big ones, Islam seems more likely. But on its own, have you just thought about Christianity in a vacuum?
I don't think so. I don't think necessarily I have. When I did kind of look into the research, so I didn't really start questioning my faith until I started talking to a Muslim, and then I kind of just like prayed for guidance, not to any specific God, and then I moved forward to kind of do some research, and I did realize, like, a lot of the scholars kind of disagreed, even though they're scholars in the same field. And so I was under the impression that truth, or much truth, is not clear cut, and most of our history and most of our truth is like kind of based off probability. And so I was like kind of looking through the religions and seeing what could have the higher probability, while negating other ones for certain reasons, such as like Hinduism, because if it's true, I'll just come back the next life, and then I'll get another chance. And so, but yeah, I mean, in and of
Wait,
itself,
why does that disqualify Hinduism from being true?
no. Actually, I wouldn't say it disqualifies it, but it doesn't make it a priority, I guess. So, but yeah, it doesn't rule it out.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, that you'll get a second chance to maybe choose Hinduism again. But what if
Right.
that
So
traps you like in that cycle? Because every time you're not choosing Hinduism, because it could just be, you could choose it next time.
right, like I'll go on to the next life, and then I won't even realize that I had a previous life, or
Yeah, and not only that, but maybe I don't know about reincarnation. Some people believe that you hold on to some seed of who you are, in the next life. And if you decided now that, no, I'm not going to look into Hinduism even further because there is reincarnation, so I might have another shot at it. What if that condemns you to a cycle of always not choosing Hinduism, and you're stuck in that kind of hell?
right. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I do have to look into Hinduism a little bit more, because I haven't really looked too deep. I mean, I've looked into it a little bit and kind of got the gist of it. And yeah, I mean, I would say that's something to consider.
I'm going to be honest, it used to terrify me when I was a believer, thinking of how easy it is for someone to slip into the wrong belief and have eternal consequences.
Right.
When I find myself slipping into my current belief at the time, and lucky me, it happened to be the right one. But if it happened to not be the right one, I'd be in so much trouble right now, because I'm not going to go out of my way, to believe something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, from a believer's point of view, do you wish that God would have made it simpler, so that the only two choices are, here's the truth, everybody knows it, either obey or don't, instead of all these different sorts of religions and all this confusion?
Yeah. So yeah, I would say, from a personal stance, yeah, I would definitely say that it would help if it was a bit more clear, or at least the evidence. Like, obviously, I believe the biblical text is true, and even if our biblical evidence was more rock solid historically and textually. So obviously, our archaeology and our textual criticism is not perfect, and so there's a struggle right there. And yeah, I do wish that sometimes I used to pray that maybe one day we'll find a complete New Testament, no nothing missing from the first century, and so yeah, I definitely believe personally wish that it was a bit more clear cut. Now I would say even as long as whatever God happens to be true, obviously I believe Christianity, but whatever God happens to be true, as long as that's not held against you, I would say then then it's not just, or then it's not unjust. But if like with Islam, it's like and this is why I keep open mind whether I'm speaking to a Hindu. Like I'm on Clubhouse sometimes. I'll go into Hindu rooms and I'll just listen, and I try to just remain open. And likewise with Islam, I give it a chance. I listen and continue to try to have unbiased judgments on it. And I'm still not convinced. And so according to Islam, shirk is the only unforgivable sin. And so me as a mushrik will, even if I'm researching, I'm trying to be fair with the evidence and I'm just not convinced, I'm condemned to hell no matter what. And because it's an unforgivable sin, even though I actually, try to do honest research and I'm honestly not convinced. So if that's the case, then I find a big injustice in that.
And I mean, some people maintain that their understanding of Christianity is not as inclusive as yours when it comes to the topic of hell and disbelief and whatnot. But if you found room for your interpretation of it, then I guess that resolves a lot of these issues about the unfairness of eternal hell. But it still brings up the question, do you think torture for not believing in Jesus, whether limited or not, do you think it is fair?
Well, definitely unlimited does seem to be unjust. It does, because I would agree, or yeah, I think I agree that when an atheist tells me that an eternal punishment for a finite crime seems a bit unjust, and I think I'd have to agree. Now, when it comes to even if it's not forever and it's for a limited amount of time, when it comes to justice, even within the court system, I mean, I've been to jail a couple times, and when I went to jail for burglary to a motor vehicle, and if they would have gave me 10 years, I might feel like that's unjust, but I guess it's up to the judge. And so just and unjust can be subjective, but I think that it seems fair to me to say that an eternal punishment for a finite crime is objectively injustice.
I'm glad that you're able to see that issue and then and not deny the issue with it in your mind, because I've seen some people, like there was a previous caller who said, yes, I don't like it, basically saying it is unfair, but God decreed it, so what can I do? But you found a way to still believe in Christ, but also believe that he wouldn't do something so unjust. But aside from the eternity of hell, do you still think the concept itself of torture for refusing to believe in Christ, even if for a limited amount of time, or refusing to believe, I'm using the same language as other callers have been using, for not believing in Christ, do you think that there is justice in that?
I would say unconvinced belief. If he's going to punish somebody for a lack of belief of something somebody looked into and they're unconvinced, I find that unjust. As far as like if you do believe it's true, or you were convinced it's true and you decided to reject it regardless, then that might be a different issue. I would say the justice is a bit subjective, and so yeah, that's why I think that that's one of the reasons why I would say that, you know, that's one thing that helps me, is the fact that it's not an unforgivable sin. And so and when people do get punished for when people get punished for hell, it seems to me that people are punished usually off of actual sins, not necessarily unbelief. That seems to be I don't see that as emphasized. I don't think I really see it at all. The unbelief part. It's very prevalent in Islam, and that seems to be a high emphasis. But as far as the unbelief in Christianity, I know idolatry, which is obviously worshiping other gods. I guess you could possibly say that's a form of unbelief, but I think there's a bit more to it than just, oh, he's going and worshiping another god. Because from what I read in the text, the other gods or the other nations that had other gods usually had some form of unrighteousness attached to them. And even when it comes to Solomon having multiple wives, from what I understand, having multiple wives is not necessarily a sin in the biblical text. And one of the reasons why God was rebuking Solomon for the multiple wives is because they led him astray into idolatry and worshiping other gods. And that would be different for him because he knows who the true God is. And so it wouldn't just be the fact that he's blatantly denying the true God he knows to exist, but those
Wait, you're
nations.
saying Solomon could have been swayed by his many wives into idolatry?
Yeah. So from what I remember, part of the reason why God was rebuking Solomon for having multiple wives or not to multiply wives to himself was because it was going to lead him astray. And so, yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Don't you feel like sometimes if there's a lot of rationalizations for kind of, you know, making sense of why certain things aren't as bad as they look, that at some point you have to kind of give up and think, okay, I've been rationalizing way too many things. I mean, that's how I felt with Islam, thinking this was probably for that reason, this was for that reason, but then I realized I'm defending too much or I'm trying too hard. Have you felt like, I know you haven't reached that point, but have you ever felt like that way?
I mean, so at least when I'm being confronted with the issues, I try to be as honest with them as I can. Well, obviously, like I said, I realize I have a bias, and I even yeah, I guess even when I look to Islam and like trying to find certain maybe flaws or contradictions, I always still try to think, well, you know, maybe how could this be reconciled? Because if there is other ways, then if I'm taking if I'm like it's like I almost can't deny it. I understand what you're saying. Like I'm still saying, well, it could mean this. So, you know, if it means that, then it's not too bad. But if it is a possibility, then I think it's fair not to negate it and, you know, allow it to allow it as a candidate. So, yeah, no, I mean, because I mean, I think for the most part, I haven't really had to reconcile nothing too much. I mean, usually the problem is the problem of evil. So why certain things happen in the world, and and I think a lot of these problems actually do have fairly decent answers, and they're backed up, or at least like when I'm analyzing my text, they are backed up through what the text says. So, you know, when it comes to like eternal hell, it's not like I just don't like it, and so I'm trying to reconcile how could this fit? no, I actually think that the biblical text, it's you can make a fair case that it does not teach eternal hell. So it's not just me trying to reconcile something because I don't like what it's saying.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Is there anything that you wanted to ask me, or anything that you wanted to add?
Um, I mean, so do you believe in a creator at all, or are you just what's your position?
I'm uncertain about that, and my position is it doesn't matter whether a creator or multiple creators or some force or something created us or not. It doesn't matter what mechanism brought us to life. What matters is, what does that necessitate? Does that mean that if there is one of those creators or multiple, that then they're asking for worship, and then there are certain things that need to be done? None of that has yet been demonstrated or proven. So I would take all of these claims as, theistic claims as man-made, because I've heard them from man,
Right.
and no, I don't really have a position that like on the exact mechanisms that brought life, if life wasn't already eternally there. Just like people say that God has always existed, when one could make an argument that life has always existed. I don't know, but yeah. So that's kind of my position on it, is I don't know. I just know what I don't believe.
Right.
Yeah, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah. 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 No, that makes sense. Interesting. And then so you grew up a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
And okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I totally understand. Like I said, I mean, obviously as a Christian, I would, I hope, God reveals the truth, whatever that happens to be. Even though I believe it to be Christ. And so if now, do you actually, let me ask you this last question. Do you believe that there is a way, because I would agree that we can't prove, because proof is a strong word. So I would agree that we can't prove any religion is true. Um, but do you believe that there is maybe a way to see what may have the highest, a higher probability, or, is there a way to see that, this one definitely doesn't have a probable chance versus another one, or just in general? Is there a way to measure it?
I don't know if there's a way to measure it. I mean, the test is biased towards, like, it's easier for me to kind of smell something fishy and not believe than it is to empirically prove a religion. That's the burden of claiming perfection, like Islam, for example. And that's my point of view, coming from looking at Islam and its claim of perfection, and the Quran's perfection, and Allah's perfection. The moment you find one flaw or one thing that seems fishy, that should be enough to, bring down the house of cards of this perfection, because a perfect religion won't have 1,000 different highly debated points of issue, not just, difference of opinion about what to do in a certain situation, but lots of things that need justification and apologetics and whatnot. Perfection would be a lot smoother than that. So one can easily point to these flaws and contradictions and think that is not perfect, therefore it is not from God as it claims. But the standards to meet to demonstrate that it is most likely true are extremely high, that God would know what that would look like. God would know how to prove it or demonstrate it beyond a shadow of a doubt, that God exists and this is what he wants. And I feel like I'm presuming a lot of things about God, by the way. Like, the reason why I can dismiss most religions without having looked into all of them is I'm presuming that God is fair, right? This is the God that it would want worship and has some kind of justice system. It is fair. And if it is fair, it wouldn't expect me to dig up some unknown religion and, be tortured because I didn't dig up that unknown religion that is now long extinct or something of that sort. And if it is fair, it would understand my confusion. So that's the easiest way to assess these religious claims is look if they're consistent. And even at the end of the day, if they end up being extremely consistent, it's hard to prove. It's really hard to prove. But I know that God knows if it exists. It knows what to do to prove it to everybody, if that makes sense.
Right.
And
Yeah,
it's like,
for sure.
I wish God would, like, if God exists, I wish it would give us a definitive answer. Because if God was, arrogant and really demanding and will torture you for not following its pettiest of rules, but it proved that it exists, I will have to follow those rules if I know the consequences are absolutely real, even if the rule is unfair. But right now it's asking too much. Like, these religions are asking us to follow rules in ways that seem very unfair without any proof or any like really high plausibility even. So yeah, I don't know if that really answers that question.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. And yeah, so I mean, that's why I kind of keep an open mind. I feel like, maybe I have to revisit that question, because even for myself, because like I said, at least for me, when I was looking into it, it just, I think maybe I was comparing it to other religions and I didn't separate it like you said. So maybe I have to kind of think of it that way. Because one thing I definitely was trying not to do. So when I was thinking the way that I was, I never went to any of my family members to ask them questions. I didn't want to be convinced of something just because I grew up in it. And so I did, research. It took me about 3 years. I never not believed in God. To me, that seems like evident. So I never struggled with. But whether I'm following the right religion or whether, whether I'm following the right religion, that's where I had more of the questions. And then that's when I started to research for about 3.5 years. And then my conclusion was, Christianity has the higher probability of being true. I love the person of Christ, and I think he's the best example to follow as far as what we have. Now, like I said, I haven't really. It's possible that Hinduism could have a better example because I didn't really look into it. So to be fair, I did kind of dismiss that early because it didn't have that. Well, if you don't believe this, you're going to hell. So besides the fact that if I got it wrong, I'll come back, it didn't have that thing that made it a priority. So, but yeah, as far as I understand right now, Christ seems to be the best example to live my life by.
Wait, can we pause on that? Because I've got two thoughts here. Something about prioritizing and something about an example. So that's a very good point. So the urgency of following certain religions is higher when there's consequences, like no reincarnation, you only get one shot, and there's hell that you have to worry about. And don't you see that as getting in the way of figuring out the truth? And it's more like an enticing or scare tactic if it effectively makes you think about it first or prioritize that religion because, there's heaven and hell or something. But does that have anything to do with the truth of it?
Right. Yeah, no, definitely not. And I definitely wouldn't say it was put in there deliberately to kind of have that edge. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of the things that made me think like, okay, hold on, wait, I only got one shot. I had, this is definitely going to be a priority. So yeah.
And the other thing that I was thinking about is you mentioned the example, Christ is a good example to follow, and especially of all the other examples, especially if you believe that he is like basically a part of God. So what better example to follow, right? Like all the other ones are human. But is it a necessity that the true religion would have a good moral example of a man to follow? Or could you just follow the example of Jesus' morality and not actually believe that he was a god?
So okay, so I guess what I was kind of thinking is, like, even if I were to say, I can't figure out what religion is true, um, I think sort of the best thing I'm saying, like, Jesus is probably the better default, because um, I would say it's just like a better means of guidance. But it's what was the thing you said? Like, does the morality have to be perfect for?
Or more along the lines of, is finding a good moral example in a person, as a moral example, is that part of the criteria of what makes a religion true?
Oh, okay. No, no. Um, so when I at least looked into like Islam, I didn't really have like a presupposition, and I kind of just judge it based off its own claims. And so I think one of the biggest proofs that Islam is false is that Muhammad is the best example for all mankind, for all times and all places. And so this is a internal critique and internal claim that's made, and then I can just look at Muhammad's life, and if I can point one thing out that's not a good example, and I can prove it's not a good example objectively, then that falsifies the claim. And so yeah, no, I would, because even if God ends up being, because I think you could kind of ask the same thing, does truth necessitate God has to be a good God? And I would say no, because God could be an asshole if he wants, and just because you don't like that doesn't mean it's not true. Uh, so that's kind of how I look at it.
That's a good point. It's not that I think that the Islamic or biblical God is cruel, therefore he cannot be real. He's cruel while claiming that he's fair, therefore he cannot be consistent or real. Or maybe he does exist, but he's a liar. But at least given the current description,
Right.
seriously, like, yeah, at least given the current description, it doesn't follow. But
Right.
and that's a good point, that so Muhammad being a perfect example, and you look at him and you can disprove that, right? And that destroys the whole religion. But at the same time, keep in mind that Jesus being a perfect example, if that is true, doesn't prove a religion, right?
Right. Yes,
So
that's true.
that's kind of what I was getting at, is, do you think that you could take Jesus as a moral example without actually believing that Christianity is the true religion?
Oh, right, right. Yeah, and I would actually encourage that. So even if you don't believe in a religion, or yeah, if you don't believe in a religion, I would suggest that you follow the example of Christ, because I think Christ has a fair balance between like being, I guess, passive and also disciplinary. So he does encourage discipline, but also I think there's a emphasis on love, compassion, and mercy. And so, whereas the atheist point of view, and this is not to attack any atheists, but um, if if you don't have a standard, then it becomes subjective, um, and so, although you might be, and let's say somebody's an atheist and they just are still a naturally good person, and I think that that definitely exists. You can be a good person without believing in a book. A book doesn't have to tell you, not to kill people, not to steal. But when it comes to, there's some things that I would say most atheists would agree that aren't inherently wrong, and they would have no problem with that. And I'm trying to think. I don't want to say anything that like might get you in trouble with YouTube, but there's certain groups out there that have a certain flag, and if you don't have boundaries, I think it so you have these alphabets, and then you have a symbol of addition. And the problem is the premises that it's built off of seem to lead to worse things, such as the example that Muhammad gave us. And so the idea that you can, or the premise that you should just like kind of allow people to be who they want to be, and there's no real like holding people to a structure or a guideline, that seems to have issues in and of itself. And so what Jesus does is it allows you to have a structure, a guideline, a foundation, and it's not binding, as far as there's not like a whole bunch of rules you have to follow. It's mainly predicated off of things humans already have, such as love, compassion, mercy, and but then there are lines that are drawn, such as if somebody thinks that they should be having relations with an animal, things of that nature. And so, and I think for
Wait, I
good
think
reason.
you're implying the part that you couldn't say is like LGBTQ plus eventually
Yeah.
leads to stuff like Muhammad's morality marrying a child is what you're saying.
Well,
That-
yeah, I mean, pedophilia, under the premises that they use to substantiate why they should be able to do what they do, I mean, why can't that be used for pedophilia?
It can't, and it's not the topic of the stream, so I won't get into it too much. But I could tell you that no, if you like agreeing with the premise behind why two women or men should have the freedom to get married does not lead you to allowing pedophilia. Like those are very different things. And yeah, but I guess we're not going to get into that at the moment.
Right, yeah. If you have a live stream about it, maybe I'll jump on it and we could talk about that. Because yeah, I mean, I speak to my cousin, and he's an atheist, and we've had that discussion, and I eventually, after probably about an hour or two, got him to agree. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to agree with me. So, but yeah, so I understand. I don't want to change the topic, so.
It would be interesting to have that discussion, because I've heard all sorts of things about, if you start with this, you end up with that, and I've never seen the connection, but I would like to see the process. So yeah, maybe in another live stream.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, man. I'll let you go. You've been on here for a long time.
Yeah, as usual.
I know you got to be tired, man. Yeah. So,
yeah.
I'm glad you left Islam, and hopefully your life is, not in danger and everything goes smooth for you. I know how that could be. So, keep up with the live streams, and I'm hopefully we'll have another conversation in the future.
Thanks, and have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Have
Bye.
a good night.
All right. Thank you everyone for joining the live stream today. Wow, it's been 5 hours and 15 minutes as usual. I always forget to ask, and I should be starting the live stream with asking this. I want to know, the callers and viewers, where did you find the live stream or my channel in general? Like how did you come here? It's almost like, where did you come from? What's your origin story in terms of how you found yourself on this live stream? And I always forget to ask, so please do leave it in not the live chat, but the comments afterwards, how you found the stream, how you found the whole channel, and what got you to listen or talk on the live stream. Anyhow, thank you to everyone for watching, listening, and for the callers, for joining, for the callers. And yeah, I had a lot more to say, but I completely forgot already. And as always, think critically and think for yourself.